Some of the tapes that we have produced. I've done some very interesting interviews with researchers that I think belong to the dissident line in American ufology. We even organized the American Academy of Dissident Sciences with Al Bielek to try to spread around all these scientific discoveries that have been suppressed by the Illuminati for more than a century. And so with these interviews, I always gravitate toward researchers or eyewitnesses that have something to say different from the party line. We're going to pull it off the hook. The film on that's called Occult National Socialism or Magic National Shamanism is a panel discussion with Chan Johnson and Al Bielek on the extraterrestrial and celestial roots of Nazism. I mean, the real roots for everything that happened in Germany and all the atrocities perpetrated by the SS and the Nazis lie much, much deeper, actually much, much higher beyond our planet. Beyond the shallow causes given to us by the political, economic-financial explanations for the origin of the Second World War, through banking and political conspiracies and so on. The secret societies in Germany, the Thule, the Vril, the Hugin, and many others, were at the forefront of the ideological, how should we say, indoctrination and preparation of the Nazi party and the elite of the SS. And it's a lot more important to know what these societies were standing for than to know what was decided on this or that Nazi party congress at Nuremberg. On top of I mean, these secret societies were the main ideologues of the Nazi philosophies. However, these societies were only the agents or the fifth columns, the manipulators, on the level of our planet for the interests of half a dozen alien races, the Pleiadians, the Orions, the Greys, that have been stationed permanently here on Earth and that have been fighting with other alien races for supremacy on the planet. According to Al Bielek, half a dozen alien races were involved with the Germans and the Nazis. Pleiadians joined in to help because they were worried that their Aryan seed on the planet would get wiped if the Germans get too much beaten during the war. So that's why they joined in with their technology. So did the Orions, so did the Little Greys and so on. According to the tape, a lot of concentration camp inmates, I mean, they wanted people to, according to Al Bielek, the Little Greys wanted people to abduct and experiment on, and Hitler said, you can't touch the Germans here, but take as many as you want from the concentration camps. So a lot of the missing persons from the camps may have ended elsewhere. The aliens on the Germany side that were fighting the aliens on the Allied side, the aliens themselves were subcontracting for the Agarthian faction of the fallen angelic presence on our planet. That Agarthian faction was fighting with the Shambhala faction of possibly the same fallen angelic presence on the planet. Hitler himself was a channel for one of the members of the Giza intelligences, this alien race that lives under the Giza pyramid. The Giza intelligences that had been mortal enemies of the Pleiadians of Billy Meyer, that came to the planet in the 20s and activated a long abandoned complex under the pyramid. And one of them, and in the film we give the name, according to Chan Johnson, a person who has spent a lifetime investigating exactly the secret occult roots of Nazism and the SS. He has a previous lifetime recollection of being a Luftwaffe pilot and falling down in flames, and hence his infatuation with everything German, but he is not a neo-Nazi, definitely not a neo-Nazi. On the contrary, with this film, because sometimes, twice actually I've been accused of being a neo-Nazi. I just got a badge that bans the swastika here, and I'm gonna wear it in the future on all conferences. But with this film, we want to prove that not only, well, the research that we've been doing has nothing to do with neo-Nazism. On the contrary, we would show that the Germans were associated with some of the not very spiritually advanced races in the universe. I mean, even the Pleiadians are not that far advanced. We have to face it. They have had interstellar flight for 120 million years, and they've had no warfare for only 50,000 years, which is just a millisecond from their overall interstellar flight history. I mean, how many cities have they exploded in nuclear wars? How many continents? How many planets? How many stars? The Eye of God in the Lyra constellation was the last star that they exploded 180,000 years ago, or whatever, 100-something thousand years ago, according to their... I mean, they've been vicious, brutal savages on a different level, as much as the Amazonian scalp hunters and man-eaters are, cannibals are. So basically, there were, I mean, the alien presence on the planet was divided in two camps fighting each other, and so were the angelic presences on the planet, of the fallen angelic type. Basically, the Shambhala and the Agartha factions of the Luciferian presence on the planet were fighting each other. But that's how the Luciferian universe operates. Always the left Luciferian hand battles with the right Luciferian hand for the further continuation and furtherance of the illuminated Luciferian ideals.
You're talking about our planet?
And quite many others. The way I understand it, with my personal humble opinion and understanding, but in the Lucifer Rebellion, about a third of the local sector planets took side and are still on that side. So we're talking about several hundred planets in the nearby chunk of our galaxy that took side in the Lucifer Rebellion. According to the Rancher book, I've never been on these planets. I have no personal information. So Hitler himself was a channel. He was a trance channel, because at the end of his speeches he would fall down unconscious. And he had to be carried out of the auditorium. He had nightly visitations, he had ghosts, and so on. I mean, some of these intelligence have been in face-to-face contact with him. In this tape also we talk about the Nazi and the SS elites' exercises in shamanism, witchcraft, and Satanism. The Eagle's Nest Villa had all kinds of drawings on the walls, I mean, the most horrific combination of, how should I call it, sexual and satanic and other aberrational art that one can imagine. A lot of the Nazi involvement with black magic, with Satanism, with shamanism surfaced on the Nuremberg trials, but not a line was put on in the public record. National Socialism, together with communism, fascism, and the in fashion these days, let's call it the New World Orderism, are but the different faces of the same old wolf of the global Illuminism. Trying to accuse somebody of being a neo-Nazi is a very funny word, because what is a Nazi? I mean, the Nazi is the different size of the multifaceted coin that has communism on the other side, that has Illuminism, that has fascism, that has basically the brave New World Order boys.
It's not every ism there is, actually.
Exactly. This is exactly my point, and I'll talk at length about all the isms that were created. So this is once more the tape that's called Occult National Shamanism, or Magic National Socialism. Then we have another very interesting tape, which is the German viewpoint on the British crop circles, a tape that was produced by Michael Hasseman. In my opinion, this is the best documentary so far about the crop circles. I think I'm out of that tape, but if you give me a, what is it called, a rent check, I will send it in the mail 2 days from now. I just bought some new dubbing decks at home. The film shows a mini disc, an observational orb that zigzags and hovers around the body of a moving Concorde on its maiden flight. Shot that was taken from a chaser plane nearby. And you would see the orb coming down from under the Concorde plane, coming here up and down, then moving along the windows, peering through the windows. This is at supersonic speed, and then disappearing away. It also shows an observation orb going between the legs of the Apollo module, the Spider, standing on the lunar surface. Probably the saucer boys of the secret government were checking on their lesser developed brothers, the rocket boys, how well they have just landed on the lunar surface. There's also, the footage of the, are these all the, and of course they have a lot of footage on the crop circle, probably the best film that I've seen so far. Then we produced a very interesting new film, The Hollow Earth, or a Nazi, in brackets Illuminati to be exact, underground South Polar city of 2 million people called the New Berlin. Free energy saucer dreadnoughts in low-level demo flights over testing grounds in Germany, 1942-45. ID numbers, insignia, and the pilot's head are clearly visible through the perspex cupola. Panzer turrets and naval artillery turrets were suspended upside down on the underbelly of these craft. Some of them were dreadnought size, and we would see them soon in the presentation.
Drawings are actual photographs.
Photographs. These are all photographs. Also in that film they talk about German World War II space flights with the exo-atmospheric craft, half a dozen craft to the moon, Mars, and beyond. Most important is the German secret presence and the colony, the German colony in the South Pole, on the South Pole. Admiral Byrd's expedition in 46-47 to fight the Germans, their unsuccessful expedition. He was beaten back in about 2 weeks, lost most of his planes and retreated in disgrace. And subsequent recent rumors that we've heard about an underground city that is 2 million people strong. The tall, blonde, blue-eyed, Nordic-type guys that a lot of contactees have seen behind the scenes in a little grey abduction scenario may be nothing more than the new Supermensch Germans that were genetically engineered by themselves and the other alien and celestial presences on the planet from the South Pole, doing a much broader scale experiments on the whole of the American population. They did these experiments in private labs late last and early this century, in private Illuminati labs. Then they did them in a broader scale in the German concentration camps. I'll be talking about hybrids between humans and animals that the Germans did in the camps, living, walking, breeding hybrids. They were, 50 years ago, they were that advanced. Then, in the late 40s, early 50s, in the South Polar colony, then they did this experiment in a much broader scale, to the point that now they have engineered themselves so much that they live a lot longer than we do. They have bigger capacities, whatever, brain capacity and so on. The question is, how far advanced is their moral development and their spiritual development? This is probably the prototype that the New World Order and the Illuminati would like to impose on us in the future. So now they are repeating the experiment at a high level here in the American society with the little grey abductions. That's my feeling. So this is a very interesting film on the German South Polar presence and on their advanced anti-gravity craft. Then of course we have several other films here. One is the terrestrial component of the alien presence, or 1 century of secret Illuminati projects, well known to the public as the new and ultimate threat, the alien threat. For 1 century or more, the Illuminati super black R&D projects in anti-gravity, space flights, mind control, and human genetic engineering have been very conveniently covered up behind real alien visitations. And the little grays are a good candidate for the cyborgian or biological robot Igors of the underground gulago of government Frankensteinian factories, where genetic research on humans goes full blast, including hybrids with animals. What the Germans did 50 years ago in the concentration camps is done on a much greater scale in the underground cities here. We have another film that is it's upcoming, Free Energy, the Illuminati Anathema. And in that film we would compare German free energy dreadnoughts of World War II that reached the moon and Mars without using a drop of fuel with the Illuminati manufactured Element 115 saucer of Bob Lazar, the gas guzzling saucer of Bob Lazar that uses an incredibly expensive fuel. The Illuminati and the bankers make sure that in the next and the other centuries to come, of all the other available free energy saucer drives in the universe, they would choose the very few ones that have expensive fuel. And what a more expensive fuel than an Element 115 fuel that is not even found on this planet and has to be brought from far away. In this way they assure you that if you want to drive a saucer, basically you have to give them all your pay for a lifetime in order to be given the privilege to have a private Element 115 driven saucer. At the time when the Germans went to the moon on free energy 50 years ago, and Tesla had a free energy car 80 years ago that ran for 3 years without any problem. John Keely created a free energy 250 horsepower locomotive in the 1860s, 1870s that was pulling trains, and many other free energy devices. The Illuminati reached the moon in the 1890s with free energy. I suspect the drive for their gyroscopic anti-gravity drive in that shell that was fired from the cannon. Then we have another tape about the famous footage, the shuttle footage of these magical ice crystals that, according to NASA, were nothing more than ice crystals. And in that film we would make the analogy between the magical bullet and the magical ice crystals, the cousins of the magical bullet. The government spin controllers rely on magic when they have to explain things like the Kennedy assassination or the secret alien presence in orbit. And in the film we explore the possibility whether these are these really aliens shooting it out at our doorsteps, or are these alien ships being fired upon by the US government's ground-based Star Wars Black Project developed beam weapons? Or is it again a cleverly staged and orchestrated smokescreen involving several US government-produced saucers conveniently shooting, quote, quote, at each other in bright view from the shuttle window, just in time for the next congressional hearings or on Star Wars budget appropriations? Then we have a brilliant tape with Helga Morrow, the organizer of this conference here in Sedona, about the life story of her father, Professor Kuipers, Professor Dr. Kuipers, about the fact that he went to the moon, to the inside of the moon, to Mars and to the inside of Mars with Philadelphia project type teleportation technology that was developed by the American government almost half a century ago. It's an incredible tape for anyone who is seriously interested into the Philadelphia project and the teleportation developments on the planet. Then we have two interviews with Al Bielig, the third and the second underground interviews. In the third interview, he speaks at length about the time tunnel, which is the third generation space travel. Basically, with a time tunnel, they can teleport, they can tunnel to any point in time and to any point in our universe in real time. With teleportation, they can do that from planet to planet, maybe to the nearest star, to the few nearest stars, provided they have a receiver station on the other end. Or without a receiver station, probably between the planets in our solar system, or from an orbiting ship to the surface of the planet. It doesn't work as far as the time tunnel does. So, on top of developing the Star Trek nuclear-powered craft that were built by the Rockefeller Foundations and some other private foundations on this planet, the next generation transportation that the Illuminati have ready up their sleeve when in the future they would announce the nuclear power craft to the population. They would to have one level of a higher secret transportation technology that would allow them a competitive edge. And the time tunnel is the third grade, the third level above even the transportation technology. Then we have a tape on the close encounters of the Foo Fighter kind, introduction to Nazi anti-gravity research and development in the 30s and 40s. And we're talking in that film about 50 models of flying saucers with piston, Bankel, turbo, pulse, ramjet and rocket engines with spinning magnetic fields or powered by free energy. We talk about the exoatmospheric and space flight capabilities of these craft around Earth orbit, to the Moon and to Mars, according to German documentary films. We also talk at length about the Nazi Antarctic underground base and Admiral Byrd's failed campaign against them. We have a film on the underground, on the alternative 3 joint secret landing, saucer landing on Mars in 1952, May 22nd, 1952.
Was that 62 or 52?
I have a feeling that it was 52, not 62, because they landed with saucers much earlier than in the film. They claim they landed with rockets, but this is not a rocket landing, and we'll see why. We have a film, this is a lecture and seminar by Colonel Marina Popovich. She's a decorated military test pilot from the Soviet Union, from the Soviet Air Force. The film is titled UFO Glassness over Russia. In that film she talks about a crash-landed UFO that was brought down with a surface-to-air missile in the late 80s over Soviet Caucasus Mountain. And also a photograph of the giant mothership that was a shot that was taken from the Russian unmanned space probe Phobos when it approached the Martian moon Phobos. Very close to the moon, there was a giant 22-kilometer long mothership parked there by somebody, and the Russian probe took the picture before it vanished. Then we have a whole list of audio tapes available from the Graduate School of Conspiratology and the American Academy of Discipline Sciences. Mainly these tapes are about the secret societies of the planet. A tape revealing the Freemasonry and the Masonic Lodge as the Illuminati fifth column of the planet, tape by Ron Carlson. Another tape on the Illuminati Council of Foreign Relations, exposed by Myron Fagan. This is a 3 LP record set of about 3-hour-long tape. The Illuminati infiltration of the American Secret Central Committee, or the Council of Foreign Relations, that runs the United States behind the scenes together with the Trilateral Commission. Another tape on the Trilateral Commission itself by J.C. Lewis, 90-minute long, which reveals that the Trilateral Commission is again an Illuminati outfit to speed up the coming of the one world government and the New World Order, an outfit created by and financed by Rockefeller after World War II. A very interesting tape by Anthony Sutton called The Order exposes Yale University secret society, the 322, or the Skull and Bones, which is one of the secret Illuminati prep schools for the Golden Party youth, the future rulers of the country and the new united world, and the torchbearers of the illuminated enlightenment on the planet. And I wouldn't be amazed that, on top of everything else, this is also a quite well camouflaged satanic cult that operates on a university campus. I wouldn't be amazed, because a lot of the symbology of the skull and bones, including the very shape of the bones and the skull, are the same that they do on satanic rituals. And in symbology, nothing is coincidental.
The Grand Masters of the Freemasons and the Knights Templars both use skull and bones on their gravestones.
It's a very good point. The Grand Masters of Freemasonry and the Knights Templars use the skull and bones, and so did the SS on their uniforms. It's a very good point that occurred here. Then we have a 3-hour-long tape, the terrestrial component of the alien presence on the secret Illuminati projects launched to the public as the new and ultimate threat, the alien threat. After the collapse of the Russian bear, they urgently need a new threat. Oh boy, how urgently they need a new long-term threat. The Echo threat is the sister to the alien threat, the Mickey Mouse alien threat. And we'll talk about this in the lecture. But this tape covers basically 1 century of Illuminati super black research and development projects in anti-gravity, space flights, mind control, and human genetic engineering that have been conveniently covered up behind real alien visitations on the planet. Hundreds of races visit us each year, but behind that there is a very substantial illuminated component of terrestrial developments that it's very easy for them to explain away as all alien, being all alien. And in that tape we would make the claim that the little greys are the government-developed biological robots or cyborgs, the little Igors of the underground gulag of government Frankenstein factories, as Anthony Hilder calls them. And also we have a lot of papers. I wouldn't go through all of the papers. Basically, all of this material is very well represented in different papers. And now we can go on with our slide presentation. If we can turn on the projector, please. In the back, the button goes upward. On the back of the back, rightmost, up and up and up and up. To the top. Excellent. After the tabloid sources, let's summarize the first step. I was back-tracing my quote-quote discovery of anti-gravity through the anthropology of myth approach. I just did a big file and I put there all the stories about anti-gravity that I could find. And in the first step we went over my sources from ancient astronaut accounts, from modern day contactee cases. Actually we'll go through the contactee cases right now. Biblical and ancient revelation prophecies, revelations, modern day revelations like the Urantia book and the Waski book and the Billy Meyer Chronicles. We talk about the secret symbology, the meanings of the swastika as a swirling whirlwind of etheric energy, and the Star of David that have much deeper physical meaning than just being a symbol of a political movement on our planet. And now we will be talking at length about more hardcore evidence, academic evidence. And we started with a case of academician Nikolai Kozyrev from the Pulkovo Observatory. He died in '87, who did incredible experiments with spinning gyroscopes. In this very simplified photograph, I have a red gyroscope here that is spun in motion by a very simple electromagnetic device. The gyroscope is balanced on a precision laboratory scale, and let's say it weighs 100 grams before spinning. We spin the gyro and we measure the weight again, and if it spins leftwards, it weighs 95 grams. If it spins counterclockwise in the other direction, it weighs 92 grams. Academician Sakharov went a step further. As a true Russian patriot who cannot do an experiment without involving vodka or tea, he decided to add the variable of a strong Russian tea to the equation, and to his astonishment he discovered that if the already spinning gyro that weighs, let's say, 95 grams, you approach the gyro without touching it with a cup of hot Russian tea, the moment you drop a sugar cube in the tea and start mixing the tea and having the tea dissolve, the gyro whoop drops down with another 5 grams. Incredible result. That can be done by dropping a few spoonfuls of cold water into a cup of hot water, not necessarily sugar on it. Hot water mixing in cold water. These are time-wise unidirectional processes. You can dissolve the cube of sugar, you can't do the other ways around to get the sugar out of solution and produce the cube from the viewpoint of physics, without expending energy, of course. You can distill the water, boil the water out and get the sugar, but the universe goes in the direction of sugar dissolving, the dissolution. This is a non-reversible thermodynamic process from the viewpoint of physics. It cannot be reversed in time. Like frying the egg. After we fry the egg, we cannot put it back in the shell. And all such processes appear to influence gravity by strange reasons that even Professor Kozyrov wasn't very sure about at the beginning. After that, he arrived at a very general theory about gravity that has been experimented with by several other Russian academicians, and they do the experiments right now. De Palma, another scientist with background from MIT and Stanford, and teaching experience at MIT. He was a physics lecturer at MIT. He started investigating 20, 30 years ago the problems of rotation, and particularly the rotating unipolar or one-pole Faraday generator, Faraday dynamo. There is a copper disc sandwiched between two magnet discs, magnet donuts, spun on a shaft, and you have two brushes. One brush is touching the shaft, the other brush is touching the periphery of the disc, and a potential difference of 1 volt appears here. Unlike normal generators that have drag because the magnetic field of the rotor acts like a magnetic glue dragging with the magnetic field of the stator. And it's very difficult to turn them, and that's why all the power of the turbines driving the generators in the electrical stations, a lot of it goes for overcoming this drag. Unlike that, the generator you can spin by hand and there is no drag. Basically the drag is zero. Whether there is load or there is no load. No physicist can explain that. Current physics, as we know it, the party line university academic physics cannot explain that.
There's no cutting of lines of force by that generator.
Exactly. It probably cuts the etheric lines of force of the planet, but there is no ether, according to modern science. So, ergo, this generator cannot exist. And if it does, the guy's a crackpot. And off goes De Palma out of the university. So his experiments involved collision experiments where two cartridges loaded with weights, one will be with a gyro, another one just with a weight, will be collided with each other. And when the gyro spins and when the gyro doesn't spin, this gyro cartridge behaves as if it has different mass. So spinning obviously influences the mass of that cartridge. This carriage, this is a very simple wheel carriage. They do this is high school physics we're talking about. You collide two things and then measure the impulse, measure the momentum, measure the velocity and so on. When the gyro spins and when the gyro doesn't spin, the carriage behaves as if it has a different mass. Then he put a gyro on a pendulum and started swinging it. And the pendulum has its frequency of swinging, which is constant. The height of the swinging can change, but the frequency remains constant. That's why we can measure time, because of this fundamental and unexplainable property of the pendulum. And it can be basically demonstrated with formulas, but nobody knows why these things happen. These are the most fundamental secrets of nature. Even the Platonians don't know why electricity flows. What electricity is, they can use it far better than we do, but even for them it's a big puzzle. So this pendulum swinging with the gyro spinning and not spinning, it has different frequency. It means that again the mass changed. Then, if you approach an electric clock, quartz clock, next to a spinning gyro, it lags, increases dramatically. It starts lagging behind by like 15 seconds a week instead of 1 second a month or something like that. If we approach a spinning gyro with a tuning fork, the tuning fork changes its pitch, which again, here in the form of the pitch, the mass of the fork is involved. So obviously the spinning gyro affects space-time continuum around itself and every object that's nearby. So that's the conclusion of Bruce de Palma's experiment, that rotation changes mass and weight. There was a brilliant article in the Flying Saucer Review Journal, a little bit of contactee accounts, that basically found that majority of the saucers observed spin, or something spins. Either the whole house spins or the outermost part of the house spins. Or if nothing spins outside, you would hear the noise of an electric generator or an electric drill, which are spinning electric machinery. If you don't hear any noise, you would see lights spinning around the craft. When the craft takes off, the frequency of spinning increases. Also, the lights may change their color because of the frequency of the light changing. So, this initial hunch that I had many years ago, that because of the rotational symmetry, maybe spinning is involved, was greatly reinforced here when I found an article by professional ufologists. Flying Saucer Review magazine is one of the top British and probably one of the top 5 world UFO journals, investigative journals, and I greatly admire everything they do. Not as good as Physical Review Letters, professional academic physics journal, but in the marginal schizoid reality of UFO literature, this is probably the best there is. And so I was astonished to find something that I had heard so many years earlier, that basically spinning may be associated with flying saucers. Then I went to my massive UFO contactee database. In the book and film, the film is called UFOs, It Has Begun. The book is called UFOs, Past, Present, and Future. They talk about a San Diego dock worker that asked his aliens, how the hell do their saucers fly? And they say, oh, it's very simple, it's a flying electric motor. The rotor, the red one, spins one way according to, along a vertical axis. The whole stator, the blue one, spins the other way. And the cabin on top is gyroscopically stabilized so that the pilots would not spin into insanity with the cabin. Such a construction explains the crop circle whirlwinds, which is a field of rotating electromagnetogravitic and etheric vortex under the anti-gravity drive of the craft, which is basically an electric motor. If we have a big electric motor, flat motor, spinning over a growing grass, I wouldn't be amazed that the grass would assume the same crop circle type formation, even with the a lot lower intensity of the field of an electric motor. We can't produce, at least our official science and technology cannot produce such strong fields as you can produce under an anti-gravity drive. So one of the contactee accounts talks about anti-gravity saucers being powered like an electric, flying electric motor. This is a very interesting contactee account from Red China. And here, unlike in Britain where the crop circle is on the surface, on the ground, here the drive of the craft affects space-time and the atmosphere in such a way that we have a circle formation on the underside of the craft. We have a white and a black forces chasing each other in a kind of a never-ending yin and yang frenzy. ever chasing and never reaching each other. This is a rotational dipole. The yin and yang is basically a rotational dipolar vortex. I've seen also a triple yin and yang where three entities are changing each other in a circle. This is a rotating tripole. The swastika is a very simplified representation of a rotational quadrupole of four poles, plus minus, rotating. We would see very soon that this is exactly the case. Some Russian experiments prove that the swastika is basically a representation of their quadrupolar anti-gravity drive. Another contactee report, UFOs contact from the planet Ayarga.
Star Trek. Looks like some of the figures.
This is a creature that appeared from... on some of these things you may make a close in.
I'm full-time on it.
Can you do it with a remote?
Yep.
Fascinating. And these are creatures that evolved from amphibians. Incredible swimmers, can swim 5 times as fast as we do. Have very sturdy skulls because there the G-force is 3 times as strong as ours, and the height of a deadly foe is just 60 centimeters. If they fall from more than 60 centimeters, they die. Here, deadly foe is about 2 floors high. Well, one story, maybe 2 story, depends how. Anyway, incredible book. The contactee was an architect and an engineer by training, so he left brilliant drawings. I mean, he retained most of what he saw in one day holographic presentation aboard this alien craft that he was taken on from his boat in Holland. And what this guy described is a very detailed 3-dimensional cutout of their saucer craft, as big as Queen Mary. This is 300 yards diameter. Giant craft that they use to navigate the universe, but doesn't have superluminal velocity. So basically these are like flying cities. They would fly many generations in them, exploring different planets and stars. And the key component of this craft are these donuts, these rings on the periphery of the craft, these two and this triangular cavity. The triangular cavity and these two donuts. These two donuts are counter-rotating synchrotron rings. It's fascinating.
Do they have to rotate, or can they just send particles around?
Now, what the guys figured out that instead of spinning the whole hull of the craft, instead of spinning brute mass, a lot of tonnage at slow RPMs, you can spin at high RPMs a very little mass and you would arrive at the same product. It's mass time RPMs. So instead of spinning the whole craft in a very inefficient drive, all the bearings would wear down, as was the case of the first German saucers. They would keep the craft stationary and they would spin few elementary particles in these two rings at near relativistic speed. So basically their weight is almost nothing, but the speed is almost everything, so they get the same effect. Again, we have spinning. If we can't spin the brute mass of the craft, we can spin a magnetic field like these electric motor. Well, it's a combination because the magnetic field spins, but also the mechanical part of the electric motor spins. There have been patents in Germany in the 30s for creation of a spinning magnetic field with a stationary non-spinning hardware. So if you go a step further, you don't even have to have an electric motor to create a spinning magnetic field. You would have some sections that would be turning on and off and on and off in a circle, and they would create a spinning magnetic field. I mean, this is technology that has been in the patent office since the 30s. Here the IR are spinning elementary particles. I heard another story, government contactee, that what they did was they got a big quartz crystal, a cylinder of a crystal, then they got a metal, a magnet wire of magnetic material, and they wound some electric conductor over this magnetic long bendable wire, whatever, like a thin sausage. They wound the electric conductor around it, and they obtained an electromagnet. Then this pliable electromagnet was wound around this big quartz crystal, which resembles, by the way, a millstone. This is probably where the story of that millstone in the Mahabharata legend came from, or maybe there are countless other physical ways to create such a millstone resembling saucer drive. But anyway, when the magnetic, basically it's kind of a linear magnet, this magnetic wire is wound around the quartz crystal, and then we have the current over it, it would help all the electrons and maybe even the nuclear particles inside to orient themselves and start spinning along the vertical axis, because if they are oriented in all chaotic different directions, it cancels all these chaotic directions of spinning. They cancel each other, and the net effect is zero. So that's why things wait on the planet. Otherwise, if they didn't cancel anything, they wouldn't weigh anything, and they would fly away from the planet. Whoever created the worlds thought that, well, we have to keep the buggers on the planet. If they start floating freely in space, we would lose them. So that's why in normal crystal objects, all these spins, all these little rotations of electrons and nuclear particles and everything are oriented chaotically in every direction. But if we can reorient them in the same vertical direction, vertical, then we obtain what what the Ayargans did with their drive. They were spinning few elementary particles in a synchrotron ring in the quartz crystal. They don't inject, the electrons are already there in the crystalline lattice of the quartz crystal. They just have to reorient them and to spin them in a desired direction. So you can spin the particles along a giant loop around the craft, or you can spin the particles, many particles, along the nuclei of the atoms. I mean, the universe is so boundless, and there are so many ways, different ways of producing anti-gravity. I repeat, the Pleiadians discovered 1600 basic modes of anti-gravity propulsion in their wanderings through the universe, and they have on their computers identified 1,800,000 civilizations. And among them, they have 1,600 basic different propulsion modes. Here in this lecture, we will touch upon probably 20 or 30. So, this is a drawing of the Ayargan drive, the synchrotrons, the blue one spinning clockwise and the red one spinning anti-clockwise. A Russian contractee, a colonel from the Red Army, was told by his aliens after they gave him a joyride in their craft that, oh, it's very easy to produce anti-gravity. It's a spinning nuclear reactor. You have a big nuclear reactor along a very powerful shaft spinning around, and by lowering or pulling out of the control rods, you regulate the anti-gravity force of the drive. The reactor is spun around by solar energy, and it spins constantly, probably along ideal bearings that don't wear and tear and the RPMs don't die down. So by pulling out the rods, the saucer rises. By dropping down the rods, the saucer lands. And there is a smaller second nuclear reactor, perpendicular to the first one, that would push in this direction so that the saucer will fly horizontally, parallel to the surface of the planet. Another case of rotation. A third contactee case, the UMO craft, a contact in Spain, talks again about some electromagnetic cavities along the periphery of the craft, a donut-shaped electromagnetic cavity. They don't give much details, but I wouldn't be amazed that this is a system very similar to the Ayargan system of counter-rotating, tuned beams of elementary particles. Go-Greys, the government party line contacts with the politically correct little grays. They have, these are iron drive craft because when they land, they sinter and they bake the ground so that no grass can live, can grow there for more than a year. The electromagnetic drives not only do not bake and sinter anything, but crops continue to grow without even developing a burn on them. They just bend horizontal and start growing horizontal. So even in the iron drives, we see that the drive has some circle to it. Whether this is a condenser plate coupled, this is not a light, this is the drive system. This ring and the thing creates a very powerful light. It may also be an electrostatic condenser type anti-gravity, but we will not go. I'll go over these in the book that I'm finishing right now. I mean, there's so much about anti-gravity drives. One can easily write 1000-page monograph just going briefly over them. When these iron drive craft land, they burn and sinter the ground, and it remains here. Yeah. Sometimes they will produce ice in midsummer, 1 inch to 2 inch thick ice, due to condensation, rapid condensation of vapors, or due to creation of the ice out of the ether. Basically, the angel dust that falls off flying saucers is a byproduct of their saucer drive that creates objects out of thin air, out of the ether, the way the yogis can create gold objects or other things. The adepts, like Sai Baba, can create objects out of thin air.
One of the signatures of free energy machines is cooling things down quite a bit. Maybe that's a signature from a free energy type drive too.
Very good point. Cooling down may be a signature of free energy type drive, as it is a signature of the free energy machines. Again, we have a Go-Breeze craft, and we see the drive a circular shape. Here, this is a detail that nobody has observed so far. From Bud Hopkins' book, his first contactee case, the landing track, this is how his research started. He realized that, I mean, this is not a figment of the imagination. If you have a big spot of grass in your backyard, that stays there for several years. What I discovered that nobody else has discovered, here on the photograph, there's another jet that goes in this direction. This is a direction tangential to this disk. My suspicion is that just before takeoff, they fired a shot of some energy in this direction and another one in that direction in order to spin the disk, in order to take off. Because this could have been in a radial fashion, it could have been in any other angle of all the other possible angles, which are quite many here. This is in a tangential direction. It could be a jet of energy that was used to spin the drive of the craft before takeoff. Another circle of an iron drive. After the contactee reports, there are a lot of inventor stories and reports about anti-gravity. And oh, here is my problem. And here in this research, the inventor created some spinning gyroscopic constructions, quite a complicated construction. Several gyros, baby gyros that would spin together, lifting the whole craft upward. Another academic report from Frank Close from the Rutherford Appleton Research Laboratory in England, which is something like Los Alamos here in this country. He talks a lot about gravity negation through rotation, and I can quote here, just as rotating electrical charges feel the magnetic forces, so will spinning masses experience magnetic anti-gravity.
What year was that written?
This is the Manchester Guardian, Friday, March the 14th, 1964. I got in the library. So again, we have a connection between anti-gravity and rotation. Actually, electromagnetic drive. Recently, an article about the American Olympic Committee for discus throwing, there was a little miniature fact there that when they removed the weight of the discus from the center and concentrated it on the periphery, that increased greatly the throw length of the discus. When a discus is thrown, it spins. By moving the mass from the center to the periphery, we do not increase the radius, but we increase the flywheel momentum. A flywheel of a car is made such that it is edge heavy and center light. It's thin in the center and all the mass is concentrated in the edge in order to accumulate more energy. If a flywheel is built in this way, it accumulates a lot more energy than if the mass is concentrated in the center. So, by working on one of the variables of the anti-gravity formula, they were able, without realizing it, to increase the throw distance of the discus quite substantially, 40% or something. I heard that in the Second World War there was a frisbee-type grenade that they were throwing, spinning, and that would fly a lot longer than a normal grenade. A guy who was a general in the Marine general, I think, from the Marines, told me about this grenade, and I'm trying to get it from the Quantico, Virginia. They have a big marine museum there. How to build a flying saucer. This is more of a tabloid and popular nature, but in this book they discover a very interesting gyroscope experiment. Let's forget about this gyro and think about this one here. A spinning top, if it is spun along a horizontal axis, it spins, supported on both ends. But if you remove one of the support, instead of falling down, it does not fall. It starts processing like this, without falling. Basically, it hangs on its end. Now, if we introduce force through the shaft by force processing it, it will start raising up. If we apply a brake on the shaft and slow the speed of rotation, it will fall down. We can literally make it go up and down by increasing the speed or decreasing it. So if we have two of them, here they will do the same. They will go up and down, if we increase the speed or not. We can put an electric motor here and a third one here, and basically make quite a funny looking design. But if this thing is glued here, tight, because they cannot go upward, they cannot bend the shafts, but they still want to go upward, they would pull the whole contraption out, and we would have the Munchausen effect. You can pull yourself up literally by the hair without stepping on any other outside supports. Just you do quick spinning with your hands and you start rising vertically. This is what anti-gravity is. So this simple physics experiment, and by the way, if you look carefully in physics textbooks, all experiments with gyroscopes have been quietly removed. A recent Scientific American booklet on rotation, and I love their incredible experiments they do for small children so that they would learn physics at an early age. I love this magazine. There was nothing, very little about rotation. Very little. They have quietly expurged all these dangerous things. Imagine all the high school kids doing science projects on rotation and then arriving at flying contraptions that are so easy to build. This is exactly what Sandy Kidd did. He has two baby gyros here, spinning along the vertical shaft as a part of a big mother gyro, which helps them lift vertically. Sandy had two baby gyros, but we can have 3, 4, or n. Doesn't matter, the more the better. So all the baby gyros spin like this. The mother gyro spins along a vertical axis. And we have a lot more efficient drive because here we have spinning along 2 axes. If it's only the mother gyro, it spins along 1 axis. So it's a one degree of spinning. Here it's 1 axis here and another axis here. So this is 2 degrees of spinning. We may even have 3 degrees of spinning. If we introduce one more direction of spinning, that would be the most efficient drive. The more spinning there is, I don't know why, but the more efficient this drive becomes. Actually, we will come to the idea here. And this is an artist's impression of how such a flying saucer would look like. This is the mother gyro spinning along the periphery. The many baby gyros. The only thing that they added for direction control are these gimbals that would allow the baby gyros to be directed in any necessary desired direction of flight. The mother gyro lifts the craft off the ground and keeps it from falling. The baby gyros allow the craft to travel into, if they are directed in this way, to fly this way, if they are directed into that way. And here we have an engineering drawing how this can be made as a spinning electric motor. These are the starter coils here. This is the electric motor. These are the baby gyros inside. Not only that, but the author claims, this is Otis Carr's anti-gravity vehicle. He claims that this is a free energy drive. All such designs, immediately after they are patented, if they can ever get past the patent office, are secretly taken and financed by the Illuminati until they can see what they can squeeze out of them. Some of them are unworkable. Most of them end up brilliant working devices. And this is how they have amassed and hoarded this incredible technology that they have in their disposal.
Well, I investigated Otis T. Carr myself, and what I found out is about 1958, you were able to read in newspapers about him test flying his flying saucers, because when I was 18 I remember reading the articles. And then by 1960 his whole factory had disappeared. He had a factory in Maryland and another one in Hesperia, California.
Factory in Maryland?
Yeah, he had 2 of them.
I have a case where some strange, there was a comment here that Otis T. Carr had a whole factory for anti-gravity craft in the 60s. In the 50s he was testing flying saucers in Maryland and somewhere else. I would love to talk about this because I've also discovered some very strange things about him. He probably went black. He probably...
He got brought up. I know a guy who knows exactly what happened to him. They took him to Australia and he's working on a secret base in Australia ever since.
In Pine Gap, in the Pine Gap facility.
Yes.
All the Australians are taken to the United States and work on the same projects. You just remove them from where everybody knows him. And the most hard evidence came unexpectedly from no other source but the Physical Review letters. Did you get it very big on the screen? Yeah. I want this the biggest possible letters. The Physical Review letters is one of the top, best, and respected academic physics journals around the world. Hayasaka and Takeuchi, 2 Japanese scholars in December 18, 1989, had the audacity to publish a paper about an anomalous weight reduction on a gyroscope's right rotation around, again, the vertical axis on the Earth. How could they dare publish such an article? They had a standard issue aviation gyroscope suspended in a vacuum flask to eliminate any aerodynamic lift effects, suspended and balanced on a laboratory scale, micro scale. All of it was in again an insulated box. Later on they did the experiment in a magnetically insulated room that they borrowed from one of the electronics companies there. And they just feed electricity to the gyro and the gyro spins. And what they discovered was astonishing, that the higher the RPMs, from 3,000 to 13,000, the bigger the weight loss of the gyro. And here they use two types of gyros with two different masses. One is 175 grams, the other is 139 grams or something. And for right rotation, the mass decreases. For left rotation, nothing happens. The weight loss is small. The weight loss is milligrams. So we are talking between 2 and 10 milligrams. But because this is a very precision scale, for that scale to discover several milligrams missing, it's like for a normal scale to discover several pounds missing of an object that weighs 100 tons. So, what to do? I mean, the experiment caused a sensation. A lot of world articles wrote about it. Less than a month it was debunked by two authors from Colorado working on an Air Force grant. How were they able, around Christmas time and New Year, to build quite a complicated plexiglass spinning top powered by an air turbine, to machine it, to draw the drawings, machine it in the shop, assemble it together, to do the experiments over and over and over again, to write the paper, to go through the peer review, to take it to the press and to publish it 29 days later. This is impossible. They have been given the green light by the whole government establishment to debunk the paper, and their article was titled "Anomalous Reduction with a Now Weight Loss Experiment with a Now Result." They made sure that even in the title it would become obvious to the biggest dimwit that this is a hoax, that this cannot be. And effectively all research died down. By the time others had the time to create similar experiments, these came with a refutation, and I don't know of anybody else that repeated this experiment, unless they do it in private. So, let's repeat here. I've done a little analogy. Sandy Kidd had two baby gyros spinning as one along a vertical axis. There is an inventor in Phoenix who has three baby gyros, driven either by individual motor, each one of them, and then the fourth motor spins them along a vertical axis, or by one motor, doesn't matter. In a Russian experiment, they have four baby gyros, each spinning left or right, mounted on a mother gyro that also can spin left and right. However, here, these are on a horizontal axis. In the Russian experiment, they have put them on an axis that has less than 180 degrees. But the physical principle is the same. And what the Russians discovered is that they spun the baby gyros, all of them, in one direction. Left, 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 left. all of them in the other direction, right, 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 right. And then they did all other combinations, left, left, right, right, or left, right, left, right. And they discovered that when they spin them in this left, right pattern, they were getting the biggest weight reduction. So when we think about it, left, right spinning, we have a rotational quadrupole. 4 poles always chasing each other and never being able to catch each other. Maybe, among other fundamental things in physics, the swastika is also a representation of a quadrupolar anti-gravity drive. This is a working machine, desktop device that would cost probably $2,000 to $3,000 to produce in this country, that has many other fantastic applications other than anti-gravity, that was built in a Russian institute. So let us repeat the whole physics of anti-gravity. We discover that one does not need element 115 to obtain anti-gravity, as we don't need element 115 to run our cars to make an internal combustion engine or to make an electric motor. Any metal conductor on this planet moved in a magnetic field generates electricity, or vice versa. If you run electricity through a magnetic conductor, through an electric loop in a magnetic field, you would make it to move. You create an electric motor. It's an inseparable property of matter to behave in this way in a magnetic field, as is the property of matter to behave anti-gravitically if it is spun along a vertical axis. We don't need element 115 to go to the other stars and planets. Only the government needs this hoax, and the bankers behind them, because they'll be selling us this super expensive fuel way into the future. Simple rotation is the secret of anti-gravity, and if we use some folk wisdom, the faster you spin it, the better. If you spin the hell out of it, it would lift off and fly away. This is kind of a folksy bottom lining of this 4-hour lecture on anti-gravity. If we go into the metaphysics a little bit, a helicopter propeller basically screws itself into the atmosphere of a planet and pulls the craft upward. An anti-gravity drive resembles an etheric screw, an etheric whirlwind that screws itself into the etheric matrix around the planet and allows the craft to go up. But unlike the atmosphere, the helicopter can fly as high as there's atmosphere. When the atmosphere stops, the helicopter cannot fly further because there would be nothing for the propeller to grab and to hold onto. There would be no atmosphere. But with anti-gravity, this etheric field around the planet obviously is a lot bigger, and wherever it finishes, then we have the next one of the moon or the sun beginning. So you don't have empty space of no etheric whirlwind influence, which allows for an anti-gravity craft to go from the Earth to the moon, from the Earth to the sun, between planets, between two stars, very easily. So basically, how is this etheric vortex created? We can think of an anti-gravity drive in analogy to the egg beater beating the eggs, swirling them around and beating them into a vortex. We can think of an anti-gravity drive as an ether beater, when either a brutal mass starts spinning around, or some fine energy field starts rotating around the craft. All these things work like the beating wings of an egg beater that beat on the ether and make it spin around. And this etheric vortex is actually the power that lifts the craft upward. Now, some experiments to prove that our theory is correct. Actually, I was thinking of doing one, but buying a doll for my daughter, for my baby daughter, I ended up buying twice more expensive present for myself. This is a, as it always happens, you end up with a toy train for yourself instead of. This is a styrofoam saucer sold at Toys R Us. Nobody can. I mean, there have been so many cases of the NSA arresting inventors the moment they create something that flies. The moment, this is a threshold point, the point of no return. Once you make something that flies and proves the theory, that's it, you disappear. You go black, they will buy you off, they will kill you off, whatever. As long as you don't do that, it is just tabloid, cranky stories. So I was thinking of very much of doing something like that, and then I see that actually the guys at Toys R Us have already made it. Let's analyze this saucer with the knowledge that we have. This is a piston engine here from a very small monoplane, a model piston engine that spins a propeller in a vertical shaft. So this is a ducted fan, ducted because the propeller, the fan, is in a duct. This is a ducted fan configuration of an air cushion vehicle, because the air that is compressed downward kind of pushes the craft up. But there's a catch here. And the catch is the following. This craft cannot fly under the power of the gasoline engine alone. You can start the engine, you would leave it on the ground and it would never lift off. You have to pre-spin the body of the craft. The model is about this big. When you throw it in the air, you have to pre-spin it by hand with the engine running. To throw it by spinning it. And if you spin it clockwise, it wouldn't fly either. You have to spin it only counterclockwise, exactly as the experiments in anti-gravity that we talked earlier. So what happens is, let's repeat, it would not fly under the power of the engine alone. We can start the engine and leave it on the ground, it would never lift off. I bet after this tape all these models would disappear from Toys R Us. I can bet. It would not fly if it is pre-spun by hand in the clockwise direction. The only way for it to fly is if it's pre-spun in the anti-clockwise direction. And it would lift off about 180 meters before exhausting the gasoline, and then it will come down. Now, once we pre-spin it, it's kind of a jump start. After that, the engine itself rotates the styrofoam. It's a very light styrofoam body of a craft. By number one, there is this reaction of the propeller. The propeller rotates one way, the engine tries to rotate the other way, because the engine is bolted to the styrofoam body. It rotates the body in the other way. Also, the two mounting planks or brackets, plastic brackets, for the engine mount that run from the walls of the ducted fan to the engine and back to the wall again, they are also shaped as a propeller, but in the opposite inclination to this one. So when the compressed air jet comes downward from the propeller and hits the brackets, it will work toward spinning the outer shell in the necessary direction. So basically, three things help the craft fly. The reaction of the engine spinning the body, number one. The additional force, spinning momentum that comes from the special shaping of the engine mounting brackets, like a secondary propeller. And the third and most important, the kickstart, comes from the manual pre-spinning of the craft at takeoff. There are no helicopter blades along this styrofoam-made body of the craft. So there is no aerodynamic effect. There is a defect, but of a different kind. The defect in the theory. It is not flying upward because it's a helicopter propeller, that's obvious. The reason it can it is just on the verge of anti-gravity, basically a little bit, because it's a hybrid between the directed fan, it creates some of the lift. The other lift is created by spinning the whole thing. What a better, how should I say, experimental verification of our mini theory that we created about anti-gravity. So now with this theory of anti-gravity, we can move forward into Close Encounters of the Foo Fighter Kind, Secret Research and Development in Anti-Gravity and Flying Saucers in the Third Reich, Germany, from 1925 to 1945. First close detailed photographs of Nazi Germany's free energy saucer dreadnoughts. It's very dangerous these days to talk about anything that the Nazis did, especially anything of interest or anything that's not bad about them, even if it is a technology. There are many factors. The guys from Nightbreath, the Anti-Defamation League, would be very quick to point out that this is probably a neo-Nazi propaganda. With our 2-hour documentary film on the Satano-Lucifero illuminated roots of Nazism in Germany, I think we've made quite abundantly clear that we do not stand for, when I say we, these are the several people that work on the film, we do not stand for anything that is neo-Nazism, because this is just another coin of the global Illuminism. Every time they accuse me on a radio show of being a neo-Nazi, I simply say, what is a Nazi? I mean, what is a communist? Aren't these the same commun-Nazis? Aren't these the two sides of the same coin? What is a Nazi and what is an Illuminati? Aren't these the same other two sides of a bigger coin, the Illuminati coin?
How many people understand that distinction, though? That's the problem.
Well, I can point to literature sources. Hannah Arendt is the best source here in this country, Origins of Totalitarianism by Hannah Arendt, that basically equates Nazism with communism. Fascism is another book that our president wrote, which has dozens of pages of Nazi Party, National Socialist Party yearly meetings and the reports on these meetings. And you read them and you suddenly get these ants crawling on your back, the cold shivers on your back, because you realize that this could have been pages of a Communist Party yearly meeting. You can get 20 pages of the Nazi meeting and interchange them with the Communist meeting, and nobody of the guys that sleep in the room or do crossword puzzles or talk to their neighbor, just waiting for the time for the whole damn thing to finish, would ever realize that they were just read 30 pages from a Nazi party. I mean, even the party is labeled in one word, the party with capital P. That's it. They don't even state the whole name, I mean, the Communist Party or the Nazi Party. And something else that I would like to point here is that, I mean, I'm coming from Bulgaria, a Slavic country, and in the Nazi racial and genetic purity doctrine of the creation of the super race, the supermensch, the Slavs had genes that were expendable, so ergo all the Slavs were destined to become the fertilizer for the agricultural fields of the 1,000-year Reich. And true to their philosophies, they butchered probably about 30 million Slavs, 20 million Russians, 6 million Poles, and the rest here and there, which makes about 10 Slavs to every Jew that perished in the concentration camps in Germany. 10 times as many Slavs were killed in the Second World War without making much noise about that. I mean, the Slavs do not have as strong a voice as other communities here in this country. So it's very hard to accuse a Slav of being a neo-Nazi. It's like accusing a Jew of being a neo-Nazi. I mean, we've suffered so much by the Germans. This is a little kind of statement of a political lineage of myself. What I'm interested is not in the Nazi propaganda. I'm interested in the hardware that was created by the Nazis and passed on to all the superpowers, Russian, British, and Americans after the war, and has been used or abused ever since. The Nazis created all the hardware necessary for a standard run-of-the-mill little gray abduction scenario. They had the stun guns, the paralyzer phasers, they had the anti-gravity lifting tractor beams that would lift a body out of a house. They had the special radiation. When you radiate a house with the roof of the house, it makes the roof transparent so that you can lift the victim through the roof without making damage or any visible cause or scar to either the roof or the human being. This is called throughportation. It came as a byproduct of the Philadelphia experiments for the Americans. I mean, the Nazis had that developed much earlier.
How come they didn't win the war if they had all these fantastic devices?
Excellent question. This is one of the best questions. Actually, we would institute the Golden Question Mark Award. This is the Golden Skeptical Award. 3 tapes for first award, 2 tapes for second, and 1 audio tape for the third. For the best skeptical questions during this 10-hour seminar. I mean, this is how I get my most important feedback, by the way. The most harsh, attacking skeptical questions are the ones that I love most. I'm coming from a European tradition of very hard arguing and, how should I say, basically quite heated academic disputes that remain academic. Basically, we attack each other's positions and each other's statements, but not personal attacks. So I greatly admire all these skeptical questions that come from the public. And here we have our little race. Now, let's go through the slides that we have. Where did the Germans build all this stuff? I mean, Germany was bombed flat at the end of the war. They couldn't make a truck run and work. They had no gas for the trucks. Well, that was the first question that came to my mind. I mean, where the hell would the Germans build these things? And then I remembered Bill Cooper's book about the excessive, tremendous underground construction that has been going on after the 50s in this country and all over the world, by the way, camouflaged under nuclear bomb shelters. The Luciferian presence on the planet very skillfully creates a fake threat, the nuclear threat of the other superpower, in order to force the governments to build these tremendous underground projects that are used later for other purposes. If there is a adjudication coming down to the planet from the Trinitarian management, what a better place for the Luciferian forces to hide underground in their alternative to evacuation scenario than in these shelters that were built originally against a nuclear attack. Maybe the whole nuclear hoax and the whole Mickey Mouse Cold War were created just to have the reason for building of these underground shelters. So, where the hell did the Germans build their saucers? Bill Cooper has been talking about underground construction here on the planet, and then I realized that on some of the photographs this looks suspiciously like an underground factory. And I look carefully at the wall here, and sure enough, the walls look like hewn out of solid rock. This is a V2. This is a V2 assembly line in the finish stage, where the engines are attached to the fuel tanks. The rocket is still naked without the outer shell. Here, this is an assembly line for the fuel tanks. The size of the air conditioning immediately would allow an air conditioning engineer to calculate the space that is air conditioned. And we are talking about monstrous spaces. Here it is, the rock, the wall, hewn out of solid rock. Very rarely, usually the photographs will be done like this. They don't want to show that there is no end to the tunnel. They don't want to show the real size of these complexes. That's why they would they would not publish photographs where you see that basically the tunnel runs forever. Also, another suspicious thing is that these are not round tunnels done with a tunnel boring machine.
Oh, it's true.
How the hell were they built? With picks? With, what is it, rock picks? I mean, with jackhammers? They didn't have the time from 42 on, even if they used 20 times as many slave labor. Or dynamite. A lady came to me after one of these meetings and said, you know, I remember reading some CIA files 20 years ago that the Germans were using sonic lasers that would, I don't know, probably pulverize the rock into sand just by directing a special sonic beam at the rock, which allowed them to zoom through these underground spaces, through the rocks. I mean, this is the most solid German rock. We are not talking about Mickey Mouse Italian dolomite here that that you can blow at it and it will disintegrate. This is rock hard Teutonic rock. It's very hard to drill. I think they were zooming through this hard rock basically with the speed they were managing to hold the sand out that was coming, or fine gravel, depend on how you fine-tune the sonic laser beam. There is assembly line for V1 in Nordhausen, and Nordhausen is a giant underground complex. There was no concentration camp without a giant industrial facility next to it, and no industrial facility without a concentration camp next to it. And no such combinations without an underground appendage in the last 3 years of the war. The Germans were even thinking of building underwater munition plants, underwater. By the time the war ended, here we see V1s on the underground assembly line. And it's quite a finished achievement because we see electricity, ventilation. This was probably a much bigger tunnel that was divided into two here by some brick construction in the middle. Another shop in a different room. Here we see that it's a very big gallery. It's probably 2 stories tall at least, because this is about 1 story, and it hardly goes to half of it. And then we see a giant air conditioning duct going here. I mean, guess the spaces that were air conditioned underground. And the lighting, you see how, I mean, this is not artificial lighting for the purpose of the photographs. Everything was installed and running. The conveyor belts, the rockets and so on. They produced 6,000 rockets that were fired in London. I'll talk about the propaganda later. Let's finish with the underground empire that the Germans built. This is a line of Henschel turbojet bombers on the assembly line, and we see here we have an even bigger room. It's 1 length, 2 lengths, 3 lengths, and something bigger than the fighter plane. We're talking about probably 60 feet of a giant tunnel underground that goes on forever. It's very hard to come to these photographs. Each one of them came from a separate book, a lot of them from English books that is impossible to find in this country. I have accumulated the biggest collection of German underground and bizarre weaponry photographs from dozens of books. People still keep bringing me additional books. All the present-day machinery, so the slide is not very good, it's quite dark. The present-day machinery builds tunnels that are round in shape. The German square tunneling technique indicated they used a lot more advanced technology. Another boring machinery. We'll come again to this underground construction through the Rand Corporation Symposium in the early 50s about the giant underground alternative to evacuation empire that was about to start to be built. And we see the size of these machines. I mean, rarely are they used for public transportation tunnels. Most of these are used for secret Illuminati underground works that we know nothing about. This is a 1, 2.5, this is a 5-story building diameter tunnel.
What company is that that's on the logo on the side?
This is an MIT photograph. This is an MIT built machine that automatically lays the concrete as it goes along the tunnel. You don't even have to do shoring and
I think it's Robbins. The slide was backwards.
yeah, sorry. And finally, I found a photograph in a rare book on German munition construction. This is the Mittelwerk Nordwerk, or the Nordhausen underground complex, just 800 meters to the Dora concentration camps. The underground facilities were right under the concentration camps so that they wouldn't be bombed or very close to them. And if we read carefully, we see a length of 1,800 meters, which is about 1.3 miles. The width was, this is only 800 meters. It's probably a square 1.3 miles by 1.3 miles. And this is what they excavated in the beginning. This is 360 feet space between two galleries. Even if you explode dynamite in one, it wouldn't reach the other one. These are the big assembly lines that are 2 kilometers long. And then the subcomponent assembly lines were in the smaller galleries. And we are talking about such galleries going on forever. This is the thing that they were able to finish at the end of the war, or an initial stage of the construction, because later on they were about to do this whole area. Even now, these days in Germany, somebody told me a story that they were doing roadworks in the 70s, and they found a manhole, and somebody went down there and started laughing like crazy. Then they lowered some lights, and everybody else went down there. And what did they discover? A whole giant assembly room of Tiger tanks, never fired, brand new, shiny and polished. The guys didn't have the fuel to use them, so they just let them down there. The war ended. They probably dynamited the entrances, whatever, and discovered them by chance. What did they do? They poured concrete over the manhole, and the story was forgotten. Hollywood would pay a fortune for these tanks because they run and they can use them in so many movies. But they had underground tank factories, underground airplane factories, where a giant elevator would lift the airplane to the surface of an underground airfield, or they were calling them U-fields. The airplane would take off, retract the wheels, and then the gate would open, the airplane flies out, and the gate closes. And I finally found the photograph, the first photograph of such a U-field built in Germany. Why were we never told about these things? Very simply because they don't want to start us thinking along these lines, because the left Luciferian hand in Germany does the very same thing that the right Illuminati hand does in Russia or in the United States. They are busily building these underground castles and strongholds. They had underground munition factories, rocket factories, they had underground petrochemical refining plants, and even underground synthetic fuel plants. 300 underground projects were built, according to Renato Vesco in his book Intercept But Don't Shoot, a brilliant book on the German secret source of development. We'll come to that later on. 300 underground projects, some of them were of this size. How many of them were? Why didn't they talk about them? Very simple, because they've been very busily using them after the war, Americans in conjunction with the federal Germans, for their never-ending secret Illuminati projects. This is how I answered my question. Where the hell did the Germans build the saucers when Germany was bombed flat at the end of the war? They had plenty of space to build the saucers. Such an innocent-looking tunnel actually covers a giant gallery behind it. This is where the ready construction, the ready products would come out of it. Number two, question number two. After the question number one, where the hell did the Germans build these devices? Number two was, well, you cannot build an internal combustion engine car if all you have built so far were horse-driven carts. There is kind of a hand-in-hand development of industry and research and engineering and science. It's not possible for the Germans to have had only saucers and nothing else of similar type bizarre weaponry. And at the beginning I thought, with the tradition of my country, in Eastern Europe we were told that, well, all the Germans had was some V1s and maybe some V2s, but did the V2s actually fly? Maybe not. Maybe these were plywood models. Some V2s fell over England, but did they hit London or not? Probably not. And I have a film that we can show later, we can see later, of the V1 and V2 offensive. 5,000 V2s were produced, and a lot of them hit London. And in the height of the V1 and V2 offensive, 1 million people were evacuated from London. England was on the brink of getting out of the war. If they were just a few weeks more advanced with the project. Anyway, in Bulgaria we were told that the V1s and the V2s were all the Germans had. Here is the V1 cross-section. Here is the V2. That's all. And then I started my research in some very hard-to-find books of this sort. Hitler's last weapons, Hitler's secret weapons, Hitler's vengeance weapons. Most of them are British books and are hard to find in this country. Secret weapons of World War II. Some of them are produced by neo-Nazi outfits, as the establishment labels them. The most incredible ones were actually here in this book by Samizdat in Canada. Die Deutsche Waffen und Geheimwaffen des Zweiten Weltkriegs. This is Rudolf Lussar, a patent bureau officer, was the first one to mention in the official literature the existence of German flying saucers. In this book, this is an extremely rare book to find. Published in Germany, and when it was translated in English, here it was shortened, as it happens always with the books that have dangerous information. And many other books. I have made a big volume of these, and this is just a small part of them. Very hard to find books, basically collector items. And I have found sometimes a single photograph from a book. So rare are these photos. And if you don't know what you're looking for, you will just go over it without realizing. I will give many examples here. They have a photograph of a spacesuit, of a pilot sitting in the cockpit of this twin-engine turbojet stealth fighter bomber built by the Horten brothers. But if you are not suspecting German space flights, you will think that this is a pilot suit only. Only after you carefully, because there is no text underneath to explain, after you analyze the spacesuit carefully, you realize that it is way more advanced than the Vostok and Gemini spacesuit. Let's go very quickly through the cornucopia of killing devices that the Germans created. I was astonished myself many times over. Mini remote-controlled demolition tanks, giant minesweeper tanks, so heavy that the mine won't be even able to lift it. The exploding mine wouldn't do anything to the tank. A cannon that would blow air circles, like the circles coming from a pipe. Smoke rings. This is a smoke ring cannon against low-flying airplanes. When this turbulence hits the wing of the plane, it loses lift and crashes in the ground. fired by coal. This was probably the only cannon in the world that was firing with powderized coal. They didn't have gasoline or explosives at the end of the war. And the German genius found a solution again. Almost straight out of the comics is, this is a submachine gun that fires around the corner with this special periscope here. The prototype of the Kalashnikov gun, probably one of the best submachine guns in the world, and to this time, the Kalashnikov is almost a carbon copy of it. A night vision infrared scope, a projector with a scope. Here's only the projector. This is an infrared heat-seeking homing device for their anti-aircraft rockets. I mean, things that I, as an engineer, as a physicist, never imagined existed in World War II Germany. This is not only the snorkels for their U-boats, but this is a stealth technology. This is a radar-invisible snorkel. Recently, I heard from Al Bielek that the Germans were experimenting with Philadelphia technology on their U-boats. But unlike the Americans, they were experimenting with the U-boats running in water, which introduces one more variable in the equation. And the equation backfired, and they lost all the U-boats. They never came back. They lost them in hyperspace somewhere. So some of the tabloid stories of German U-boats that resurfaced and were captured by the American Navy just a few months ago. I mean, in '92 there was a big tabloid story in Weekly World News. Maybe just that. Some of these U-boats surfaced way back in space and time, as did a lot of the sailors. Some of the sailors that disappeared on the Philadelphia experiment, some of them were found embedded in a brick wall in an Italian bar in Milan. Others appeared in a restaurant in Brooklyn from a back room, and there was no back room. They just walked through the wall. I mean, so many bizarre things happened through the Philadelphia technology. But anyway, this is not just an insulated case of a stealth technology. They were, I mean, because on the higher levels, what the Americans have is immediately transmitted to the Germans and vice versa. It is the same Knights Templar secret society and the same secret world bankers that finance both sides of a war. These are the guys that move the briefcases with the secret documents and make sure that if the Germans invent the rockets, there will be rockets in the British and the Russians too.
I know that in 1936 there was over 100 U.S. corporations inside Nazi Germany helping to build their war machine.
Excellent.
And there was also a great deal.
We'll come to that. I'd like you to say this when the time comes. I'll be talking about the secret behind-the-scenes collusion. Right now we are only at the level of the hardware.
Okay.
Stealth technology. Well, these are machine guns that were firing upwards from a fighter plane. At the belly of the bombers, this was their least defended part. Who has ever seen a machine gun mounted in this way on a fighter plane? I mean, incredible solutions that show that the Germans had the guts, the fantasy, the imagination, the engineering and scientific mastery, brilliance. I mean, I was so much impressed. Other books on the same topic. This is two bombers joined together with a fifth engine added in between to pull their giant gliders. Anybody seen and this is the giant glider that this bomber was pulling before they mounted engines on it. This is a little bit smaller than the jumbo jet. Could carry a tank. The front section opens, made up of canvas. They were made for the invasion of England, and 100 of them would have landed one tank division, 100 kilometers of London, with nothing in between but a home guard, some poorly armed guys. It's probably a last-minute Illuminati intervention, not to invade England, but to hit the Russians instead. But this is 60 feet tall, the cabin from the ground. I mean, this is a monstrous plane. Why didn't they show the photographs for 40 years after the war? Because they didn't want to create the impression in us that everything we have in our Luftwaffe here came from the German Luftwaffe. This is the best fighter plane in the world, a twin engine, twin propeller, push-pull combination, the Dornier Anteater, the Dornier 335, the fastest propeller plane during the whole war. Vertical takeoff and landing capability through pitching the engine. This is basically a short takeoff and landing somewhere in the mid-30s. Extremely innovative designs. Asymmetric cabin and body with this stabilizer missing, not shot off. This is how the plane was designed. This is a reconnaissance plane by, I think this is what is it, Blom and Voss. Uncle Igor Sikorsky invented the helicopter hogwash. The Germans had these helicopters in their Kriegsmarine operational since '41. Sikorsky's helicopters could barely get off the ground at the time. I found a photograph recently of a whole wing of about, I don't know, 20 machines of these parked on the tarmac. But we see, I found a family of probably 20 different machines. The Japanese were given most of the German technology in secret, and they experimented with similar machines like the German ones. This is a kind of a interesting flying wing, basically a canard, exactly, canard configuration with a pushing propeller. They were probably expecting to get a turbojet engine for here, turboprop engine. This is a French plane that was further worked on by the Germans. Very interesting configuration, and the cabin is hidden in the vertical stabilizer. This V-shaped egg-beater type configuration of the Flettner helicopter has never been used since, because this was the most stable helicopter that the Germans built and that the Americans tested. Much stable than all of their helicopters. Even to the point I am suspecting that these propellers here are mounted on a lot simpler pitch and yaw mechanism than the normal helicopters. And the reason for the blacklisting of this design by the Illuminati is that a third world nation can easily duplicate this one. But the single propeller scheme that we are using nowadays is a lot more difficult to build, because there the mechanism is a lot more complicated. I've discovered many such simple technologies that were blacklisted for once, and they've never been used for half a century, because this would lower the technology threshold and third world nations would be able to produce the technology. Here the Illuminati want to keep it in their hands only.
Okay.
Turbojet engines. The first turbojet plane flew in 1939. The first British jet flew in 1943 or 4, almost at the time the war ended. This is a Henkel 176 or something. The Messerschmitt 262 was the first operational fighter plane. I was astonished to find in a Tokyo bookstore photographs of the Messerschmitt 262. I said, Jesus Christ, how come the Germans had turbojet planes? How come the Russians never told us? I mean, I lived for 30 years in Eastern Europe and they never mentioned these things. And then you realize how nicely the propaganda massages your mind and then brainwashes your mind. And then I discovered incredible planes, flying wings, strategic bombers that were meant to bomb New York. Unbelievable stuff. This is a prototype. I mean, the forefather of all the MiG 15 and up fighter planes. And this is a swing wing, variable geometry, Messerschmitt 321 fighter plane. A variable geometry plane before the war ended. It took the Allies 20, 30, 40 years to regurgitate what the Germans built before them. And some of the designs have never been put into practice because they are either too effective or too difficult to build. It's not the shuttle that was piggybacked on top of another plane first. They had a pilot plane, a father and son combination. This is a plane laden with explosive. Actually, this is a giant cumulative charge, like an armor-penetrating charge, but the size of a bomber. And the fighter would disengage, directing the plane at a ship or a factory. In the case of a factory, they would crash the ship along the long line of the assembly line of the factory. And when this cumulative charge explodes, it produces an acetylene torch flame that's probably, I don't want to say half a mile, but probably several hundred yards long. And this jet blows away all the machinery from the factory, basically wipes clean the factory floor of all machinery. Just one single charge of this plane. Have we ever seen such devices on this side of the... I don't remember. The Horten brothers produced a family of 20 flying wings, from small personal gliders to supersonic flying wings. It's not Chuck Yeager who beat the sound barrier first. I mean, many were before him. Up to giant transport or bomber flying wings. This is a small glider in 38, motorized bigger versions of so many different configurations. I mean, if it were not for the secret Illuminati siphoning of this secret technology from the Germans to the Americans, Northrop in his designs was basically copying, making carbon copies of the Dornier of the Horten brothers' design. This is a flying wing assault glider by the German, this is the Flugfahrt, the Aeroflight Society. And this is a rare photograph of their turbojet flying wing, the Horten 6 with a brake parachute, secretly examined in a British Air Force base in November 45. This is the propeller version of that plane in a fighter configuration with pushing propellers, the Horten 5. This is a glider of the turbojet version. Anybody seen such a craft? This is a Henschel 132 Freedom Fighter. They didn't have time to put the engine inside, so they just strapped the engine on top of the craft. The pilot is lying in a prone position to minimize the air resistance. And these were the craft that they were building in the underground factories in Germany in the last months of the war. Extensive research in turbojet weaponry. The prototype of a Stinger missile. This is a shoulder launch anti-aircraft multiple rocket launcher, shoulder carried and shoulder fired. The Fliegerfaust for low flying airplanes. This is a ramjet driven. They had also rocket engine driven assault boats, demolition boats, and commando boats, both German and Italian. Some more helicopters here in high G maneuvers. Some additional helicopters. Saddam Hussein started building his giant gun that has a caliber of 1 meter. This is the inside of the gun. The gun itself is probably 2 meters wide. Yeah, this is the gun. He didn't know. He didn't do his research well. He could have done it much cheaper with a technology that you can master in any village foundry shop. But you have to have the German genius. What the Germans did was, this slide is inverted. This is the gun, and this is how the bullet travels. And as the bullet goes successively through these explosive chambers, it makes an electric contact and ignites the chambers behind it, which fire and increase the pressure in the tube, and the bullet and the projectile flies faster and faster and faster. And these were built in underground tunnels at 45 degrees inclination and could fire a 2-meter long rocket depending on the length of the barrel. You can have 20 meters, you can have 50 meters. The longer, the bigger the weight of the craft.
We got to stop the tape. It's
Yep.
2 hours. Okay.
Continue on with the incredible German designs. Turbojet bombers of at least probably 30 different configurations that I've discovered, including the forward swept wing, an extremely innovative design that was tested only in the 80s by NASA. Nobody else has ever tried this configuration. It has a lot of, how should I say, it has a lot of positive points relative to the normal backward swept wing. This is a drawing of such a 6-engine bomber. I found a fuzzy photograph of such a bomber finished in Russia and test flown from a Russian airport in '46. Gull wing plane, wings, different engine configurations. All of the major companies were working on these bombers. Engines on top of the wings, forward swept wings by Junkers. This is a manned V1. I never knew that they had manned V1, but it's very important for the German space program because they had also manned V2s. This is a Japanese model of the manned V1, built by Mitsubishi. This is the first rocket plane in the world, the Heinkel 176. It flew even before the turbojet plane in the late 30s. This is an extremely rare photograph of the rocket plane. The pilot lies in a prone position, carried on top of a Dornier bomber, Dornier mothership. Nobody was doing these things from the Allies during the Second World War. The Germans were 50 years ahead in aviation. This is the linear gun that we were talking about, buried deep underground. You can get 20 feet, you can get 120 feet. The longer the tube, the bigger the throw distance. The rocket was about 2 meters long, and it could fire about 150 kilometers length. A little bit less than the V2 rocket. They had several parallel technologies that were similar to the V2 in range. The jet-powered Messerschmitt plane attacking enemy bomber formations were devastating results. But this is a rocket power. The first rocket plane in the world and the first operational rocket fighter. I mean, one of the first and the first operational rocket fighter. Nobody has ever had operational rocket fighters in service to this day, 50 years after the Messerschmitt Comet flew. This is a twin-engine Messerschmitt 263, much more powerful. I suspect that they beat the sound barrier without flames, but they have not, well, how should I say, advertised that much, because with the previous plane they reached 960 kilometers an hour, just basically 100 kilometers less than the sound barrier. And I have a German documentary film on that record, establishing on that record. This is the flying wing servojet twin-engine Horten fighter bomber with stealth technology. The exhaust of the engine is ahead of the trailing edge, so that a heat-seeking anti-aircraft missile coming from under would not see the glow of the jets. This is exactly how the engines on the B-2 are made 50 years later, after the Horten plane. This is the first supersonic glider. This is the plane that beat the sound barrier. It's not Chuck Yeager with his funny plane, which also was a carbon copy of a German model. This is the first plane. They just dropped it up from a bomber, down from a bomber, and they beat the sound barrier. My best design, a cannon that was firing shells as big as a Volkswagen car. I photographed myself next to one shell in the British War Museum. It had a crew of 1,500 people. It could fire one shell in about an hour and a half. It's not 250, it's 1,500 people.
Is that Big Bertha?
No, this is the Dora. The 8 centimeters bore. And they use it only once in the war with devastating results. They demolished the forts on the Crimean Peninsula. The Maxim Gorky fort was demolished. These giant guns were just tossed up in the air and fell back into their own concrete foundation. Guns that weighed thousands of tons. The whole structure was demolished by a single shell. They basically annihilated the Russian defenses at Sevastopol. This is where the Maxim Gorky barrier is. I recently found a German artist drawing of what remained of the barrier. It was so devastating the Russians would never publish these photographs. This is a giant ramjet engine, basically a hollow pipe, piggyback on top of a Dornier bomber. And recently I found a photograph of it fired in test. These engines were made for a single stage-to-orbit plane, the Zanger Bren suborbital skip bomber, that was probably tested, because this is a photograph of the early 40s. Why the hell did they need these monstrous ramjet engines unless they did some secret research? Because always when something is developed into the army establishment, and if it is too good to be true, it's taken secretly and moved to the secret establishment. It's moved from Peenemünde to, for example, the SSE4 establishment and the secret army establishment that built the flying saucers. Variable geometry swing wings. This is the B-1 bomber. Basically the geometry of the B-1 bomber tested in a wind tunnel. This is the Messerschmitt full variable geometry design. This is a scissor wing variable geometry. I mean, all these things precede what NASA did with 50 years at least. 50 years, it's incredible. We were told that these were the first vertical takeoff planes built by Lockheed, or another model built by Convair. But we would soon see that some of them were built in Germany many years earlier. This is a ramjet fighter plane with a giant 1 meter diameter ramjet, possibly a supersonic plane. The pilot is lying in a prone position over the engine with 2 machine guns under his armpits, literally. And the plane runs on coal, powderized coal. Anybody heard about a fighter plane, of a jet plane flying on coal, powderized coal? They didn't have fuel at the end of the war. Coal, my dear. We have not to forget that the V-2 was hitting London with alcohol made out of fermented mashed potatoes. Mashed potato power. They had a whole factory that was producing alcohol out of mashed potatoes. They didn't have fuel. Here's the German vertical takeoff rocket plane that would fire its rockets at the bombers. And after all the rockets are exhausted, then the pilot would crash the plane, catapulting in the last moment. The engines would be separated and dropped down by parachute. This is a plywood expendable plane, basically. And this is the finished construction. Very often I would find just a rumor or a drawing of something. Then time passes and I found the first photograph. Nah, it never flew. It was only created. It never flew. But then you see the thing on the launching pad. And then you see the pilot getting in and the thing being launched. This is a manned version of the V2 rocket. It looks like a rocket, but there is no rocket engine on the bottom. This is a giant helicopter with a propeller midship driven by 3 ramjet engines. I mean, incredible designs. Incredible. It could beat, it was 960 kilometers horizontal power, almost reaching the speed of sound. And this is the Natter rocket-driven vertical takeoff plane, taking off on its maiden flight, piloted flight. Mercedes-Benz was working on a giant airplane that was an airplane carrier for a smaller bomber, several fighters, or about a dozen cruise missiles. Basically, the V2 is the V1 is a cruise missile. Enough about airplanes. Rocketry. They had extensive rocket engine design from the 20s, before even Hitler came to power. The German aviation societies and the German secret societies. Excellent. Can we have the next tray, please? It's right there. Rocketry. Very quickly. The Germans was strapping rockets to everything that moved. Personnel rockets. For the elite SS crack troops. Much later, the Americans did develop similar designs. The Rocketeer. That's probably a true story, and somebody really developed such a device that could make you fly. I suspect that a lot of the science fiction films that we see these days are just basically regurgitation of something that really happened in secret somewhere. Rockets launched from tanks, or rockets to lift a tank if it gets mired in a bog or in a trench. Giant rockets that would lift a 20-ton Tiger tank. This is the supersonic glider that I finally found a photograph of it. This is the Lippisch DM-1 was the first delta wing aircraft and a supersonic glider.
What year?
This is late 30s. Here we see a family of rockets. The air-to-ship or air-to-surface tensile rocket, radio controlled. The improved version of it, they had about 20 models of these rockets. This is the V1. These are anti-aircraft rockets. This is the Enzian E4 anti-aircraft rocket made out of the Comet, Messerschmitt 163 Comet rocket plane. This is the Rheintochter 2-stage anti-aircraft rocket, the prototype of the SAM missile, the Russian SAM missile. And this is the Schmetterling, the butterfly. They had about 20 models of anti-aircraft rockets. This is the Enzian in starting position. It was developed from the Messerschmitt 163. It was an unmanned 163. This is the Wasserfall. No, I'm sorry, this is the Rheintochter on starting position and in flight, successful flight. Some of the bombers here that we talk about in basically they had them in 4, in 2, in 4, and in 6 engine configuration. This was the one built in Russia. Some of them were all kinds of different configurations were tried. This is the Wasserfall stratospheric supersonic anti-aircraft rocket. No, just advanced rocketry. And this is the Horten flying wing plane that flew 50 years before the B-2 plane flew. These were rockets that were fired by submarines.
From the Ohio
from underwater against attacking ships. They were working on firing V2s from submerged platforms that were schlepped behind submarines, and wanted to fire them at New York from underwater, from pretty close from the city. This is the twin-engine Arado bomber taking off with rocket assists. A whole family of exocet type missiles, air-to-ship missiles, the Henshaw. This is subsonic, this is a supersonic rocket. Extremely advanced designs. I mean, it took the Americans 20, 30 years to regurgitate what the Germans had. The American and the British engineers were astonished at the variety of stuff that they found in the underground bases. This is a Royal Air Force engineer examining a Henshaw anti-ship missile. They had about half a dozen ships that were sunk with this missile. This is Dr. Kramer's X-4, which is this is a wire-guided air-to-air missile that was installed on their twin-engine Messerschmitt 262, their turbojet twin-engine planes. The first air-to-air missile in the world. This is a 4-stage unguided missile, the Fire Lily, prototype of many such missiles in the subsequent Russian and British arsenal and American arsenal. The original A3 rocket, the prototype of the V2. This is a wing version of the V2. Very important drawing because they fired wing versions and they also had manned wing versions. And when they would go in orbit, they go to 120 kilometers upward, which is about 20 kilometers higher than the Vostoks, than the Mercuries or the Geminis.
Actually got them into orbit.
So basically they had suborbital space flights with their manned versions of their V2 rockets. And they used these wing versions for re-entry, for gliding. They also had a 2-stage ICBM, the America rocket, to which we would come later on, that was fired at the East Coast with the main version V2 on top of it. Now, so what's the bottom line? The Germans had more than enough of fantasy, of engineering power, of research and development brilliance to produce the designs that we are about to talk right here. Aircraft with circular wings have been produced on numerous occasions. This is, by the way, a design made by another German engineer, but I don't think that it had any anti-gravity. I'm not sure. I have to check because there may have been some camouflage anti-gravity drive inside. But anyway, there have been a lot of attempts to produce circular craft with conventional means. This is a basically between the wars attempt. Somebody saw, a designer saw a saucer fly by, and he said, gee, this is maybe a great idea to make a wing. Why don't we try? This is exactly how this plane appeared. That's not even the first one. This is a kind of a British colonizer's, what is it, helmet, like the Africa Corps.
Safari helmet.
Safari helmet. Some wings or something. We see a 6-cylinder inline engine with a giant propeller. This is basically an attempt to build a saucer with the technology of Wright brothers. This guy saw a saucer flying. He saw it making high G maneuvers, basically banking sharply. And he decided to build one. It may even resemble the shape of some of the government saucers that he may have seen, because at that time the government already had Tesla built saucers that were flying successfully. All these craft were basically made for debunking purposes. They were designed not to fly. They were designed not to fly because They put the propeller in the middle and the cabin around. The Germans did the other way around. The cabin in the middle, everything else rotates in order to maximize the anti-gravity effect. Here they minimized it by putting the propeller in the middle, just for the proper media purposes. They wanted to debunk, to prove to the world that, well, it's next to impossible to make a flying airplane. They had similar craft, but these are more like ducted fan craft, air cushion craft. There would be a slight anti-gravity component due to the rotating mass of the fan, but that's all. They were experimented with and never put into mass production. In the 50s and so on. So, back to some almost tabloid reports about Kugelblitzes, about strange fireballs chasing enemy bomber formations over the skies of Germany. They were literally glowing like Christmas tree ornaments. They would dash at incredible speed, stop at a time, come back, chase the plane. At the beginning they were chasing the planes. Later on the planes started experiencing electrical malfunctioning and terminating the engines were cutting out. Only after the craft went away, the engines would restart. Some of the bombers got out of the dive, others crashed. Later on, bombers were fired by shooting projectiles, by shooting explosive gases in front of the bomber, so that when the bomber flies through the cloud of gas, it will be sucked by the engines and make their carburetors explode and catch fire. Renato Vesco talks about 20 such accounts of flying saucer attacks over enemy bomber formations with devastating results. One pass and 3 bombers were falling down in flames. Just one pass. Basically, the saucers were flying so fast, the bombers were sitting ducks for them. So I started investigating this rumor about German flying saucers, and I discovered a long list of newspaper accounts from Germany, which are impossible to find here in this country, through a good friend of mine who runs the German research projects, and I'm greatly indebted to him. And we have a drawing of the first German craft that I ever saw in my life. Other articles about wonder weapons, Wunderwaffen, and here we see Untertassen. This is a flying saucer, for the first time mentioned.
Is that what they call them in German? Untertassen?
Yeah, under the teapot,
Okay.
under the cup, under couplings, whatever. That's in the 50s. The best source that appeared through Virgil Armstrong in the UFO community in the country is the article from the Neue Zeitalter from August the 20th, 1966, impossible to find in this country, where they list not one but 3 models of saucers. The Schriever, the first type, 4142, that was making 2,000 kilometers an hour. The second type, this twice the speed of sound. The second type, which had a much more powerful Walter rocket engine. Walter roared. This is the Walter engine was propelling also the Messerschmitt 163. The same engines they use for the airplanes, they use for the saucers and vice versa. And then this is a turbojet-powered Alonso Miete Schriever joint project, the first operational fighters interceptor saucer in the world. Incredible stuff. I mean, they were reaching twice the speed of sound. A little bit more serious publication here, the Stern magazine, the Spiegel magazine from 30th of March 1950 has a very large article about German designs. They give the dimensions of the craft, 14 meters diameter, about 5 feet tall. This is as big as a 5-story building in diameter, powered by 3 rocket engines that were spinning this giant, it's kind of a giant fan blade, a giant propeller blade, with propellers, pitchable propellers, and 2 more rocket engines pushing the craft forward. By spinning the fuel tanks, they were negating their mass too. So basically the fuel was weighing nothing. This craft would fly at 600 RPMs in normal horizontal speed, or 1600 RPMs at takeoff, landing, or high G maneuvers. It's very important that we don't see any seatbelts here, or even any seats. The guy just standing in the room working the controls. It's a very important detail from saucer physics that in order for the saucer to fly, you have to forget about the gravitational mass. It disappears, and that's why the saucer is vertical. But the gravitational mass is equivalent to the inertial mass according to Einstein. And because we have rotation with very slow speeds, way beyond the speed of light, we can get by with high school physics. We don't need the complicated relative stuff of Einstein. So if the gravitational mass disappears, and if it's equivalent to the inertial mass according to Einstein, then the inertial mass will disappear too. What does this mean? It means that you won't feel any G's, any jolts, any jerks, and that's exactly what the contractors say. They climb in the saucer, and they get bored at the end and say, are we going to fly or I'm going to sit here forever? And when they take them to the window, they see that they're already over the Persian Gulf. This is a real story of a Los Angeles newspaper editor that was taken on a demo saucer flight by a government agent, government saucer, demo saucer flight over the Gulf War, over the Persian Gulf, during the war, I think, in a craft that he didn't feel anything. Only after he was taken to the window and they saw the Persian Gulf underneath, they realized that actually they did quite some flying in about 2-3 minutes. The most one, I mean, it's like sitting on your living room floor. You don't even feel the quakes. You don't feel anything inside the saucer. This is very important because this is one of the biggest lines of the government debunkers. Nah, aliens cannot come here. How the hell are they going to withstand this tremendous G-force? Maybe these are unmanned observational devices. Human forms cannot withstand these tremendous G-force. There's no G-force. It's the saucer creates its own inertial reference system, its own coordinate system. It detaches itself from the inertial system of planet Earth and ceases to experience these these G-forces, the inertial forces. I mean, one would be amazed at the important details that can be squeezed out of a drawing made by an artist who was maybe an engineer, maybe an artist. He was told by an engineer how to do it, probably, by some of the witnesses. But it's amazing how much detail can be found in these. When these engines were spinning around the craft, they were creating a sizable anti-gravity component because they were quite far away from the body, so they had a substantial flywheel effect, which explains the incredible capabilities of this helicopter. It was raising vertically with 160 kilometers an hour. This is faster than a speeding train. No helicopter can raise vertically that fast, even these days. And it was flying horizontally almost at the speed of sound, 960 kilometers. Only the Black Project helicopters with anti-gravity assists can approach or match the speed nowadays. Not a single helicopter was able to do that in 50 years after the Germans flew. This is the Focke-Wulf's Triebflugelflugzeug built at the Wiener Neustadt factory. I think the reason for this incredible capability is the fact that a lot of the weight of the craft was negated through the anti-gravity lifting effect. These are photographs of the Foo Fighters attacking enemy bomber formations over the airfield. More newspaper articles. Welt am Sonntag, April 53, had this drawing and an interview by an engineer, the survivor of the project. The first saucer flew in Prague. Now this is a debunking article because for 40 years the story has been that, well, the first saucer flew in Prague a week before the Russians entered, and then the Russians captured it. Ergo, if you want to talk about saucers, go ask the Russians. Don't bother us because the only saucer was captured by the Russians. This is a cover story, basically a debunking story planted by the intelligence services. These saucers lifted up in the early 40s, not in 45. And also they have airbrushed the engines that were spinning the saucer, so as not to allow you to understand how the hell it flies. Because if you see the engines there mounted tangentially, you would say, I mean, they're not pushing engines to push it forward. The only thing they would do is spin the saucer. Well, again, if it's spinning, then maybe you'll figure out on your own that spinning creates anti-gravity, as we did in the previous step. That's why all these engines were airbrushed here. Similar craft with ducted fan craft, like this Toys R Us model, are built by a Los Angeles company for the Navy, battlefield observation camera platforms. They may have anti-gravity component of their own. At least the propeller creates some anti-gravity lift. Although this is more or less a ducted fan air cushion craft. Harbinson, in his two books, Inception and Genesis, talks in a fictional form about the German development of turbojet flying saucers and their subsequent escape to the South Pole, where they are still to this day. They don't mention it in the books. My whole 2-year research in this field has discovered that the Genesis novel is a gross understatement rather than it's a fictional novel, but it's a gross understatement. It's a designer leak. The author probably doesn't speak English, doesn't speak German. He was given all these preceding newspaper articles because we found them through a book list, bibliographic list at the end of Genesis. This is a typical designer leak case where the government, by leaking some information, covers up for a lot more important information behind.
This is presented as a fiction, these books?
And also it's presented as a fiction. However, in more serious books like Mutton's UFOs, The Last Secret Weapon of the Third Reich, this is from the Canadian Samizdat outfit, we have discovered about 50 models of craft that the Germans built. This is a piston engine propeller driven saucer built by Junkers with 3 Junkers engines. And I'm trying to get a better photograph. I have a feeling that this external periphery rotates, creating the anti-gravity. The cabin is in the middle, and these are the engines with the propellers that are pushing the craft forward. Very interesting configuration. I don't have a better photograph yet, but I know somebody who has. Intercept UFO by Renato Vesco. Renato Vesco was the Italian Air Force chief for research and development. Basically the Italian Werner von Braun, we can call him. In his book, this is not a fictional book. This is a book, Intercept UFO or Intercept but Don't Shoot. This is a book about the whole development of probably a dozen different models of the German turbojet family of saucers, plus their underground constructions that was traced through dozens of British intelligence reports that were written after the war, going through piles of information that was taken out of the German underground bases. And he's the first one that mentions the Focke-Wulf plane, or the Shriver discs. We will show several drawings that basically point to the same configuration, only the engines here were airbrushed to prevent us from figuring out how the hell they would spin this big disc. Similar spinning discs are used by Dornier these days for this unmanned observation camera platform. This is the landing disc, and it does not rotate. The only thing that rotates is this disc with these propellers. However, if you look carefully, these propellers are too short and too narrow, too small to lift this big machine. If this is a helicopter only, they have to be about as long as here. They say that this is a gyroscopic stabilizer that keeps it stable. It is, but also it's the main component of the lift. So we see how the technology already trickles down, and we have the first. I mean, this is a public domain literature. Nothing of this was found in secret army reports or whatever.
Bladed things at the bottom, they have things with blades on the bottom.
Oh no, this is probably amortizers for the landing gear. It does not rotate. Only this thing rotates. I mean, absolutely no way for these short blades to lift the whole heavy machine in the air. Again, drawings of the German flying saucers. Here they show the two engines pushing it forward. So we have how little by little information is piled together. Little by little. This is an important link here. At least we know how they were propelled forward. This is the... One can figure out from here that actually you can use the same engine to spin the thing around. The Germans developed similar flying bombs, hovering bombs, anti-gravity bombs that would fly in the air waiting for the bombers to come. 4 ramjets would spin the propeller around the bomb, and because of anti-gravity they were extremely economical, and they could wait quite long up there in the sky waiting for the bombers to come. Henry Coanda developed in the 30s, this is the so-called lenticular aerodyne. This is a turbojet / ramjet anti-gravity craft. These are additional ramjets for creating vertical lift. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably 9 of them. The ramjets here. And these are the turbojets, the turbojet turbines. We see how many of them. This is the turbine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the exhaust gas is blown to the periphery and is vented through these openings. They have probably airbrushed the opening because it should be vented tangentially in order to spin the craft. I think the whole craft is spinning. And an indicator for that is that the control rod is made at the very center of the cabin. That's only because the cabin is gyroscopically stabilized not to rotate. The whole thing underneath rotates. That's why the shaft can be only in the center, otherwise it will be making circles in the cabin. The pilot has to chase it. Compressed air goes through these openings and spins the craft, and these small pivotable fans run on this same compressed air would create the horizontal component of the lift in order to stabilize the craft and to move it in different directions. This is the prototype of a whole family of Russian, it's a Freudian slip of the mouth, but quite probably so, German turbojet inboard engine craft. In a single shot of a camera, a saucer can fly so many times over the screen exactly because it negates the inertial mass. And the saucer driver inside can be sitting upright talking all that time as if he's in the middle of his living room at home without feeling any of these incredible G-forces. It is simple fundamental saucer physics. You don't need any special hardware to attain that. More advanced models of the Schriever craft were made with bigger rocket engines and with stabilizer. They probably had some wobbling or some problem with that. This is the first smaller model and the later model with a stabilizer. Some sources claim that this was running at 2,000 kilometers an hour, this was running at 4,000 kilometers an hour. They had titanium alloys at the time and quite well developed composite materials. The Horten Brothers flying wing was made almost entirely of composite materials. 50 years before they started making carbon fiber composite. Later on I heard stories of outboard engines being attached to spinning craft, 2 or 4 or more rocket engines, pulse jets, ramjets, turbojets, you name it, the Germans have probably tried it. As they always do. And here with this craft they started to use only gyroscopic anti-gravity. They didn't need the propellers anymore. This is a very rare drawing, and again we see the saucer drivers standing upright, working the controls with no seat belts and no seats attached. It's extremely important. This explains the tremendous acceleration of a craft. This explains how the Germans were able to go to the moon and back on a truckload of kerosene and a truckload of liquid oxygen, or even possibly a truckload of alcohol from mashed potatoes, fermented mashed potatoes, potato power to the moon, simply because of the negation of the inertial mass. And this craft can attain tremendous acceleration. And this is probably the most revealing photograph, where they show standard Messerschmitt turbojet engines that they were using for their fighter planes. Same fuel, same engines, attached underside the craft, would spin the craft around, and two more engines would push it forward. Here is your turbojet saucer, the biggest secret of the saucers. And believe it or not, I figured out for myself that this is true by reading the Urantia book, where they were saying that, yeah, anti-gravity is proportional to the mass of the body, actually to the flywheel momentum, flywheel mass, and to the RPMs. That's exactly what the Germans were doing. By flattening the craft and making a large disc, they were maximizing the flywheel momentum. And by using turbojets instead of propellers, they were maximizing the RPMs. So, basically, a Trinitarian revelation book gave me the secret, the theoretical secret for the German flying saucer. The universe is extremely interrelated, holographic, and strange. This is a photograph of the 50s of either turbojet or even rocket-powered craft with 5 engines spinning the craft around. This is probably the exterior disc that rotates. Everything else is constant. And we have some interesting aerodynamic effects which explains for these strange angles that the jets get out of the craft. This is a drawing of the Kugelblitz. It was carrying the oxidizer on board. Turbines were getting the exhaust gases through multiple porous outer shell that would make the whole thing glow in flight. And this is probably the only photograph that I know in the public domain of a Kugelblitz in flight, but not over Germany, but over the skies of Washington State, Mount Rainier. Probably tested by the secret American program to test captured German weaponry, or from the secret British facilities in northwestern Canada. They built a whole 50,000 strong secret research place to test the German saucer technology there, according to Renato Vesco. He's citing numerous newspaper articles about the building of the railroads, about the building of the roadways, about the building of the whole 50,000 city in just crash course construction, probably in less than a year, in order to get to the hundreds or thousands of boxcars that they took out of the underground establishments of Germany. They had so many stuff. Maybe some of it is still sitting in unopened boxes. This is a. At the beginning they used kerosene, later on they used a lot more effective fuels, basically liquid aluminum, jellies with aluminum inside that would greatly increase the temperature of combustion. And there's probably another craft standing still here. This is the whole photograph. This is Mount Rainier in the beginning and in the background, I was told. I mean, we can talk for hours about the physics of smoke formation, flame formation, analysis of the smoke on the periphery, on the inside, the distribution of color. I mean, for somebody who's a physicist, there are so many details in this photograph. It's not a hoax. And that's probably an internal combustion, kerosene-powered UFO that we see here. Then there were reports about an inboard turbojet engine craft, the belongs to the Schriever craft, that is depicted here in this photograph. And here are some of the earlier drawings. This is an attempt to explain it away as a ducted fan craft with just 2 propellers, which is a basically a debunking effort. And here, can we go a little bit on the focus, please? In the, what is it, 1950 something, Look magazine, in the Look magazine, there was an article about underground saucer bases as a solution for the future that would be prone to nuclear attacks. 1954, I think, Look magazine. And it will come. And there's a cutout drawing made by an aviation engineer of a turbojet saucer. The pilot lies in a prone position in a cabin that gyroscopically stabilized. It's the only thing that does not rotate. The landing pods do not rotate for obvious reasons. And the rocket container, the rocket pod, also is attached to the cabin. Otherwise it would be very difficult to shoot a target with rockets that are mounted on a spinning platform. Everything else spins. The whole body of the craft spins one way, including the fuel tanks. If you spin the fuel tanks, you would lose their weight. Everything loses weight. The compressor ring, coupled to the gas turbine ring here, spin the other way. So basically, to the reaction of the engine relative to the compressor, you can spin the craft itself. The air goes in, compressed through the compressor, goes through the combustion chambers, drive the turbine, a typical turbojet combination, and gets out through these exhaust pipes, possibly doctored a little bit. I think they were tangential to spin the craft further. And in 55, this is a photograph of the real Avro car that was never unveiled to the public. And here we see that it's different from that Mickey Mouse Avro car. Here the turbine is in the periphery and the engine is in, the cabin is in the middle. The Mickey Mouse Avro car was the other way around. The turbine was in the middle, the cockpit was on the periphery. Everything rotates in the periphery, creating quite a powerful gyroscopic anti-gravity lift effect. And there are probably multiple nozzles on the periphery, spinning the craft. This is a photograph. And this is a hypersonic cabin that would withstand probably Mach 3, 4, 5, 6, I don't know how much. But this is a cabin of the type they were mounting on their X-15s and up. The Blackbird has a similar cabin. This is a hypersonic cabin that we have here. And this is a gun camera picture of an Argentinian fighter plane chasing a craft, quite probably this craft. This is the cabin. This here is this one. This slanted edge here, clearly visible, is this slanted edge here. I think this is the gang camera footage of a secret American overflight of Argentinian territory. And this is a schematic drawing of how the engine was working. Air would be sucked in, compressed by the compressor, goes through the combustion chamber, greatly expands through combustion, drives the turbine, releasing some of its energy that goes back through the shaft to drive the compressor. Most of the energy goes through the exhaust pipe and is used to spin the craft around. Simple as that. Simple as that. And the cabin is gyroscopically stabilized in the middle. What the Germans did, they took a standard salami-shaped turbojet engine and performed a topological transformation on it. They flattened it, lowered the height, and increased the diameter. So basically from here, they transform it into a flattened ring, then open a hole in the middle and drop the cabin in the hole. Otherwise, this is the same engine as any other turbojet engine. Just a little bit of a continuous topological transformation. And instead of the exhaust coming in the back, they redirected the exhaust to the periphery to maximize the spinning effect. The first inboard turbojet engine saucer in the world. Even in the Project Blue Book, we have in the cover a government craft. For these in the know, this is another debunking ploy. That would say, don't worry, UFOs, my left foot. I mean, these are probably government craft secretly run by the saucer boys. I mean, many of these things are such a subtle, fine debunking effort. And this is a photograph of such a craft in flight. A lot of the craft in the 50s were leaving these contrails behind. And these shiny gaseous clouds.
Is that giant rock California?
I have no idea. No idea where this is, but I can find it through the literature. In Latin America, there were craft built by escaped German scientists after the war that were belching this smoke. Basically, probably they had some malfunctioning spark plug, and some of the combustion chambers were not running properly. That's why they were belching the smoke. They called them the smoke puffing UFOs. This was in 1952 in Peru. The Germans were already flying, hopping around from their secret bases in UFOs. Then, one day I read a debunking story in the tabloid paper about German astronauts. Let's make it abundantly clear. A tabloid paper, by definition, does not debunk anything. On the contrary, the crazier the better, the more papers they would sell. So you got very suspicious. Why the hell would these guys debunk a story that the German astronauts were shot in orbit in the 40s and came back in the 80s? And I got very suspicious. And then I went back to my files. This is the first time the idea of German space flight dawned on me, through that tabloid article in the Weekly World News. I went to my file and I discovered that a lot of the craft, a lot of the saucers had exo-atmospheric capabilities that they have in their possession. This is a rocket engine propelled craft with outboard rocket engines, no propellers, no nothing, carrying the oxidizer on board. Unlike the turbojet engine that is atmospheric dependent, and if you go out of the atmosphere, the engine would flame out and you would have to wait in a long suborbital flight to land back on the planet and to restart the engine. This craft is carrying its oxidizer on board and has a clear exo-atmospheric and orbital capability. In a similar way, some of the Kugelblitzes were carrying their oxidizer on board. This is a manned version of the Kugelblitz, which had a spinning gyro inside. It may have been enough to create the lift for that craft. This is the June 14, 1955 volume of Look magazine, talking about the turbojet craft. Another very interesting design was produced by Victor Schauberger, but in this case he did not apply any moving parts in any engines. He was spinning fluids, either compressed air from a hose or water from his garden hose, through his through the insides of these. These were made of copper sheet metal, 3 feet diameter. He made them in the Kertel works in Vienna, Neustadt. In order to increase the mass of the spinning fluid, he was mixing fine marble dust with the compressed air, so as to increase the mass of the part of the thing that was spinning. These things were so successful, one of them crashed through the roof of his laboratory and escaped. And they were free energy designs, because once you spin the water inside, it was water, some of them were running on water in closed loop. It would continue spinning on its own, it would create the lift so powerful that the craft would raise vertically and disappear, surrounded in a bluish halo. The fact that the Germans had free energy saucers were even more viciously debunked and covered up than the fact that they had saucers. Because, well, saucers, we can swallow that somehow, but free energy saucers, that's the end of our energy empire on the planet as we know it. This is it. The Weekly World News, the mouthpiece of the CIA, opened my eyes for the German space program. I said, I mean, you cannot have a debunking article in a tabloid paper. I mean, it's ridiculous. By default, they support everything. The crazier the better. So then I realized maybe this is something that most of the things I do believe in, they are true that they write, but occasionally. This was the first item that they debunked in about 3 years' time. The other one was a story by a Canadian author called Other Losses, about 3 million German soldiers, Wehrmacht soldiers that were put in concentration camps by Eisenhower. All food was refused to them, and in 3 years, 1 million died out of these 3 million. They even returned humanitarian aid trains with foodstuffs from probably German-speaking Switzerland. Were returned on orders by Eisenhower, and 1 million Germans died in the concentration camp. And this story has been viciously debunked in the press, including the tabloids. So, German space program, the twin-stage America rocket, a V2 rocket on top of a giant single engine, first stage, was able to reach the East Coast. 4 of these were fired, probably with manned winged version of the V2 on top. This is a drawing of the craft. This is a pilot's cabin. This is the first version of the wings. Then they had a second delta wing, more streamlined version. And they would reach an altitude of 360 kilometers, 3.5 times as high as the Vostok and Gemini and other orbital flights. So, I mean, they would win astronauts' wings were they to fly after the war in the United States. And here is a very rare, the only photograph I know about of the German spacesuit. This is the head, the face facing forward, and the hand with quite a sophisticated glove with a hermetic seal on the controls. And this is the other hand with a seal, with the other glove, on the controls of the Horten flying wing. The helmet is fully transparent, although it is riveted together by several pieces of plexiglass, perspex. Still, it has a lot better vision field than the first primitive Russian Vostok spacesuits, which were only pressurized helmet. The rest of the body was tightened in rubber strings to imitate the atmospheric pressure on your body. This is a full pressure suit because of the airtight seal on the glove and the special joints that we find on the knee here, the special knee joints. Another photograph. We see the pilot. It's a very clear vision around him in the Horten flying wing turbojet stealth bomber. That's 1945, just a few months before the war ended, during some of the first flights of the airplane. It's a full pressure spacesuit that was probably used in their exoatmospheric and orbital flights with their rocket-powered craft. Carrying the oxidizer on board, they can go in orbit in literally a few seconds. And this is the most important photograph because we see the air holes going not into the helmet as on the Russian spacesuits of the Vostok type or the Gemini, the initial primitive spacesuits, where only the helmet is pressurized. But it goes into the body, so the whole body is under normal pressure. It's a lot more difficult to build such a suit.
So you're saying those Horten flying wings are going to go out of the atmosphere, out into space?
Not they, but they use the same suit for the Hortens because they did not have time to build a pressurized cabin. But they were definitely going at quite a high altitude. So, on top of the rocket-powered craft, we found the drawing of a much bigger streamer disc that was 60 yards in diameter, almost 180 feet in diameter, 30 yards tall, which is 10 stories tall, sitting on 5-story tall legs. And the most astonishing thing was that when I was going down, I was trying to confirm the size of the craft that they give here. 60-yard diameter. This is a football field-sized dreadnought, powered by basically chemical mixture, fuel and oxidizer, carried in reservoirs around the periphery of the craft, losing their weight, that would drive high-speed turbines that would produce a high-frequency electric current. Obviously, they were driving some magnetic circuits with this current, and magnetic field was the main load of these generators. Quite probably because I don't see the way they were spinning this craft and gyroscopically stabilizing the cabins. The cabins are bolted to the craft, so they cannot spin the crew with the craft. Obviously, the craft was stationary, and they were spinning the magnetic field around the craft through some superconducting coils that they obtain room temperature superconductivity by mixing mercury with aluminum in a very simple formula. I've heard stories about German superconductivity research. And the most important breakthrough came when I was looking at these little things that resemble doors on the architectural drawings. I said, Jesus Christ, I mean, if these are doors, then really this thing could be what they say here. I thought that they have just kind of exaggerated the linear dimensions. And then I read here very tiny letters. It says Kommunikationsräume, which means the command compartment. Then they have Tagesräume, which is the mess hall, second floor, and the third floor is Schlafräume. And I said, Jesus Christ, I mean, sleeping compartment. Who put sleeping compartments in a craft that would circle the Earth in less than an hour, maybe in 15 minutes? I mean, where the hell are you going to sleep in it? It will not take you days to reach your destination. The biggest destination on our planet is reached by this craft in maximum half an hour. Where are you going to go needing to sleep in the craft? I mean, from Germany to Germany, from Germany to the South Pole, from Germany to some secret bases in South America, that's it. Unless this is an interplanetary exploration craft where you land on the moon and sleep in the craft, or you go elsewhere and sleep in the craft. The designs were doctored by the Germans so as to prevent somebody else building it, but they missed some important things. Because the doctors of the design didn't know the real capabilities of the craft, they forgot to wipe out the sleeping compartments. This is a little but very important clue for me that basically shows the Germans having space flights long before the war ended.
We probably better cut it now because it's been another hour, and I know Helga's going to go someplace and so will I as well. But we'll be back tomorrow, certainly.
Excellent. Tomorrow.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that looks like we're in sort of transition shot right here. So.
Yeah. Excellent.
Excellent. Hi, I'm Helga Moore, and I want to thank you all for coming this afternoon here to Sedona. And I want to introduce a wonderful man, a good friend of ours. His name is Vladimir Terziski. He's come from California, and he's going to talk to us today about the terrestrial component of alien presence. He's a very well-educated, erudite young man, and I'd like to have a big hand for him today.
Thanks, Helga, for everything you've done for this conference to take place today, and thank you all for coming here and sharing this rainy weekend with us. I think we will, among other things, we will make a very nice videotape here that will be soon available from the Shining Star Productions and from our American Academy of Discipline Sciences in Los Angeles, as our many other tapes. Over there in the corner you can find some tapes from Shining Star. Over here I have some of our tapes, but we will deal with that in the break. Yesterday we went in some length through my quote discovery of anti-gravity through the anthropology of myth approach, basically through correlation of stories about anti-gravity from different times and different places. And we arrived at a very simple conclusion that anti-gravity is extremely easy to produce. Simple rotation around the vertical axis reduces the weight of the spinning body until a critical speed is attained, beyond which it lifts off and flies away. Or, to use the folks is saying, if you spin the hell out of it, it would lift off and fly away. This was the conclusion of our little lecture in theoretical anti-gravity physics. That was complete even with some demonstration of a Toys R Us styrofoam model. We didn't fly the model, but we went through the menu for that model, which simply says that the little toy saucer flies only if it is spun by hand in the counterclockwise direction, clearly giving it an added anti-gravity component to the lift created by the ducted fan engine. After our lecture on anti-gravity, then we went in great detail through the close encounters of the full fighter kind, secret research and development in anti-gravity, and flying saucers in the Third Reich, Germany, from the 1920s until the end of World War II. And today we would finish with that topic, and we would show detailed photographs of Nazi Germany's free-energy saucer dreadnoughts. The tremendous program that the Germans had. Secret program, which was not run from Peenemünde, it was run by the several secret branches of the SS and the War Department, and quite probably by the German secret societies, the Thule Society, the Brill, the Hugin, and many others, the Knights Templars, and so on. Most of these projects were privately owned, privately financed, as are the similar projects here in this country. That is why it is impossible to trace it through government documents or through budgetary appropriations by Congress and so on. And yesterday we went through the more elementary models of German saucers, flying saucers, the internal combustion engine saucers. These that were powered by piston engines with propellers that were spinning the craft. These that were powered by outboard and inboard turbojet engines. We talked at length about the custom-made donut-shaped turbojet engine for the Belonzo Miete Schriever disc, the first interceptor fighter disc that the Germans introduced in service. Renato Vesco, the Italian Werner von Braun, talks at length in his book Intercept But Don't Shoot about several dozen experimental attacks of German saucers, German full fighters, manned and unmanned vehicles over enemy Allied bomber formations with devastating results. The saucers were doing 2, 3, 4 times the speed of the bombers. They were swooshing by at 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers an hour. The bombers were sitting ducks at about, I think anywhere from 300 to 500 kilometers an hour for the saucers. Once these devices were tested, they were packed, crated, and shipped to a certain secret destination that we will talk about very soon. After the turbojet, in parallel to the turbojet craft, they developed craft powered by ramjets, by pulse jets, and rocket engines. And these rocket engine powered craft, same rocket engines as they used for the V2 rocket, from the same fuel, alcohol produced from fermented mashed potatoes. I was laughing very heartily when I read that actually London was bombed with mashed potato power. The V2s were running on methanol, I'm sorry, on ethanol, ethyl alcohol produced by fermented mashed potatoes. So the rocket-powered craft carrying their oxidizer on board were not atmosphere dependent, were not oxygen dependent from the atmosphere, like the turbojet and the ramjet craft that would basically experience the flame out of the engines and would have to wait till they re-enter the atmosphere if they had not reached the secondary escape velocity out of the Earth's orbit altogether. In order to reignite the engines and continue their flight, while the rocket-powered craft were definitely atmosphere independent and could go anywhere they want. So let us start today again with our favorite tabloid rumors. This is a rumor about German space flights that were done by German astronauts during the Second World War. And if you can turn on the lights, and this one. Quickly, world news. As we mentioned yesterday, a mouthpiece of the intelligence services, as are similar tabloid papers on the other side of the curtain, in my opinion, is a very important source of information about secret government projects. This is the paper that doesn't talk much about soap operas and royal romances or perturbations in the frequency of certain, how should I say, royal couples. It talks more about secret technology and paranormal phenomena that, in my opinion, exist many times over the scope of the presentation in the paper. Of the only two topics that I found debunked in a tabloid newspaper, and I repeat, it's the very word seems very funny, the very expression, something debunked in a tabloid paper. Tabloid papers by default do not debunk anything. On the contrary, the crazier the better, the more papers they would sell. The first story was the story about the Canadian author, I forgot the name, who wrote the book Other Losses, about the 3 million Wehrmacht and SS soldiers that were put in the German concentration camps by Eisenhower. And in 3 years, from 45 to 48, 1 million died out of these 3 million. According to the book, I have not been in these camps, I have not read the book, but I'm just following the article in the paper. Relief trains with food coming from Switzerland were returned at the gates of the camps, which speeded the death of the soldiers. 1 in 3 died. This was a story that was viciously debunked in the paper. For obvious reasons. If there is some merit to that, obviously, that's quite a disturbing story for the official, well, how should I say, for the secret American government. The other story that was debunked was a story about German astronauts that were launched in 1943. And immediately a big red light flashed in my mind, and I dug into my files. Could it be that they really sent some astronauts, and because rumors about that started leaking out, now they are quickly doing a mopping up operation? So in my files, I found, Gary, would you please just lift the back end of it so that we can see the top of the rocket. This is the giant 2-stage ICBM, the America rocket. This on top is a V1 rocket, a V2 rocket with specially made delta wing stabilizers, which is sitting inside the giant first stage. This is the America rocket. We can see a single engine. Well into the 80s, the Russians could not make such a large engine, so their Vostok rockets, the Vostok first stage, has 5 stages by 4, 20 smaller engines, a battery, a cluster of 20 smaller liquid fuel engines, because the Russians could not master the alloys and the production of such a giant combustion chamber and nozzle, such a giant, basically, rocket engine. The rumor says that 4 of these rockets were fired at the East Coast,
in their altitude, they would reach 3,050 kilometers, which is 3.5 times the altitude of the Vostoks, the Geminis, and the Mercury space flights. So this is definitely a suborbital space flight. It would qualify for astronauts' wings from NASA if it was done today. And the rumor is that the V2s on top of the first stage, this is the A9, A10 combination. A9 is the first stage, it's a giant V2, 10 stories tall. The normal V2 is about 3 stories tall. The V2 plus the first stage, the whole America rocket was 10 stories tall, which is an incredible achievement half a century ago, 1940, basically in late 40s. And the rumor is that 4 manned wing versions of the V2 sitting on top of the A9 rocket were fired at the East Coast. So here is one account of German space flights done with rockets. And this is a drawing of the rocket. In the first version, they had a slightly swept wings, very similar to the Messerschmitt 262 turbojet plane wings. And we can see the crew compartment. Actually, it's a solo cabin for one astronaut on board. I've discovered photographs of the German spacesuit used in the flights, and a careful examination reveals that it's a full-fledged, full-pressure spacesuit because the gloves are attached with a pressurized seal here, and the other glove here. This is a side photograph of the spacesuit. Again, we see the seal of the gloves. Quite well, very good, how should I say, transparency. The first Russian and Mercury spacesuits had only one little kind of a windshield in front. This is more of the Apollo type spacesuits where the whole, almost all of the helmet is transparent. Although riveted here, still this is quite an achievement for 1944. Then I discovered drawings of the rocket-propelled saucers. These were 4 rocket engines, outboard engines, spinning the craft around. Actually, the outermost section of the craft was spinning around. These were standard issue V2 rockets or rocket engines, or maybe some of the other. They had about 120 models of different rocket engines, solid fuel, liquid fuel, and so on. Definitely no shortage in their arsenal. By spinning the fuel tanks inside this movable ring, the fuel also was losing its weight. So this craft had definitely an exo-atmospheric capability, an orbital capability, and probably the bigger models were able to go even beyond the Earth's orbit. And then this is the best shot of the spacesuit. We see the oxygen hose getting not into the helmet but into the body of the pilot, which means that this is a full pressure spacesuit and the whole body is pressurized, not just the helmet, leaving the remaining body the way the G suits are made for the pilots today. Only the helmet is under pressure and the rest of the body is tied with a suit with rubber strings that will keep the suit very tight, imitating and compensating for the lacking atmospheric pressure. Later on, I discovered in my drawings the first candidate for an exo-atmospheric craft was a drawing by a Schriever saucer, a giant saucer made by Schriever. And I was astonished when I read the dimensions here. The 3 legs of the craft, the 4 legs coming from underneath, were 15 meters tall, 45 feet tall, which is about 5-story building tall. The craft itself was 10-story tall. And the diameter, 30 meters or 90 feet. And the diameter of the craft was 60 meters, which is 180 to 100 feet. This is a football field-sized dreadnought. It was powered by gas turbines running on fuel and oxygen that was stored in two reservoirs that were basically donut-shaped hollow pipes around the circumference of the craft. Probably the oxidizer is more involved than the fuel, as with the normal rockets. That's why one of the fuel tanks is bigger in diameter than the other one. And the fuel from here would power these turbines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 turbines. The exhaust gases from the turbines were exiting at the periphery of the craft. The load of these turbines were high-frequency electric generators, which means that probably this was a spinning magnetic field craft that had no moving mechanical parts other than the turbine generators inside. Nothing else was spinning from the hull of the craft. So the anti-gravity field was created not by spinning brute mass, but by spinning an energy field around the stationary mass of the craft. And another confirmation that this is so came from the careful analysis of the engineering drawing of the craft, where it becomes obvious that there are no moving parts on the periphery that rotate around the stationary cabin in the middle, which means that you cannot spin the cabin for obvious reasons. The astronauts will go insane inside. So, this being so, obviously the Germans were using some superconductive material. I heard rumors that they produced room temperature superconductivity by lacing aluminum with mercury. Very simple, straightforward procedure, which has been kept by the Illuminati secret ever since. And thus they were powering the magnetic field generators on the periphery of the craft. And the final confirmation that this is an interplanetary craft came from very careful analysis of the engineering drawing. This is the standard German way of submitting engineering drawings for approval. This is probably a copy of some original sheet that came with a project. There are big compartments here, and I was curious, are these fuel tanks? What the hell are these? And then I saw this little thing here that looks like the drawing of a door on an engineering drawing, the way they draw doors in Europe in an architectural drawing. And I said, gee, if this is a whole floor, and these are the drawers to these floors, then we're talking about a 10-story tall building. 10 by 3 is 30 meters, exactly the size as they are giving here. The height of the craft is 30 meters. So another confirmation here. And finally, when I was reading the text, on the topmost and the lowermost floor, it said Kommunikationsräume, which means the communication hall or the command post. The second floor, the next floor, was labeled Tagesräume, which is the mess hall, the crew compartment. And the third level from top and the third level from the bottom was labeled Schlafräume, the sleeping compartments. And we discussed this yesterday. A craft that can circle the Earth in less than an hour doesn't need sleeping compartments, because you don't have journey long enough around this planet to need sleeping compartments built in the craft. You don't have sleeping compartments in a street tramway, because the longest journey inside a city is maybe an hour. So that's how I realized from this Schlafräume label here that this was probably an interplanetary travel craft designed for such a travel. Finally, I found some drawings of the Zenger-Brand stratospheric suborbital skip bomber, the antipodal bomber, a bomber that could circle half the globe and deposit the bombs on the other side, and then glide almost in return to the initial point of firing into orbit, into suborbital orbit trajectory. It was fired by a first stage a little bit bigger than the first stage of the American rocket that could lift 100 tons in orbit. And this is a design that dates back from 1929. Eugene Zenger, the genius of, in 1933, Eugene Zenger was only 28 when he proposed this design. And I have a suspicion that it may have been secretly secretly tested by the Germans, because some of the components of it I found tested in other research and development projects. Another craft that came from Mite was definitely a rocket-powered craft, because we do not see any air intakes on the front of the cabin. And here we see 1, 2 by 2, 4 engines, rocket engines, propelling the craft forward. Then quite probably there were other rocket engines on the periphery that have been deleted from the drawing. These craft were made in diameters of 45 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet, and 450 feet. And I have a feeling that the larger diameters were capable of going to the moon and back on basically a few truckloads of kerosene or alcohol and a few truckloads of liquid oxygen. This is another orbital capability vehicle that the Germans had at the time. And this is the drawing of the craft. The cabin resembles very much the cabin of the stealth bomber, as one of the cameramen observed. And here on the periphery were the rocket engines that were spinning the whole outside disk of the craft that contained the fuel tanks. Armaments, crew compartment, and navigation were in the center cabin that was not spinning. And this is a photograph of a similar type craft with 5 turbojet or rocket engines shot from the underside, and we can see the exhausts of these engines spinning the outer shell of the craft. This is the drawing of the Shriver craft standing on the 4 legs. This is 5-story tall, this is 10 stories tall. The total craft stands 15 stories tall. It's quite a skyscraper. And this is about 200 feet in diameter. We're talking about a major interplanetary dreadnought. And right at the time when I was thinking that we have discovered almost everything there is to discover about the German saucers, there came a documentary film from the German secret society, the Thule Society, the Thule, T-H-U-L-E, the Thule Gesellschaft, and we realized that, can we do a little bit on the focus? And we realized that we knew very little about the German saucer development. That everything that we had from the literature, and I repeat, this is all public domain mass circulation literature, was nothing compared to the information that came out from this film. The Thule Society, the Greenland Thule, the same T-H-U-L-E, is a German secret society. Somebody mentioned that this could be the German version of the Knights Templars, but regardless of the name or the label that is put to it, the Thule Society, as all other secret societies on the planet, are basically run by the same headquarters, regardless of the differences of opinion or bigger stages of disagreements or quarrels or outright warfare that they may engage from time to time. All the secret societies on the planet, as we shall see later, are basically governed by the same source. The Thule Society was formed in the early 1910s, and we see that they were using the swastika way back then. These were the theoreticians of the Nazi philosophy of the Third Reich, the founders and the masterminds behind the Nazi party in the SS. As have the Illuminati been the theoreticians and the masterminds behind the British and American societies for the last several hundred years. Anyway, from this film, the film purports to show some official SS documents of the most advanced craft of the Haunibu 1, 2, and 3 type and the Brill type that were built in Germany in very limited numbers. 2 pieces of the Haunibu 1, 7 pieces of the Haunibu 2, only 1 piece of the giant dreadnought, the Haunibu 3, and 17 pieces of the interceptor fighter, the Brill. The original drawings of the Brill craft, it's a 1-seater, 10-meter diameter, 30 feet diameter interceptor fighter with a remotely controlled cannon on the bottom, made for to be an aerial interceptor fighter. They produced all the way from Brill 1, this is Brill 9, Brill 2, all the way up to Brill 9, craft of similar shape. Powered by drives, they do not specify the drives, but I think these were a miniature version of the much bigger electromagnetogravitic or tachyon drives, as they were calling them. And these are low-level photographs, the first real photographs of such craft in low-level flights over the testing grounds in Germany. It's probably the autumn of 1944. The leaves are gone from the trees. And here they move at really slow speed, because at fast speed you can't catch anything on the camera. They did not have, at that time probably, radar-coupled cameras that would have a radar lock on the craft and provide an almost flawless tracking. They show high G maneuvers, because in order to shoot down, to look down and shoot down, they had to be able to incline the craft and to be able to look down first in order to shoot down with the cannon. They wanted to show off to the observing commission on the ground that the craft was really very maneuverable and agile. In this photograph we can see the head of the pilot through the transparent perspex cupola of the craft. A very steep maneuver. Possibly the craft is moving in this direction upward because of all the edges. These and these edges are blurred. This happens usually with the edges, with the attacking and the trailing edge of the craft.
What are those lines underneath?
Parts of the drive. In this enlarged photograph, we see an even better picture of the pilot inside. These 2 dark spots here could be the sunglasses that the pilot was wearing. The craft could go 2,900 kilometers in the atmosphere, almost 3 times the speed of sound. It definitely had exoatmospheric and orbital capabilities. And I have a suspicion that these were free energy craft that did not need any fuel to fly. Once they were started and put in motion, I mean their gravity drives were activated, they did not need any more fuel to run. On the underside of the craft, this is an inverted slide, but we see the 02. This is probably the second prototype. This is the platform where they were mounting the cannon, the remote control cannon. This thing here I thought is I said, well, where's the second lightning bolt of the SS? I thought this is a kind of a new SS symbol or something. Then, even the authors of the film did not know what this thing denoted. The crafts were named Brill, and Brill in Germanic language means the life force. Basically, craft utilizing the never exhaustible, always automatically replenishable life force. And then in a book on Asian occult, German occult traditions, they had a chart of the runic characters, and this is the runic character for the life force. So it all drives together. The name of the craft, Brill, the meaning of the word Brill, and the pictorial symbol on the bottom all mean the same thing, the life force. So we were able to decipher this little puzzle here. 17 of the grills were produced. Quite probably they were tested quietly, low-key testing, and then they were flown to the German South Polar colony. We will talk about it in detail pretty soon. Bigger craft, the Honeywood 2 type craft, which were 25 meter diameter, about 75 meter diameter tank killers, were also produced. They had one big drive, a ball in the middle, which was a tachyon drive, an electromagnetic drive, which they were calling the tachyon drives. The Thule tachyonators. The Thule tachyon drives were produced on assembly lines. They had an assembly line production of tachyon drives in their AEG and Siemens plants in 44 and 45. With all these bombings going on, I mean, one is literally amazed how the Germans were able to cope with all of these things. A friend of mine who knew a Russian, he burst as a soldier. I mean, the Russians were astonished to find in May of 45, just a week before the war ended, 10 days before the war ended, the phone system was working in Berlin. And if a bomb hit somewhere, they would just announce on the radio, "Now, citizens, please plug your phones into the electrical outlets." They have devised a way to double the electrical outlet as a phone line. So if your phone lines goes bad, then you just move your phone and you plug it into the electrical outlet. And they had, the German lady was on the phone when the Russian soldier burst in, fighting few hundred yards from the Imperial Chancellery in the middle of the war, I mean, at the end of the war in Berlin. The phones were running. I mean, this is the efficiency of the German industry, without being a neo-Nazi or a pro-German. I repeat, I'm a Slav here and a Nazi buster, but we have to give them their due for their efficiency. So in these underground caverns, they had more than enough space and fantasy and guts to build all these incredible flying machines. Armaments were added. These are machine guns in 3 turrets. The craft looks like the Adamski craft, and soon there would be a debunking article in the newspapers claiming that either this is a hoax from the Adamski source, or either the Adamski craft are hoax from the German source. But a careful examination, if we put the 2 photographs together, the Adamski craft doesn't have this ball in the middle. It has only 3 balls, and in the Adamski craft, these are the condenser balls, the balls of the drive system. In the German craft, this is the drive system in the middle, and these are the gun turret, the machine gun turrets. And there's another, more flattened turret on the rooftop. These were, and we can see low-level flights, probably the autumn, early autumn of 44, the leaves are still on the trees. This visible asymmetricity here, if we divide the craft, it looks like the cabin has been blown backward by a strong wind, or it's kind of a cake melting in our refrigerator, just taken out of the fridge. This is a very difficult, I mean, few hoaxers would do a hoax like this, showing an asymmetrical craft, because they would think they would be immediately accused of fraud. However, in the Adamski craft, because of the tremendous intensity of the electromagnetic field around the craft, there would be some very interesting light effect phenomena that we know nothing about in the world. I can only speculate, but probably in the secret government science, they know very well everything about these phenomena. But anyway, this distortion comes from the very intensive magnetic electromagnetic field around the craft. On this photograph, we see some of the armaments here clearly visible. Something is sticking menacingly from the underside of the craft. A shot from the underside shows the Luftwaffe cross, either the 4 legs or 4 small machine gun turrets, and something that looks very suspicious. Something here that we would see very soon resembles like a tank turret with a gun sticking out. These were really the tank killers of the Hollywood II type. They were designed to fight whole tank armies. The skeptics would say, well, it's impossible to, what a stupid idea. It's impossible to put a tank turret on a saucer because it would never lift off. A tank turret is about 10-15 tons. It's alone is 2/3 or maybe half the weight of the tank. However, the Germans claimed that these craft were 100 tons in weight, armed with brute steel plates. They did not have developed at the time the force field shields around the craft that they developed later on. That's why they're relying on brute steel armor. But the whole craft being 100 tons in weight, no big deal to have 10 tons more for the tank turret here. A gun buff immediately identified this gun as a German tank gun, 75 times 70, 75 millimeters caliber, and the length of the gun was 70 caliber. These were long barrel, high velocity, extremely high velocity, extremely high accuracy tank guns that the Germans produced at the end of the war. The Sherman tank gun is about this long. The T-34 tank gun is about this long. At the beginning I thought that these were anti-aircraft long nozzle guns mounted there, but it turned out that the Germans had exactly this type. These were their best, and probably, not probably, definitely the best tank guns during the whole war. And this is a standard issue Tiger tank turret mounted on the underside of the craft. This shot resembles very much the Billy Meyer photographs, where the sun is peering from the back of the craft, here, which is another very difficult, impossible thing to hoax. A double exposure photograph, hoax of a UFO, is easily done. The easiest is when the background is very dark. The more bright the background is, the more impossible it becomes to make a double exposure, because there is no way to blend this edge without leaving a dark line. The worst possible condition is if you have the sun as a background, because this is the most bright spot in our little terrestrial universe. And this blending here could not be done, even on a computer. That's the surest sign for me that this is not a hoax. Another photograph with the observation turret extended. These were probably remotely controlled turrets with television cameras mounted. The Germans had fully developed television for remote controlled rockets, or for the tail gun turrets of their latest bombers. And this is an inverted photograph. The Tiger turret with a long nozzle, 75 millimeter times 70 tank gun. This is a Panther tank turret with 3 observation turrets here, very clearly visible. And numbers are 031. I have the photographs here that we would see in a minute. Hard copy photographs of this shot. And this is a shot of the Tiger tank turret, which has only one observation turret and a different gun mount here. Possibly on the same craft, because we see the 031 identification mark here too. Also, the authors of that film discovered drawings of cigar-shaped motherships. This is the idea project of such drawing. One giant tachyon drive. Let's backtrack here. Actually, that's enough. These drives were utilizing the Hans Kohler converter of gravitational energy into electromagnetic energy. Gravitational energy is not just the energy of a body falling towards Earth and having its energy change from potential energy into kinetic energy into some kind of useful mechanical work. Because this would be an impossible perpetual mobility to achieve. In order to get more energy out of this object, we have to lift it up again and drop it again. So the energy we lift would be the same or even bigger than the energy we get from the falling object. Ergo, perpetual mobility of falling objects utilizing gravitational energy is not possible. This is really so. But there are many other ways of obtaining energy from the gravity circuits. And one of them is the Kohler converter. It is a very simple combination of 6 coils wound in a very specific way, where the wire goes to one end and then it comes back in a kind of a double, 2 parallel wires being wound together, and then the 2 loose ends at the end are soldered. In order to eliminate the electrical component of the field of that coil and to have only a magnetic component. This is a specific winding that, according to the last film we did, documentary film from our Academy of Business and Sciences about free energy formulas, designs and motors, in many of them such coils are utilized, where the winding goes with double strand wire, insulated. The whole coil is wound, and then at the end these 2 wires are soldered together. Such a parallel winding, by the interaction of these 2 adjacent pairs of strands of wires, they cause the elimination of the electrical component of the magnetic field. Normal coils produce electrical and magnetic component. The coils with this double winding, double strand wire winding, have only magnetic component. Kohler was using such coils. Even he himself didn't know how the hell his device worked, but it really did work. He may have gotten it through a vision or a dream. Billy Meyer and his Pleiadians have stated 20 years ago that for the last 200 years they have been telepathically contacting terrestrial scientists and implanting visions, drawings, ideas, thoughts in their minds, and they would wake up one morning with a great idea. Gee, what a genius I am. I invented a new device. Little did they know that somebody was beaming hard at their thick skulls for the 10th consecutive night till they finally get it straight. Anyway, the Kohler converter was coupled to a Van de Graaff band generator. This is a high-frequency generator. I have to investigate. I don't know many details about this band generator. And to a Marconi Kugel Wirbel dynamo, which is a Marconi spherical eddy current dynamo. This is a ball-shaped, sphere-shaped dynamo, which gave the shape of the whole anti-gravity drive, the Thule tachyonator in the Honeywell 3, 2 and 3 type. Honeywell 2 had a Thule. The motherships were much larger, and these balls were twice as large as the Thule tachyonators, and these were called the Andromeda drives, the Andromeda tachionators. That's another indicator that possibly the Germans have been in contact with some aliens from the Andromeda galaxy. Could be. In another film from our Academy of Sciences, of Business and Sciences, we analyzed the alien and celestial connections of the Third Reich, and we came to the conclusion that at least about half a dozen alien races have been contacting the Germans secretly. Anyway, this is the first idea drawing project of a cigar-shaped mothership, and we see one drive at the end and another one at this end, and we could see the spirals of the magnetic field spiraling around the craft. And the craft was designed to carry one Honeywell type tank killer on board and 3 Brill type interceptor fighters. And it's obvious that when this is open, the anti-gravity drive is moved into the cabin. And when it is closed, very convenient for repairs. Later designs introduced two drives, probably for malfunctioning of one of them. They had a spare one. Two drives here and two drives here. And the same configuration of one Hollywood 2 type 75 feet diameter tank killer craft on board, and three real 30 feet diameter interceptor fighters, or scout ships. The big craft would come out of this hatch, the smaller craft would come out of this hatch. These could have been ICBMs or some other armaments, or possibly some crew compartments here. The whole mothership was 104 meters long, about 320 feet long, and about 30, 40 meters, probably 35 meters diameter, which is about 130, 40 feet diameter. These drawings date from, I think, October 1943, 2 years before the war ended. The Germans were already planning for their space conquest. If you can build a submarine twice as big as this craft, and they had submarines this big at the time, engineeringly, structurally, it won't be a problem at all to make this craft. I have a gut feeling that these drives were giant balls full of mercury, and the mercury was spinning, creating the anti-gravity lifting force. This is my personal hunch. Submarines loaded with a submarine with 500 tons of mercury was torpedoed in the South Atlantic, and everybody was trying to figure out where the hell were the Germans hauling all this mercury? Did they have that many cavities to fill with amalgam on their South Polar colonies or South Polar base? Or what the hell did they need all this mercury for? And obviously they needed the mercury for their anti-gravity drive. Cigar-shaped motherships have been observed around this planet. In the film, the authors paint a picture that these are all terrestrially made German craft. I do not agree with them, and I think that dozens, if not hundreds, of races visit us each year, and this has been the case since time immemorial. Another photograph of a longer cigar-shaped mothership around Earth. Some of these could be German. And a photograph of a much bigger cigar shape hanging over one of the moon craters. Photograph that came from an amateur astronomer on Earth. He took the picture with his telescope. There's a big enigma as to whether Hitler died and what happened to the Germans at the end of the war. Did they escape? And if they did, where did they go? And we would turn, as usual, to our favorite tabloid sources to kick off another exploration. This time, the German presence on the South Pole. Can we lower this a little bit? With the, there's a bolt, yeah. The other way. The UFO mystery is finally solved. Solved? Yeah, excellent. It is not UFOs that visit our planet, but Germans riding UFOs that come from a secret South Polar base. They are leftover Nazis bent on establishing a bloody Fourth Reich. These subtle overtures, the frightening of the masses with the Fourth Reich impending victory again over us, is another hoax, another threat of choice, the Nazi threat, sister threat to the alien threat and the ecological threat. From the never-ending Pandora box of the Illuminati, for reasons which we should discuss in a minute. Anyway, let's see whether there is some ground to these rumors that the Germans established a massive presence on the South Pole. Harbinson, in his fictional book Genesis, talks about German South Polar expeditions in the 30s. They are built up from 42, 43, 44 of a massive colony there, and finally they are escaped by submarines at the very end of the war. The social scientists, all the elite German scientists, disappeared, probably there. Fictional account. And later on they have been doing abductions on the terrestrial population for their own genetic experimentation purposes. From their saucers flying without any damage or resistance all over the globe. Is there any truth to these tabloid or fictional rumors? Or could this be another designer leak by the Secret Services and the Illuminati? The story is that the Germans escaped to the Queen Maud Land, which is south of South Africa. The present-day Queen Maud Land, the Norwegian queen, I think. Some of this land was Norwegian, but after the Germans captured Norway, it was legally German. And they established a colony there in the land that they renamed the Neuschwabenland, right south of South Africa. So let's see if there are some grounds to these rumors of the German presence there. They discovered giant lakes that never froze, the Schirmacher group of lakes, and quite a bit of area free of any snow, which was very puzzling. And we've never been told in the geography books that there are areas that look like the Arizona desert, free of snow, full of mountains of coal, and we would see the documentary film at the end. These are some of the mountains that never freeze. They have no glaciers, no ice. The Richter group, Captain Richter was the captain of the Schwabenland ship, the mother ship that was shooting the planes, the flying boats.
Unmelted water on the other side.
Yeah. Certain German publications from the Canadian Samizdat company talk in great detail, Christoph Friedrich talks in great detail about the German social development and their escape and presence to this day on the South Pole. In many books of a similar nature, Hitler's Secret Sciences, The Morning of the Magicians, and The Spear of Destiny, researchers have talked at length about the occult, the magic, the shamanic, and the satanic exercises of the elite of the Third Reich and the SS. We have a whole 2-hour documentary, an interview with Chan Johnson and Al Bielek on the topic that covers this area in great detail. But the Germans were in contact with half a dozen alien races. They were also subcontracting for the Agarthian faction, of the, how should I call it, the fallen angelic presence on our planet. The Agarthian faction, the Agarthians were fighting the Shambhala faction of the same fallen angelic presence. We have to keep in mind that in the Hegelian world of the illuminated Luciferian empire, it's always the thesis fighting the antithesis. They would never leave a situation where there's only one thesis and no antithesis left for it to fight, so as for the natural selection and for the survival of the fittest mechanism to work and to bring on a never-ending evolution toward perfection, toward Superman, in the case of human genetics. So with this philosophy in mind, it is no coincidence that possibly these factions were fighting with each other. The door. I'm sorry, somebody is knocking.
Hi. Can you get him box in there?
Can we cut right now? Yeah.
Great.
the Germans were very deep into the occult, into the black magic, into all these things that the media would prefer not to talk about. A lot of this supposedly came up during the Nuremberg trials, and it all was stricken out of the record. The Germans were fascinated with the South Pole, and Hans Hubriger was an author and a philosopher that Hitler and all the other SS men and Nazi men were crazy about. Hubriger had this philosophy of the fire and ice, that the German character, which is the New World Order, the Illuminati philosophy of creating the Supermensch of the future, that only the fire and ice of the harsh polar conditions can toughen the steel character of the Supermensch of the future. And this is a second reason that they went after the South Pole. A third and bigger reason lies deep into the German mythology about the Thule people. When Greenland was still not under ice, there was a tall, blonde, Nordic-looking race that lived there, and later moved to the inner of the earth, and still lives there, flying their saucers, much more advanced than their lagging, should I call them, Helga, should I call them retarded brothers on the surface of the planet. And so it has been the secret dream of the Germans on the surface to find and to reunite with their more advanced Aryan brothers from the inner earth, according to German and secret SS mythology. So I talked to a psychic about a year ago. I mean, this is a collection of anthropological rumors and legends. Some of these I can prove, like a photograph of a German spacesuit. Others I cannot, but I never debunk or disprove or discard anything. So according to the psychic, Hitler did 2 expeditions to the inner earth, one in the late 30s with a specially equipped submarine that was attempting to enter the North Polar water opening to the inner earth. They found the opening, and it's about probably several hundred kilometers to possibly 1,000 kilometers in diameter. And they started going inside, but they encountered very strong cross currents. Didn't want to submerge because they did not know what lies underneath. And they reached a moment where their submarine could proceed no more against these heavy currents. According to rumor, there are strong force field shields, defenses at the openings, run by the races in the inner earth that basically do not want much of contact with us, the lesser developed savages on the surface. Another attempt was made in the 42-43 with a anti-gravity powered cigar-shaped 2-seater craft, smaller version of the giant mothership, and it makes sense because the Germans were always making small models of the much larger airplanes that they did. By the way, I'm chasing a rumor that they had an Arado flying boat that could carry 720 fully armed soldiers. I just heard the rumor, and I think I have something in the drawing. I'm looking for a photograph for this mystery plane of the Germans. Back to the South Pole, they always did smaller models of bigger engines or craft. So with this 2-seater cigar-shaped anti-gravity craft, they were finally successfully able to enter the inner Earth and to contact the inner Earthlings there. That was the third reason for the Germans to drive to the South Pole. And the more obvious reason was that they were losing the war in Germany, and ever since the United States entered the war, it became obvious to anybody who had some international cosmopolitan education in Germany that they would lose the war. To every German plane produced and flown in the air, there were 5 Allied planes. We have seldom been told these statistics, that the Germans had less than, about 1/5 of the planes. Probably the ratios of artillery, of tanks, and of other armaments were not much different. They were bound to lose that war. They didn't have the industrial capacity to match the Americans, the British, and the Russians, I mean, in the end of the war, British and Russians could freely bomb Germany with almost impunity. They couldn't reach anything of the Russian mega continent, very little of England, and nothing of the United States. I mean, they were bound to lose that war. So they basically decided to lose the European war in order to win the South Polar War. This is the same, I think, yeah. So in the late 30s, in 1936, the SS party did a excellent 4-year plan for the colonization of the South Pole. The 4-year plan, very detailed plan. They were showing the areas without any snow. It's okay. Without any snow. And we see the seal of the first German Antarctic expedition, 1938-39. We see here quietly the oak leaves of the, this is oak, right?
Yeah.
The oak leaves of the Thule Society. It was under the sponsorship of the secret patronage of the Thule Society. They descended on the South Pole. This is a letter of congratulations signed by Göring, the Reichsmarshal of Aviation, to the members of the South Pole expedition. And one may think, how come that the aviation Reichsminister is interested in the South Polar expedition, unless they were preparing to build some bases there for the Luftwaffe. The motor ship, the research ship Schwabenland, was launching flying boats that were scouting the South Polar continent and staking their claims. They didn't even bother to land at those places. They would just drop flags with heavy poles. That was enough by international convention. And then they would register their claims with the International Court of Hague. And this is how, in 38-39, the Germans became the legal owners of a chunk of real estate, probably as big as 2/3 of Europe, south of South Africa, on the South Pole. Here are members of the expedition staking the claim. Much later, photographs appeared in the late 40s of the German colony in the Neuschwabenland from an altitude way above and beyond the altitude of the biggest stratospheric bombers of the time, which was about 10-12 kilometers. This is an altitude of 60-70 kilometers, maybe 100 kilometers, basically Earth's orbit. And the speculation is that this is a photograph of the German South Polar colony from a saucer, from that height.
That coastal region?
Excuse me?
That coastal region?
Yeah, close to the coastal region. This is a photograph of the German Space Control Center on the South Pole. At the beginning I thought, nah, it looks kind of cylindrical cavern like the insides of a U-boat. But then somebody observed, well, how come then this guy is standing inclined 45 degrees if this is a U-boat? And then we realized that this is a fisheye type wide-angle lens, one of the first such photography. Probably in the late 40s the Germans had such lenses there, which means that this is a much larger room. Examining the screens here, we see that these are round cathode ray tube, possibly radar screens, which jive with the vintage late 40s, early 50s. They did not have the square computer screens at the time. And all the other equipment is clearly analog needle type measuring meters, which basically is the state of the art in the late 40s, early 50s.
That look like rock formations on your wall?
Excuse me?
Doesn't that look like rock formations further down?
Here?
Yeah.
Good point. Good point. If this is an underground thing. How could the Germans do that? How could they move so much stuff to the South Pole? Simple logistics. I mean, I have this question again. How can you do that if you are the Kriegsmarine chief of operations? It was so hard for Admiral Byrd to go there in the 20s and 30s until a friend of mine told me, who is a U-boat buff, Henry Stevens from the German Research Project, one of the persons that has helped me tremendously in my research. He discovered that there were German transport submarines that could hold 5,000 tons, that were 5,000 deadweight tons, which is about 2.5 times as much as the standard Allied Liberty class transport ships. The Germans had 2.5 times bigger submarines than the Allies were building surface ships. These submarines were so huge they could carry bulk cargo, they could carry personnel, they could carry armaments, anything. They were building them in sections on assembly lines in several dry docks at incredible speed. And from 42 on, about 100 submarines were allocated for, I mean, quite a sizable number of submarines were allocated for service in the South Pacific, basically the South Pole colony. Admiral Dönitz and the SS Elite decided to start building the last bastion after the fortifications that they were building in the Alps, preparing for a last stand in 44 and 45. They obviously had one more line of defense, which was their South Pole colony. After the war ended, it became clear that about 100 of these submarines mysteriously disappeared. They were never scuttled, bombed, torpedoed, or surrendered by their crews. They just disappeared into thin air, a whole fleet of 100 submarines. Some of them resurfaced with skeleton crews of about a dozen men in Argentina after they departed from Kiel and with fully loaded with hundreds of people on board. And little by little the story emerged that the Germans had been cooking something big on the South Pole. The biggest breakthrough came for me when I discovered the secret. This was the magical key to the German South Polar Kingdom. This is a submarine propulsion drive made by Walter, engineer Walter, was the same inventor who built the Walter rocket engine for the Messerschmitt 163 rocket plane, the Comet. And the same engine was also used for the Schriever rocket-propelled saucer that probably flew at 4,000 kilometers an hour, 4 times the speed of sound. Admiral Reichsmarshal of Aviation Göring is rumored to have climbed and flown one of these saucers. So what Walter discovered was a typical German engineering genius. He made an underwater rocket. He basically made the submarine to carry its oxidizer on board as the rocket carries its oxidizer on board. It had the usual tanks of diesel fuel and another tank for the oxidizer called Ingolin, in the name of his son, Ingo, or whatever his name was, which was hydrogen peroxide. Simple hydrogen peroxide that they were using for the drive, for the fuel pumps for the V2 rocket, or as the fuel of the Walter rocket engine for the Messerschmitt Comet rocket plane. And there would be a fuel pump similar to the one in the V2 rocket engine, fuel pump that would pump the fuel and the oxidizer into the reaction chamber, into the burning chamber. The oxidizer will, through these regulating valves, this is a triplex pump, a three-flow pump. The oxidizer will come to the reaction chamber and through a catalyst, I don't know, I forgot what was the catalyst for hydrogen peroxide, but silver or some simple substance, would decompose it explosively into, very energetically into hydrogen and oxygen. We have a ready-made fuel and oxidizer. And they would be sprayed into the burning chamber together with the fuel. We have a spark plug. The mixture would ignite and drive a standard gas turbine. There was a smaller gas turbine for the reverse, direct drive shaft. Actually, probably with some reductor because that's too much RPMs for the poor propeller. But then, another genius invention here. Then the exhaust gases would be condensed to a liquid phase, cooled and condensed in a condenser using cheap, free cold water from the ocean. And the remaining residue, some of it would be pumped back into the fuel pump for reuse. And the rest, the condenser water, this was a separator that would separate the useful phase from the used ones. And this that was not needed would be pumped in a liquid phase behind the submarine, thus eliminating even the air bubbles behind it, the gas wave, the bubbles behind the submarine, which gave the Germans unlimited key to the world oceans. This is basically a nuclear-powered submarine. In a 5,000-ton submarine, you have enough space for the fuel tanks to circle the globe. If you can't make one full circle, they have milk cows, the milking cows, the submarine tenders for other submarines. They would dock somewhere. I don't know whether they could do underwater docking and transfer of fuel, but if they could do that, which is no big deal after all, they would have been really invincible. So they could depart from Kiel, getting out from their underwater pen entries to their underground submarine pen, travel the whole ocean without resurfacing to breathe oxygen, maybe a few quick resurfacing for navigation if they did not have good inertial compasses. They would go under the ice sheet of the South Pole, which is the biggest hurdle, and this has been one of the biggest problems with all other expeditions, and enter into the underwater entries of their underground submarine pens and then resurface inside, where it's warm, never freezes, and they could be drinking their coffee all throughout the cruise without any interference by enemy planes or submarine chasing ships. This is the key to the South Polar Colony, the German South Polar Colony. With these giant 5,000-ton transport submarines, they could move any number of material and people with impunity. We have not to forget that the tachyon drives that they were using for the flying saucers, basically the color converter could provide unlimited electric energy to their submarines. So that is another system, even more advanced than this one, because this one still needs the hydrogen peroxide and the diesel fuel as fuel. The other ones were free energy submarines that could circle forever. They were more advanced than even the nuclear submarines of the present day. But the Americans and the Russians tried in the mid-50s with great difficulty to build such a hydrogen peroxide submarine, the Baltic cycle submarine. They each built one and abandoned them because the nuclear-powered submarines were already coming in service. Almost 15 years after the Germans successfully tried that. They had about a dozen submarines of different models that were running on the Baltic principle, something that has been very little talked about. Late into the 60s and 70s, identified submarines have been observed in the world's oceans. Here we see the shade of a chaser anti-submarine plane. These are probably the submarines of the South Polar Colony. According to rumor, they have nuclear-powered submarines. I doubt that these are nuclear-powered submarines. These are probably free-energy color converter submarines. Maybe better for you if you don't see everything. There are some chairs over there. Another very interesting photograph is a Horten Brothers turbojet flying wing of an advanced series where the cabin is jutting forward in a very strange white camouflage. Has anybody seen a white German camouflage painting? I have not. Even in their campaign in Norway, they use standard kind of mixed camouflage painting. I have a feeling that this plane was rated for shipment to the South Pole, and this is where they needed this white camouflage. This is a dead giveaway of their South Pole preparation. This is a model more advanced than the other model that flew, where the tip of the plane is like this. The only other plane that flew in Germany. I have a feeling that this one was tested and shipped and crated and shipped to the South Pole Colony. Admiral Byrd in his diary talks about his 1946-47 expedition to the South Pole and his meeting with the inner Earthlings there, but let us see whether he was after the inner Earthlings or after somebody else. Photographs from space depicting something strange on the pole, kind of a big hole. Here we see the hole even better. However, I have a feeling that this is probably some way the camera works. Basically, it's not taking photographs here. Maybe on purpose, still on purpose, just to cover up the real hole. Because this hole is so big, it goes down as far south as almost, the state of Montana or something, if you calculate the... Not this one here, I'm sorry. This hole would go as far south as I was kind of trying to figure out by the contours of the continents that were visible, and this is kind of too big of a hole. Much bigger than... If there is a hole, it's a lot smaller. Or maybe it's in another dimension. I'm sorry. So Admiral Byrd went to the South Pole chasing something. Some almost tabloid rumors about Hitler being alive, combined with our study of the German U-boat research and development, and Admiral Byrd's expeditions, chasing somebody there in 46-47, clearly show that a lot more is going on the South Pole than the media, the illuminated media here is willing to admit, the particular media. What exactly is going on the South Pole? I think we can change slides. Admiral Byrd went to the South Pole in the 20s, 27, 28, then in the 30s, 37, to Little America. Little America is south of, well, right on the German presence is in Neuschwabenland, which is south of South Africa. Little America is on the opposite side of Neuschwabenland, so it becomes south of the Pacific somewhere, south of Australia.
It was 1939. Second expedition.
Yeah. I found some second-hand, some used bookstore volumes on that expedition. for $80, and I'm probably going to get them because they have some very interesting photographs there. In 46-47, which is the second South Polar summer, the first summer after the war was the winter, our winter of 45-46, which was too close. They did not have enough time to prepare. Just 3 months after the war ended in Japan in September 45. It was too fast for them. They probably had not investigated yet. The intelligence services have not realized the full amount of the German presence there. So, a year and several months later, in the next South Polar summer, which is the winter for us of 46-47, Admiral Byrd put together an armada of 4,000 men, armed ships, submarines, armed Coast Guard icebreakers, armed supply ships. There were Russian and British contingents in that flotilla. Obviously, it was an Allied attempt. It was labeled a peaceful expedition for exploration of the South Pole, and we would see the shortened version of the film later on. However, in this peaceful expedition, we see the advancing American forces peacefully storming the white fields of the South Pole, yeah, with their amphibious vehicles, and other tracked unit. These are personnel carriers and other amphibious vehicles. It was a massive army operation, army and only army. Very few scientists were involved. By the time the operation finished, they have overflown most of the South Pole. But interestingly enough, I mean, South Africa is here. This is Neuschwabenland, south of South Africa. The Little America is on the opposite side of the South Pole, where Admiral Byrd went all the 3 times. And they flew mostly over this part of the South Pole, which is exactly the opposite part of where the Germans were. Is this a coincidence? Couldn't they figure a simple map of the South Pole and figure out the right coast to land there? I don't think that they wanted to find the Germans. I think this whole expedition was a whitewash for the military guys who were pressing for this faction of the American government that was pressing for attack on the Germans there. Hey, how come? I mean, we just beat them in the war, and you want to leave them to remain there, get stronger and stronger, and then come after us? This is the time to hit them when they are the weakest. This was their argument. However, on a much higher level, the German presence on the South Pole has been broken by the unified terrestrial Illuminati government. The higher we go into conspiracies, the more the secret societies of two viciously fighting a life and death struggle. Two fighting nations their secret societies become the best of buddies. Another map coming from American sources clearly shows that Admiral Byrd flew mostly over areas where there was no German presence, and he flew nothing over the areas where the Germans the area that the Germans have staked for their possession, the Queen Maud Land. There were very little flights over the Queen Maud Land. Admiral Byrd lost in about 2 weeks most of his planes and retreated in disgrace and made an unauthorized interview which probably cost him his career in Argentina on his way back, quite probably, refueling or reloading with supplies in an Argentinian port. He had the lack of political insight to make this politically incorrect interview, saying that I think the next world war will be with an adversary that comes from the polar regions and that has the ability to fly unobstructed from pole to pole. Clearly talking about German South Polar presence, and their ability to outfly anything the Americans could confront them with. Some of the planes were shot directly by the saucers. Others were hit by beam weapons. They didn't know what hit them. Third, collided with invisible barriers and disintegrated in mid-flight by reports of other planes nearby, which was obvious that the Germans had already installed the force field shields around their colony. This whole operation was meant to show to that faction of the American military that, well, see guys, we can't do anything because they are a lot more powerful than us. Only the highest circles of the American government and the members of the secret societies knew that actually the German presence on the South Pole will become a joint project between Russia, United States, and Germany. In the German colony there. And secretly they would be involved in the future projects of space flight for anti-gravity, time travel. The Germans developed the time machine much earlier than the Americans did. They did so with the nuclear bombs too. The rumor is, in one of the tapes that we did with Al Bilek, Al talks at length about stories that actually the two bombs dropped over Hiroshima and Nagasaki were German-made, that were captured in the underground caves by the Americans. The American bomb was made of a giant howitzer barrel where they would shoot at each other two subcritical masses of plutonium. It was so heavy that no bomber could lift it in the air. That's why the original design was to come hide it in a ship or on board a submarine, take it inside a port and explode it there. And there's a very interesting story that came to my attention, a very strange explosion in Fort Chicago, which is north of South San Francisco, about half a year before the supposedly first test at Alamogordo. According to rumor, there were two unsuccessful tests before Fort Chicago where the bomb couldn't go critical. It was a flop. And the Fort Chicago was the first successful test of an American nuclear device. It was hidden on board a ship that was loaded with ammunition by 300 black servicemen. And they all departed with the explosion. There are researchers that have very carefully investigated the whole story. They claim that it was a nuclear explosion. There was no chunk of metal that was found of the ammunition ship or of the ship that was anchored across the bay or from a 20-ton locomotive, diesel locomotive that was parked on the tracks. Not a single big enough chunk was found. They were basically disintegrated. This could never happen by a normal ammunition explosion. Plus, it was a white fiery ball. When ammunition explodes, the most you can get high up in the temperature is either reddish or orange, or the most it will be yellowish gaseous ball. This was a white gaseous ball. But it was still a flop because it produced a tidal wave of only 30 feet, which is about 10 meters, 3-story tall tidal wave. No big deal. I mean, any small boat would send that, not to say a word about giant battleship. They realized that if they take such bomb in a Japanese harbor and explode it, it wouldn't do much damage other than drowning whatever number of sailors on the... There would be damage, but nothing compared to the Hiroshima bomb. Anyway, story is that the Hiroshima and the Nagasaki bombs were German-made, and that at the time the Germans were working on a pineapple-sized bomb, according to Al Bilek, big enough to destroy London or New York. We know that you cannot do that with a nuclear bomb of that time. One would not be enough. My suspicion is that such a small bomb could be made only either with the element 115 that was given to the Germans by the little grays or by some other alien race, or by antimatter. And Hitler decided not to use these bombs probably by the same reason that he decided not to kill all the British that were left stranded at Dunkirk at the beginning of the war.
He didn't really want war with England anyway. Hitler didn't want war with England to begin with.
Not only that, but when his generals proposed to smash all the Brits there, he said, no, gentlemen, you're missing the big point. We are not fighting, we are not in war with Aryans. We are not, we are not in the business of killing Aryans. Hitler was after a lot higher targets, goals of levels that border on the alien presence on the planet and the presence of celestial management structures that go way beyond the terrestrial small-time politics. He was in the business of killing Slavs, that's for sure. That was the reason he decided not to bomb London or New York, after all. We have discovered here that they had the ICBMs ready at the time, and if the nuclear bombs were ready, I mean, all these cities could have been obliterated just with 2 shots. Anyway, in this documentary film came also the information about a giant naval warfare size craft, the Honeybull 3 craft, that was 74-meter diameter, which is about 220 feet diameter. This is bigger than a football field. It was armed with 1, 2, 3, 4 naval caliber triple gun turrets, and it was meant to fight whole armadas, weighing probably many thousands of tons. Only one of these craft was built, and at the end of the war, Germany decided to make a final desperate attempt to win one more alien support to their cause. So they departed on a search for alien partners on a no-return suicide flight to Mars. The extremely strong electromagnetic field of the drives was making the alloy brittle only after several months of flight, and they knew that the craft would not be able to land on Mars and then come back to Earth again. So a large crew of volunteer German and Japanese officers were chosen, and the craft departed in April 1945, a month before the war ended in Germany, for Mars. Because of the low level of automation on board, probably a lot of the things were done manually, so they needed a large number of crew. But with a limitless free energy on board coming from the color converters, they could afford to do electrolytic purification of the air, of the water, to take the urine and to recycle the water, and with some hothouses, they could produce their own vegetables and food. Drawings of a much larger craft, this is probably 150 to 200 meters diameter, probably 500-600 feet diameter, were also found on the drawing board. This was armed by double-decker gun turrets, smaller calibers underneath, bigger calibers above. This may even be a triple-decker gun turret here with the machine guns on top, a second and a third deck, and a double-decker turret on top, without the authors of the film being sure whether this project was pursued or not. But the drawings were there. And this is a drawing of the planet Mars with the Honeybull 3 craft approaching. Because of the weaker gravitational field of Mars, Mars has a smaller diameter than we do, and of the weakened alloys of the drive system, they couldn't squeeze the top power from the color converters, and they couldn't crank the power of the anti-gravity drives high enough. They were worried that they may just disintegrate. On top of that, the Martian atmosphere is thinner than the terrestrial atmosphere, but fully breathable. so they couldn't use it much for air braking. So they had a very heavy crash landing on Mars and they destroyed the drives. But the craft survived. And this happened in the middle of January 1946 after 8 months of heavy flight. April 45 to January, mid-January 46. And they probably radioed their arrival message to their South Polar colony. And this is their story of the flight to Mars. Quite probably they coasted to Mars after an initial strong push in the stronger terrestrial gravity field. The rest was just coasting down to Mars, and they turned on the drives in the very last moment before approaching Mars. I mean, all of these designs that the Germans had were basically fly 1 hour and repair 3 weeks type of primitive constructions, as all of the prototype designs are. So it is obvious that they couldn't win the war with 20 of these advanced craft. If they had 200 of them or 2,000, it would have been a different story. And all our children would be wearing today the Hitlerjugend kerchiefs around, not the Boy Scout kerchiefs, and wearing the swastika armbands here. But it really doesn't make much sense, because if you think about it, the Russian pioneers, the Russian Youth Communist Organization, and the North Korean, the Kim Il-sung's pioneers, and the Hitlerjugend in Germany, the Hitler's pioneers, and the Boy Scouts here in this country have uniforms as if they were copied one from the other. I mean, carbon copies one of the other. And we start thinking, I mean, what is this invisible hand that pulls the string behind the scenes? Why is the youth of the whole planet indoctrinated in very similar ways? But we'll come to that in a minute. So, to even the score, probably the anti-German faction in the American government got the upper hand again. So, in 1958, under the guise of the International Geophysical Year, a whole flotilla of Navy ships descended on the South Pole. And according to the German documentary film, 3 nuclear-tipped rockets were fired in the late August, early September at the German colony on the South Pole from the American ships. And they don't say what happened. My speculation is that the Illuminati were just playing little tricks on each other. The left Illuminati hand was using the German scare and the German presence on the South Pole to convince the right illuminated hand, the Russian and the American governments, that they should spend more on armaments and warfare, and they should dig these underground shelters a little bit faster, because the Germans may come and attack and conquer us. The real reason for the underground shelters was much different. My research into the British Imperial War Museum and some other museums proved that the first prototypes of ICBMs that the Americans built almost 15 years after the Germans built their first ICBM were tested intensively, and in the end of the program, 3 of them were fired with nuclear warheads in the South Atlantic, which is just close to the south, to the German colony in Neuschwanstein, in the year, same year, 1958. Whether the authors of the film basically speculate, or whether nobody on board the American ship knew the destination, nobody other than the armaments engineer who had the codes for the destination with him. It is quite probable to shoot a nuclear rocket without anybody on the ship realizing where it is headed for. It's probable even to shoot a rocket with a nuclear warhead without the ship knowing that it's a real, the real thing and not a dummy warhead. My feeling is that the Germans had their force field defense well in place at the time, and simply this was a little Illuminati experiment. Let's have our left hand, the Germans with a force field shield in the South Polar colony, do a little test with our RAI and the American Nuclear Strike Force and see that basically we can stop dead in the tracks all the radiation coming from the explosion. That's exactly what happened. The rockets either disintegrated upon impact with the force field shields, or they may have even exploded just to test the ability of the force field shields to withstand radiation. The Germans developed a lot of other bizarre weaponry that I have heard only rumors about. Let's go quickly over what I've heard about the Germans developing. On top of the sonic lasers that they use for digging their tremendous underground cities and caverns, they developed a death ray, a greenish radiation that was tested in Romania with devastating results against some Russian troops. Everything was packed, crated, and shipped to the South Polar Colony after that. Another rumor tells that one of the convoys of German ships that was escaping to the South Pole at the end of the war was confronted by a big Allied armada, and then the Germans unleashed the beam weapons that they had been keeping exactly for such purpose. And one of the few survivors, all the ships sunk, just few men survived. One of the survivors said, "I wish that we would never be confronted by the same inferno that we were." Other reports were saying that the Germans created some light emitting rocket drives, and an unmanned laser propulsion rocket reached the moon in 1938. This must have been an extremely secret project that was not run from Peenemünde, as were most of the social projects. They were run from even more secret SS and army establishments and by private funding, by private groups. Other rumors of advanced German weaponry, we just mentioned the nuclear bombs and the antimatter bombs developed in Germany. I heard that they produced a time machine at the end of the war. They were also working on the Philadelphia technology of their U-boats. But because they were trying this technology at the time when the U-boats were moving, the Eldridge experiment in the Philadelphia dry dock that Albilik is talking about, the Eldridge was stationary. So the Germans introduced one more component in the equation which screwed up the whole balance, and they lost all the U-boats. They could not bring them back. So the stories about the German U-boats surfacing last year in 1992 and captured by the American Navy, and the German sailors were puzzled when they saw this way more advanced ship on the horizon. The Americans were puzzled when they saw on the German captain's message board the calendar of 1943 hanging there on the board. The Germans still thought that it's 1943. For them it was just disappearing from 43 and reappearing in our time. So basically they did a jump in time, similar to the Philadelphia side product when the Eldridge went forward in time. The Germans were also working on free energy, and our deep throat from Argentina mentioned that in 1952 a German engineer built a cold fusion power plant for Juan Perón, and it went online. There is even a debunking reference to that in the Wall Street Journal some time ago.
Did it say where it was located?
No, but we've been investigating the story. It's probably all over the Argentinian press from 1952. Also, the Germans developed a lot of beam weapons, not only the death ray, but also the sonic cannon. And if you remember Bill Cooper, the American military was trying to fight the little grays by shooting sonic beams at them, sonic beam weapons, because that would shatter a steel plate at whatever distance away from the transmitter, because they did not have defenses against these sonic shields, sonic beams. And this is a drawing of how such a sonic cannon might have worked. It would kill soldiers instantly nearby, render them paralyzed or disoriented far away. It was a mass area weapon that would kill a whole division in literally a few seconds. And I'm proud to present the first photograph ever of a German beam weapon. These are massive steel parabolic antennas. It was so simple. They would pump methane gas and oxygen in front of the antenna and suddenly ignite it. And the explosion would create a powerful shock wave that propagates forward. And they would continue this process. It would be working cyclically. And the net result would be a massive death rate among the invading forces. And this is a book on the history of the CIA. It is hard to imagine the CIA faking the Germans inventing the first beam weapon on the planet, at least in our civilization. A puzzled American engineer contemplates the contraption that he has just found. These are quite large diameter. This is a smaller one. This is a much bigger diameter. So, Neuschwabenland, right here south of South Africa, this is where the Germans are. About the hollow earth theory, I'm quite skeptical, but I have to admit I quickly did a database search of my memory, and I realized that I could not remember a photograph from space of the polar regions. Not a single photograph. Actually, this is the only one that I found. Even funnily enough, in a 1-inch thick volume that was published recently, basically the New World Order contribution by the Russian and American and other space establishment, cosmonauts and astronauts from all over the world discussing how beautiful the Earth looks from space and how it is one planet, and how after the second, the fifth, or the 10th turn around it, one realizes that it's our planet, a global planet. It's a globalistic book. Exactly the type of book that the New World Order desperately needs. The only photograph that was cut, the corner was missing, was this photograph. And the only place that it was cut through the South Pole. Usually editors cut the photographs if they have to put some other thing. However, this corner was left empty. There was absolutely no reason for them to cut the photograph. And it was out of style because all the other photographs were rectangular. This was quite an expensive glossy volume. Why the hell would you put a photograph with one corner missing? And they have cut it right through the South Pole. Very suspicious for me. If anybody can find a photograph of the South Pole, I'll be very glad to have a copy of that. I couldn't find anything there. It could have been airbrush. There could be nothing. But still, the fact that the pole is missing from our databases is quite suspicious. A friend of mine told me that his friend in Germany tape recorded from the television a weather report where the northern hemisphere and the northern pole were visible in infrared light, but nobody it was a German satellite, not an American satellite. That's why it probably leaked through the censorship. The satellite guys didn't catch anything. The TV station guys didn't catch anything, and the weather reporter didn't catch anything. While they were talking about snow and blizzards over Germany, the people realized that the North Pole had a kind of a circular something there that should not be there, a hole or something. So I'm trying to get the copy of that film from Germany. Suddenly at midnight, maybe a designer leak similar to the shuttle footage tape of the UFOs battling it out in our atmosphere with beam weapons. A little bit about conspiracy theories. Coming from Eastern Europe, I consider myself a super conspiratologist. I believe in the multi-layered, hierarchical, multi-tiered, pyramidal structure, conspiracy territorial power centers on this planet and way beyond the planet. We are just a small bolt, a small cog in the bigger machine. But we will talk about the bigger conspiracies in a minute. Let's talk about the smaller level conspiracies. The Paperclip Conspiracy, The Secret Agenda, and several other books, Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler, definitely paint a much more different picture than our media has told us. Wall Street turns out to be the biggest financial factor, the biggest financier of the rise of the Third Reich. Why would the American Illuminati want the German Third Reich to succeed? Why? All these books depict how thousands of Nazis were smuggled in the United States with fake IDs, with changed autobiographies, given fake names, because by law one cannot bring into the country and give immigration visa and especially work status to a person who was a member of a totalitarian party, be it a Nazi or a communist party. They were all brought with false identity, and they started working on crash projects. Engineers, scientists, SS specialists, the CIA here and the KGB over there were trained by SS specialists and Gestapo specialists. The propaganda spin controllers here and in Russia were trained by how should I say, their tutors and spiritual teachers from the Goebbelsian Ministry of Propaganda, from the Goebbelsian Ministry of Love, to use the Orwellian doublespeak. So, can we raise it back? Just raise the whole thing a little bit. In this article from Denver Post, we see that after the war, a lot of German engineers escaped in Spain and started building electromagnetic rockets, which is a code word for electromagnetically driven flying saucers for Franco, and spies from the whole world were trying to catch up with them. The best enemy money could buy. How Wall Street paid for the rise of the Bolshevik Revolution. They created the whole heavy industry in Russia. Armand Hammer and the like funneled money through Trotsky, who was the ex-Wall Street broker and the bagman for the Bolshevik Revolution. He was married to a daughter of the German banking family, the Schiff family.
Yeah, I've been instructed that we're going to take a break about now. Is that correct? Are you ready? So,
How is the tape going on?
Oh, it's fine. We're one. This is another hour. That's the verdict.
Yeah.
Yes,
We've got
break.
another hour.
Break.
We'll have another hour.
Break.
Okay. Well, when would I was just asked to stop you.
Are we doing a break?
Early.
It's either way is fine with me.
Well, we can go another hour or do a break. What does everybody want to do? I'm not the decision maker in this process.
Is everybody all right? Let's keep on going.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go for another hour.
Excellent. But just open for a while. This would be our air break.
Okay.
We will open the hatch.
Thank you. Sorry to stop it.
Submarine with the windows open.
That's it. So, the best enemy money could buy. Standard Oil of somewhere built all the Volga oil platforms that Hitler was after in his Battle of Stalingrad. Ford Motor Company built the armor truck factory in Moscow, which became the backbone of the Russian automotive industry. General Electric built the dynamo factory for heavy electrical machinery, which became the backbone of the Russian electrotechnical industry. International Harvester built the Kirov tractor plant, which became the backbone of the Russian tractor industry and the tank industry. During the war, they were churning out T-34s on the assembly line built by the Americans. And on and on and on. We can go forever. 14 out of the 15 munition plants at the start of the Second World War in Russia were built, guess by who? Guess, just guess. By the Germans. German money, expertise, know-how, machinery, engineers, training. These were turnkey projects. All the Russians had to do was turn on the keys. They probably even had German engineers running the plants well into the war. I wouldn't be amazed. Some of them would turn online a few months before the war ended. Somebody wants to tell me that the German general staff had poor connections with the German bankers and the German industry, and nobody knew about these munition plants being hastily built in Russia just in time for the war. This is rule of thumb number one for the Illuminati and the bankers. Wars are made to load the government credit card with war loans. I mean, our personal family credit cards have a certain psychological limit. Parents realize that if they keep borrowing with that much, sooner or later their children would have to repay, their debts. So we will stop at a given level. There is a limit to the individual or family borrowing, but there is no such psychological limit to a government borrowing. The ministers are in the government today, they are out tomorrow. Who cares about how are these deficits and all this money onto the bankers going to be repaid? So, the Rothschilds, the bankers, and the Illuminati behind them figured it out a long time ago that the fastest way to load the government credit card is through wars and through armament loans. But if you start the war unprepared, where one of the two opponents is a lot stronger than the other one, the war will finish in a week or in a month, and you won't be able to load the credit cards that much. That is why you have to make sure that the two sides are equally armed. And this is exactly so that the war would last 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and you would end up with billions of dollars of money that is owned by the state to the private bankers. The American national debt rose exponentially during the war. Why did it rise? Because they make sure that the war would last many years. They armed both Hitler and Russia. This is the book about the Wall Street financing, the rise of Nazi Germany. How many companies were doing business with Hitler during the war? About 150 American companies?
About 100 by 1936. There were 100, and they were the same companies you mentioned were arming the Russians.
Exactly. The same companies that were arming the Russians were arming Hitler and were preparing for the future World War that was planned by the Illuminati probably 10, 15 years earlier. The best enemy money could buy. The whole Cold War was a smokescreen for all these years in order to clamp a tremendous security lid on the whole society so that the Illuminati can do with impunity all these secret projects that we'll be talking about here. All the giant underground cities, all the secret space exploration and so on. This is the most incredible drawing. The primitive Russian Petryakov 4-engine bomber, a flying basket, basically, compared to the B-29, the best strategic bomber in the world at the time. Under the wing of the B-29, we have the German twin rocket engine, almost delta wing, supersonic rocket interceptor, the DFS-346, that probably went supersonic way before Czech-Jaeger did, 5 years before Czech-Jaeger did. These are Russian copies of advanced versions of the rocket-powered Messerschmitt 263, the twin-engine rocket Messerschmitt. The Comet is a 163, the single engine. This is a twin rocket engine Messerschmitt. This is an even more advanced interceptor fighter, and we see the best of the German rocket fighter suspended under the best of strategic bomber in the world with the insignia of the Russian Air Force. What a better example of a secret Illuminati transfusion and siphoning of information for which innocent or not innocent people like these Rosenbergs were shot to death for divulging American nuclear secrets to the Russians, at the time when behind the scenes the Americans were arming the Russians to the teeth. I had the photographs of here. They came from the Russian aviation magazine Flying Ace. Photographs. They didn't know what they were revealing. Photographs during the Cold War. How did these strategic bombers end up in Russian hands? I mean, they captured some of the German stuff, fine, but how did the American bomber end up in Russian hands? I heard that Rolls-Royce built a turbojet engine plant in Russia just in time for the Korean War, so that the Russian would be a good match for the Americans. The Americans already had their turbojet planes. The Russians could not build a turbojet engine under any circumstances. And recently in the British War Museum, the Imperial War Museum, I discovered photographs of the Nene turbojet engine built by Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce, the Russians are always getting the best of the best. Rolls-Royce built them as a present a whole turbojet engine plant, factory, just in time for the Korean War. I also heard stories that the Russians were given enriched uranium for their nuclear bomb, and it came, the fact was confirmed on a recent historical film that I have about the development of the German nuclear and rocket program. When the Russians couldn't figure it out, they were given a whole nuclear bomb by the Americans that was smuggled out in a giant suitcase of the Russian ambassador, straight on the plane from Washington to Moscow. The story is revealed in the works of Viktor Suvorov, an escaped GRU officer. GRU is the Secret Military Intelligence. Later on, the Americans gave the Russians a nuclear submarine, because they were dumb enough to build their own one, to make them a real paper bear, a real enemy, a real bear, not a paper bear. I mean, all this secret Illuminati arming of the Russians, it's not only the money, the best enemy that money could buy, it's the technology that was given to the Russians. I mean, if you open a Russian ICBM, you would find so many chips made in the West, you would find so many components made in the West. I mean, they have been secretly arming the Russians to make them a real enemy in order to have a Cold War, in order to claim this tremendous security that if you ask questions, they would shoot you first and ask questions later, in order for them to run their secret projects. The Spy magazine, with the incredible super secret governments that Madonna is displaying here, has an article on the Wackenhut Corporation, this private, secret, militia, and a CIA type of an intelligence organization. The Wackenhut SS, as Anthony Hilder jokes about them. The guys were secretly moving poison gas plant equipment to Iraq. And they depict a story where an 18-wheeler truck moves heavily guarded by armed Wackenhut guards that would pull out their rifles every time the truck stops for refueling in a truck stop. And the drivers would change and they would just stop for refueling. And they drove the stuff from Mexico all over the United States to somewhere and left the truck in an empty warehouse. And they got $20,000 for this day-and-a-half drive. Iraq was armed to the teeth by the Russians, by the Russian branch of the Illuminati. By the French, they gave them the Exocet missiles, the Russians gave them the MiG fighters, the scalar radars that would catch with the American stealth bombers. I mean, a stealth means not just radar absorbing paint on the wing, but it means Philadelphia invisibility technology, where you move in another space, time-wise, and you don't exist anymore in our space. But the Russians gave the Iraqis some scalar radars, fourth order or whatever, fifth order radars that would catch some faint emissions, and a lot of the bombers were shot down. Secret rumors. The Germans built the concrete underground bunkers, the desert U-boats. German concrete, 6 times as tough as normal concrete. 1 foot of German concrete is enough as almost 2 meters of normal concrete. Incredibly tough bunkers where the Iraqi divisions could sit it out forever. I mean, Iraq was heavily armed to the teeth. However, the thing that they did not calculate well was they did not expect them to chicken out that fast. They basically surrendered without much shooting, without any shooting. They expected the Iraqis to give a decent several months of fight. Another example of the Illuminati secretly arming both sides in a conflict. I mean, all these stories that I've heard about German ball bearings used for American fighter planes. They would grind off the swastika stamp on the side of the ball bearing and install it in the American fighter plane on bomber that's going to bomb Germany. Or high-grade American, high-octane aviation kerosene shipped by Standard Oil in American ships with German crews straight to Germany. Or the British Queen getting royalty fees from every German Luftwaffe bomber that was bombing London, because they had the patent rights on the ethanol additive to the high-octane bomber fuel. The Germans didn't have very good gasoline, so they were putting ethanol to raise the octane. So for every Luftwaffe bomber that was flying over London, the British royal family was getting royalty fees. This is a story I heard from England. I mean, the wars that we fight at the trench level, these are life and death struggles for survival, where people really fight to kill. If you go to a higher level of the bankers and the industrialists, I mean, they fight the war in order to make money and to sell more guns to both sides and to sell more armaments, to give more armament loans, and to load the credit cards of the governments more. From an even higher level of the Illuminati that run the planet, a war is done for completely different purposes. It's done to reduce the population, because very high on the Illuminati agenda is to lower the population to about, from 2 billion to about half a billion, to about 500 million, depending on the source of the information. I wouldn't be amazed that for the next Middle East war, it would be the Wackenhut Corporation that would provide the uranium enrichment facilities and the nuclear bomb capabilities for Iraq, if they have not done that already. Corporations like this one will be the key players in the future Middle East war. Anyway, back to the German saucers. German engineers built saucers for Franco. Some of them built a saucer for the Sultan of Morocco to take his harem on weekend flights, probably. Some of them escaped to Brazil and built saucers there for themselves or for the German colonies in Brazil and especially Argentina. The Russians captured a lot of German technology, and all these ghost rockets over Scandinavia in 46, 47 were German resuscitated technology that was run by the Russians. Here we have a brilliant article from the Saarbrücker Zeitung about the German saucer that crashed in northern Norway, in Spitzberg, a saucer that had its dashboard written with Cyrillic letters, that could fly to 160 kilometers altitude, which is 1.5 times the altitude of the space flights, the orbital flights of the Vostoks, the Voskhod, the Geminis, and so on. And that could fly 30,000 miles, which is 3/4 around the globe. A saucer, about 50-meter diameter, with 46 jet engines on the periphery, spinning a silvery disc with a plexiglass cupola. The saucer crashed, probably another one came and picked up the crew, or it was an unmanned craft. This crash has been viciously debunked by American ufologists as an alien crash. And their line is that, well, actually these were aliens, but they didn't want to say that these were aliens, so they explained it away as a Russian saucer crash. The fact that the Russians have saucers is more dangerous to them than the fact that aliens crash their saucers on the planet. They want to cover this up at all costs. Advanced aerial devices were reported in large numbers in the Korean War. Obviously, both sides tested their saucers on the planes of the other side. What Kenneth Arnold saw in 1947, when the word the flying saucer came into usage, were saucers that were assembled in the secret British saucer city in northwestern Canada. According to Renato Vesco, the Italian Werner von Braun, in his documentary book Intercept But Don't Shoot, piles and piles, giant pyramids of figuratively speaking, the information was dug out of the German underground bunkers. 9 kilometers of train load of boxcars from one facility alone, 16 kilometers from another facility. And he mentions that there were about 300 underground facilities in Germany at the time the war ended. You can count the boxcars up. They were hauling boxcars for 2-3 years after the war. Imagine the number of people that were needed to just go through this information. All of these were created in unmarked crates and shipped by ship through northwestern Canada, where a specially built giant city for 50,000 people was built in the wilderness. Renato Vesco cites Canadian papers about the railroads, the road system, the waterworks, and everything that was built for that city. And the first German craft started flying in 46-47. This is what Kenneth Arnold quite probably saw. And Captain Mantell was not as happy with his plane. He probably came too close and saw the pilots wearing the same G suit inside as he was wearing, and that's why he was blasted clean out of the sky.
This city that was built in Canada, can you give us an idea where it was near?
Northwestern Canada. It's in the book Intercept But Don't Shoot. I can give you a code tomorrow. It's at home. It gives the locations, the name, the everything. John Searle built electrostatically powered flying craft for the British Royal Air Force. And on this photograph we see that this is a giant craft, that this are the command control panels here, and a table with a chair in front. This is not a small model. Nobody would put that detailed control panels in a model. This was probably a photograph of them building the real big craft based on that model, on this successfully tested flying model.
So what did he do with it?
That's 1950s.
What did he do with it?
Go fishing, go bear hunting in the Arctic. We'll talk about it in a minute. These are photographs of John Searle testing his electrostatically powered craft. These are probably turbojet craft. A very bad quality photograph that I enlarge, and you can see the openings here, the exhaust openings that probably spin the outside of the craft. It looks like the Avro car. If this is the Avro car, then nothing more spinning other than centrally placed fan. And these are just the exhaust jets for venting air. A lot of patents were very much similar to the German design. Here we have a massive turbine, gas turbine, very similar to the German one, only the intake is from the front and the exhaust is on the back only, in order to give a more powerful forward thrust. This is a turbojet powered craft because I see the air intakes of the turbojet engines here, the 2 turbojet engines. These are the exhausts. The rocket powered German craft did not have any air intakes here. And these are very important slits here. What I think happens is this outermost ring, which we can see here somewhat, everything beyond that ring spins, including these additional turbines here that are camouflaged, that are covered under these hatches. And the exhaust of these turbines comes at this particular place. We see that one cutout thing next to each turbine. And the thing is that they are asymmetrical. They go inside like this, and then they come radially, which means that probably the exhaust gets out in a tangential direction, spinning the craft. This is a photograph that appeared in a news agency of a craft very similar to the German craft. These are the real Avro cars that they never unveiled to the public, other than some little designer leaks like this one. Anti-gravity flying devices were built in Maryland by an inventor that abandoned them. This is a typical Illuminati signature. They would quietly finance an inventor, and after they make sure that he has something and the thing works, they would abduct him, buy him off if they can, kill him off if they can't, abduct him for sure, and move him to a secret location to continue on with his research. In a Maryland barn, parts of a saucer-like flying machine were found by state police in an abandoned tool shed in Marley Park, Maryland in 1949. Air Force investigators were unable to find the inventor who had built the craft before World War II and then had disappeared. This is the Illuminati signature. In many barns around the world, secret devices have been built. In the book Genesis by Harbinson, he talks at length about the airship scare of the 1890s being, again, a secretly financed Illuminati project. Some Wall Street bankers paid for these airships. They were built and tested. These were free energy powered or nuclear powered airships in combination with anti-gravity, according to certain reports that I found recently. And this is a typical signature of how the Illuminati work. They would constantly scout for the best inventors in the field. They would secretly finance them, and if they're really able to deliver something, then they would disappear. And one more invention would be hoarded inside the bottomless Illuminati safes, where they have things that are really incredible. I've heard stories that the Illuminati had a radio way back in the Napoleonic times, and they used the information to rig the London Stock Exchange, and in 3 hours the Rothschilds bought all the actions of they became the owners of the British government. At that time, 200 years ago, basically only the governments were in the business of issuing stocks. So what they did was they spread the false rumor that Napoleon was victorious at Waterloo, and he was about to march on London 2 days from now. Stock market crash, and they bought for nothing, for a penny to the dollar probably, all the stocks of the British government. The news came, the real news, and they had the real news through the radio immediately. The real news came through the much slower surface mail. 2 days later, the stock market promptly rebounded, but a different person was the owner of the British government. So a simple technology can allow an incredible competitive edge over your opposition, over your whatever competition. A guy in England, when I was there for this Wembley Arena conference, mentioned a book. I'm waiting for him to send me a copy of that. A book by a Scottish author who relates the story of somebody who made the wrong turn and entered into a room in the 1810s again, and found somebody sitting on a table in front of a strange-looking kind of wooden crate with some knobs on it, talking to somebody else in the United States. And you could hear the voice coming from that crate. I mean, this was not a telegraphic simple. I thought at the beginning that, well, they were using a simple Tesla coil and some long antenna. Any goldsmith can build you a primitive Tesla coil, even in Roman, ancient Roman or Athens times, ancient Greek times, given the exact explanation how to do that. But I realized that the Illuminati had a lot more than that. They had a wireless radio voice communication. They probably asked for that from their alien tutors after their messenger was shot by lightning in Bavaria in the 1780s or 90s. And so the Bavarian government got all the pouch with all the documents of the secret Illuminati Brotherhood, and this was the biggest and the only leak, almost explosive decompression that happened with the secret Illuminati Brotherhood, and they took stringent measures for that never to be repeated. After that, they didn't need any messengers anymore. They were just talking to each other all over the world, and they can coordinate their campaigns and their bombings and their terrorist attacks. The Illuminati have been the biggest contract killer on the planet and the biggest terrorist contractor for the last several centuries. In my research of the German space projects and the German heritage after the war, I came to the strange book by Narciso Genovesi about an Italian group that finally convinced the Pope to give them the files of Marconi. Marconi was killed by Duce for refusing to give him the death ray. This is the second story about the death ray developed on the planet. Marconi developed it. It was basically the same Tesla system for wireless energy transmission around the globe. But Marconi realized that if a plane flies into the emitter beam that comes from the power plant up to the ionospheric transmission layer, the crew would be microwaved. And so he was talking to Duce to give the humanity this free energy. And Duce said, well, Marconi, you don't understand the invention here. The side effect, this airplane crew microwaving is what I'm after. This is the ultimate weapon. Give me that weapon and we would rule the world. Marconi refused. He was promptly killed next morning by Duce. And his files ended up for safekeeping with the Pope. After the war, the surviving scientists convinced the Pope to give them the files. They wrote written oaths that they would not get any funding from any government and they would not use the technology for military purposes. Then the Vatican brokered a private financing to the amount of $180 million by oil magnates, private financiers, and heads of state. Very secret, probably on religious ground more than anything else. And the group descended on Argentina, bought a giant plantation, probably as big as a small European state, somewhere in the Argentinian Andes, and assembled quietly a top-notch group of world researchers. By 1952, they were flying their craft all over the world. Craft of a circular shape. So according to Narciso Genovesi, an engineer on the project, who lived until recently in Tijuana, it was the Italians that buzzed Capitol Hill and the White House and Washington in general in that famous UFO flap of 1952. That resulted in the biggest press conference in the Pentagon. 350 journalists were there the next morning, after a dozen of these UFOs were buzzing and playing joyfully above the Capitol building. There is a Look magazine photograph of half a dozen of them hanging behind the illuminated dome of the Capitol building. In '56, they perfected the technology. This is a craft built by Tesla technology that was half a century old by that time, or more. A giant condenser. The inner cabin was insulated with glass insulators from the outer shell. These were some anti-gravity turbines that I have no idea how they were working, but I suspect that some of the free energy Illuminati dirigibles of the 1890s, probably again built by secret Tesla technology or somebody else's technology, were using similar, I mean, they look like, how should I say, not egg mixers, but egg beaters, but like these paint beater propellers that painters would use to prepare their paint in the bucket. And so they departed on Columbus Day 1956 on a flight to Mars in the company of several Martian craft. The Martians landed there about a year earlier and helped them iron out some of the details. For 2 hours they reached the moon, spent the night at the Martian colony there, Martian base on the moon, and then for a day and a half they reached Mars. There are very little technical details in the book, so I couldn't figure out from them whether this was a true story or not. However, the most revealing detail here is the strange trajectory that they took toward the moon and Mars. Rockets normally go on a figure-8 trajectory. They depart from the Earth, they go to the moon, they circle around, and they come back. If they enter the moon orbit, they fire the retro rockets, they enter the orbit, and then fire again. As an example. Yeah, I mean, this is too close here for... Anyway, so this figure-8 is the least energy expensive technology, trajectory. This strange trajectory with straight angles here is the most energy expensive technology. You can do that with a rocket, but you would need a fuel tank as big as the Queen Mary, or probably even bigger. I mean, maybe a giant fuel tank. I mean, it's impossible to do that with a rocket. This straight line trajectory here, this straight line, straight angle turn, the second sharp turn here, this another straight line turn here. This can be done only with a UFO. Only with a UFO, with an anti-gravity craft that controls the inertial mass and the gravity mass. It's hardly likely for a hoaxer to be that familiar with rocket mechanics in the 60s when this book was published for the first time in Mexico. This is the bigger Martian craft that landed there to help them. I don't know the details. And they spent a year on Mars. I'm sorry, 1 week on Mars. Very peaceful, loving society. Seas.
How long did it take to get to Mars?
A day and a half. It took them a day and a half to reach Mars. Because of the negation of the inertial mass, the flying saucer accelerates tremendously. People inside don't feel the G's, so you can reach tremendous speeds very quickly.
I'm confused because there's nothing lives on the moon or nothing lives on Mars.
This is what the party line says. I mean, the party line for many centuries has been claiming that the Earth is flat or that there is nothing beyond the Atlantic Ocean. Every new discovery has been covered up meticulously. Mountain passes in the Roman Empire were the biggest property. I mean, the most important information that was hidden by the public and the enemy armies. So were maritime straits and passageways. So were islands or continents later on. Outside, in order to turn a peaceful society like these kids in Lord of the Flies, coming from the country with the longest democratic tradition on the planet, in few months of being alone on that island, into brutal savages that would kill without remorse. People are afraid to accept reality in these shades because it tells them that their, how should I say, their enlightened, their cultured nature is just a thin veneer over a brutal beast within. This explains how people in Germany were deluding themselves that, well, maybe there are a few hundred or thousand Jews in these recreational facilities with the barbed wire, when there were thousands of camps all over Germany. In the same way, Russians were deluding themselves about what was going on beneath the surface. And in the same way, people in the Western democracies are deluding themselves about what goes on in the underground Frankensteinian factories of the illuminated empire. Very important books on the KGB that I don't have a slide of them yet, by John Barron, the KGB and the KGB today, reveal the workings of a secret intelligence organization, which is based on the same foundations as the CIA. Anyone who would like to get an idea how the CIA works has to read books on the KGB and vice versa. It turns out that for all these 50 years, there was another organization way more secret than the KGB that nobody knew anything about in Russia, the so-called GRU, the military intelligence organization, the intelligence branch of the general staff. It was so secret that not only cops but KGB operatives in Russia would not know of its existence. cops in Georgia were stupid enough to give registration license plates to their cars that were GRU dash whatever number. They didn't even know that this is the name of one of the most secret organizations. In Russia, in Stalin and Brezhnev years, if you mentioned the name GRU, they would beat the hell out of you till you tell the name of the guy who told you. And one by one, through beating them up, they would come to the GRU operative that probably got drunk and gave out the name. And then he goes out through the chimney. That chimney is the only way a GRU official would end his life. When they die, they are draped in a coffin with flag, and they are given funeral with all the military fanfare, but they go through the oven and the chimney. They are never buried because through dental charts and this and that, a person can be traced to some famous politician under a different name that lived in Western Europe or South America. When they screw up and talk too much, they die, but they are burned alive. And the induction ceremony of a GRU agent starts with a black and white film of such a live burning of a hapless somebody who talked. A brilliant book by Viktor Suvorov called Aquarium. I greatly recommend that to everyone who's interested into the conspiratorial view of the illuminated empire. These books would greatly help anyone to understand how the secretive organizations work inside the Soviet army and inside the Soviet military intelligence. Any book by Viktor Suvorov, like that famous Suvorov guy that beat the hell out of Napoleon. Viktor Suvorov. You can find them in any university library. Talking about disinformation, there are brilliant books on Soviet KGB and GRU disinformation campaigns. And they would help anyone to get an idea how the local spin control program works, how the Illuminati spin controllers in the United States work. One of the most famous jokes from the Brezhnev era was, a political joke was, that there is very little Pravda in the Izvestia and very little Izvestia in the Pravda newspapers. Pravda in Russian means truth, and Izvestia means news. And we can paraphrase that joke for any other British or American newspaper. There is very little Pravda in the Washington Post or very little Izvestia in the New York Times. These are the same Illuminati mouthpieces that basically give out the party line and only the party line. I've heard rumors that actually George Orwell's 1984 was not a prophetic warning, but possibly a blueprint for a future Illuminati society, or one way, possible way that the Illuminati could have built the terrestrial society. All the isms of the last 1 century were created by the Illuminati for their own purposes. The Unseen Hand by Ralph Epperson is a very important book on, it's an introduction to the conspiratorial view of history and reality. Anyone who would like to see deeper than the official shallow party line surface depicted in the media should go over these books. None dare call it conspiracy. A brilliant book about the secret levels of banking and Illuminati elite behind the secret government, secret political government, that run this country. In Des Griffin's book, Fourth Reich of the Rich, I got the shock of my life when I realized that all of, aside from the Illuminati paying for all the wars of the last 3 centuries in order to load the government credit card and to live happily ever after on the interest payments, it was the Illuminati that paid for the creation of the first Communist International of Marx and Engels, that financed Marx to write his Capital, Das Kapital, and that basically the Communist Manifesto, this 40-page of political program and blueprint for the World Communist Movement and the global communist revolution that was eventually to engulf the whole world. This was the Illuminati program for creation of a one world government the New World Order a century earlier through a perpetual communist revolution. That would, on the side, create a one world bank for the bankers, so that then they would be able to print the money from one centralized place rather than leaving every country to print its own currency. Incredible book. It was Wall Street that paid for the Bolshevik Revolution. Western agents were handing out money on Petrograd corners to hungry sailors to take part in the big Hollywood event, the upcoming revolution, and they really did take part. The Kerensky government fell, and the rest is all history. Trotsky was the bagman for Wall Street, and all the money that was secretly funneled through the Armand Hammers and through the other actors were used for propping up of the Soviet regime. In the 30s, the Russian ministers were living with their suitcases packed because the situation was so desperate. They were waiting to be evacuated to the West anytime. Anytime. They were living with their suitcases packed. And I've realized in my conspiratorial view of reality that secret societies are not much different from the German secret and intelligence organizations. They had first the, what was it, the brown shirts, the SA. Then it got too big, and they couldn't entrust too many people with the secret, so they made a thing within itself. The SS, I think, came after that. Then the SS got too big, and they couldn't trust them anymore with all these secrets. So within the SS, there was another secret society, the Waffen-SS, that appeared. It's like a new secret organization develops within the old one, so that the secrets could be confined to a smaller number. In the same way as the GRU appeared within the KGB, maybe there's other secret organizations within the GRU or the KGB, and others above them. So basically one realizes that conspiracies on this planet are organized on a hierarchical pyramidal structure, where on any other lower level, within that lower level, you would have the seed for the higher level, and only 5 to 10% of the lower level members would know about the existence and would be members of the higher level. It's much easier. It's much easier to become to move from the first to the 32nd degree Freemason than to become from the 32nd to the 33rd. The 32nd degree Freemasons would probably fill a big university-sized auditorium, sports arena in this country. But the 33rd degree Masons would probably fill this small room that we're sitting here. There are probably not more than 20, 30 people in the whole country. So, in the book, The Cosmic Conspiracy, Sandel, a very important author, and an extremely important book, talks about the extraterrestrial levels of these conspiracy structures. Edgar Hoover tried to pinpoint the 10 members on the Illuminati Politburo, and they pinpointed only 8 of them. And it says in the book, black and white, the other 2 were bordering on the paranormal. What does this mean, bordering on the paranormal? They count 8 people enter the room, the house. They do their sitting there, decide something, and after some time, 8 people leave. But inside, 10 people sit on the room. And this goes on and on and on, and they cannot pinpoint the other 2, which is very simple. The other 2 simply beam down for the sitting and then beam up, or just materialize for the sitting and then materialize up. All the secret societies, all the hermetic schools of thought, all the secret brotherhoods on the planet, the innermost circles of these secret societies, the innermost circle of adepts of the philosophical schools of thought, the innermost circles of temple priests have been the people that have been always in contact with extraterrestrials. Secrecy is needed for many reasons. Positive reasons are that the planet has to be kept in isolation in order to develop cultural diversity. If we are swamped with extraterrestrial contact from the very beginning, then we all would be wearing T-shirts and Japanese Seikos and transistor radios under our arm, and jeans, exactly what happened with a primitive aboriginal culture somewhere on the islands or in the Amazon jungle after the coming of the Western civilization. They lose their original ways and they internalize the ways of clothing, the ways of life, the ways of food of the more advanced civilization. So, in order to breed diversity in the universe, it is nice to have a country develop for a long time isolated, like Japan developed isolated, and that's why they have such a brilliant cultural and ethnic singularity. That's why they are so nicely different from the rest. So this is the good reason behind the secrecy. But the bad reason is that with all these secret organizations, if one wants to abuse the secrecy and abuse the technology, the higher knowledge and technology that he is constantly given, there is no boundary to the depths of falling that one can do. So in the cosmic conspiracy, it becomes obvious that 2 of the 10 Politburo members of the Illuminati are either extraterrestrials or even supermaterial celestial beings that have non-material bodies. So I always use this pyramid as a metaphor for the conspiracy structures, for the management hierarchies, for the management pyramids that go on the different conspiracy levels on our planet. Then from a certain point on, they go beyond in outer space to the neighboring planets and stars in our portion of our galaxy, and up and up and up to the highest levels of management in the universe. And I've discovered many such competing pyramids, not just one, that influence the development of our planet. A lot of books have been written on the Illuminati. Most of them are basically whitewashing, party line, cover-up stories. But in some of them, very interesting information can be obtained. The second book by Sandeo, The Vindicator Scroll, talks about a lot of connections between ancient terrestrial cultures and alien beings. Morals and Dogma. Should we stop the tape now?
It might be a good time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We came to Freemasonry. There is a brilliant audio tape that we are distributing by Ron Carlson on the real factor, the real force behind Freemasonry, which lies above and beyond this planet. According to Ron Carlson, Freemasonry, and he did his research based on the most important books of Freemasonry, the Bible of Freemasonry, Morals and Dogma, and also the history of the 9-volume history of the Freemasonry by Albert Pike. According to Ron Carlson, Freemasonry is a Luciferian mass organization, but only the highest levels, probably the 33rd degree Masons, know the real nature of that organization. The thing that I find very strange is that they go through these very strict secrecy oaths that bear tough capital punishment, bodily damage if they talk. They will be sliced this way and that way, and they will be cut 3 times over. I find great uneasiness with such oaths. I mean, oaths for joining the mafia come with less stringent conditions attached for not talking. What are the secrets that they're keeping? I mean, there are 2 cultural traditions on this planet. One tradition has its ceremonies made in broad daylight in the middle of the city square or the temple. The doors are open to anyone who wants to go in. Nobody is forced to go there. There are no secrets, so no secrets, no mysteries, no unrevealed things in this cultural and philosophical tradition. The other and opposing tradition on the planet has its ceremonies at midnight, where no light is available to see who goes there. These are secret invitation-only societies and brotherhoods and hermetic schools that have very strict security oaths for joining in, and the most severe punishment for revealing the secrets of their dealings. And I'm definitely for the first. I would believe in a parliament that has an aisle in the back for concerned citizens that may go walk in and listen on that parliament. And I think an advanced, enlightened democracy is a democracy where you can walk in on the secret meetings of the Pentagon or the National Security Agency or any other private or bigger corporation and basically have a lobby of concerned citizens that just sit there and listen, the same as they do in the British Parliament. In this way, a lot of the dirty things that go on the planet these days would not be possible to happen. Hannah Arendt wrote a brilliant book, The Origins of Totalitarianism, but according to that book, communism and Nazism are just the two sides of the same Illuminati coin, the coin of totalitarianism. We can even label them the communazis of the first half of this century. It is not the left, the communists, fighting the right, the Nazis. It is the left Luciferian hand pretending to fight the right Luciferian hand for the furtherance of the illuminated doctrines on the planet. It is actually both the communists and the Nazis fighting with the liberal bourgeois governments and the monarchies of these countries. The destruction of the monarchies on the planet is a major goal in the Luciferian party program, because in the Illuminati party program, because according to the Urantia book, according to the revelation of the Trinity, the monarchies on this planet are patterned, the monarchical family on top of every country on this planet is a crude resemblance of the Holy Family on paradise on top of the Trinitarian universe. So by destroying the monarchies on the planet, they are removing the last vestiges of the Trinitarian-inspired political order on the planet. It is no coincidence that the Illuminati financed French Revolution, disposed of the French monarchy, and so did Hitler with the German monarchy, or the Bolshevik Revolution with the Russian monarchy. And the New World Order would dispose finally with all the terrestrial monarchies. It's no coincidence that the British throne is having its media problems. It is a coordinated, sustained Illuminati broadside attack on the British throne and on Prince Charles. Rumor is that he didn't want to join the Freemasons. His mother did, but his grandmother was a very staunchly believing what is it called? She's a Anglican, yeah. And she didn't want to join the Freemasons, and Prince Charles has been secretly very close to her and under her advice. He did not join, and that's why he's having these problems. Another book written by the present-day Bulgarian president, or ascribed to him by the Secret Service, is probably written by another brilliant mind, and ascribed to him in order to make a stooge easily manipulatable to them, as happened with most of the Eastern European governments after the perestroika. Some of them were KGB spies, the others were people that were controlled by the KGB. Regardless of that, this is a brilliant book called The Fascism, and reading that you realize that you can pull tens of pages from a Nazi party yearly report on their party organization of your city, of your research institute, of your whatever branch of that Nazi party organization is. You can pull tens of pages into your Communist Party yearly report of your research organization or city organization, and nobody would feel any difference. to the last word. These are interchangeable bodies of information. The moment I realized that there was cold ants crawling on my back, and this was the biggest revelation that I got from that book, that basically the communists and the Nazis were the same, the two sides of the same coin, the commun-Nazi coin. Secret Societies and Subversive Movements by Nesta Webster. Freemasonry Condemned from Its Own Sources by Benjamin Cook. Morals and Dogma, the book on Freemasonry. These are probably the top 10 best books on conspiratology, coming to you directly from the Graduate School of Conspiratology in Santa Monica, run by Gary Schultz. Gary is one of the biggest actors in the conspiratology field, and I greatly admire his advice and his information about which books to read. This is Gary Schultz's reading list, summer reading list for advanced conspiratology, graduate level conspiratology. Tragedy and Hope, A History of the World in Our Time by Carol Quigley. New World Order by William Still, and The New World Order by Ralph Epperson. These are all books exposing the Illuminati as the prime moving force behind the New World Order, or the Illuminati as Anthony Hilder calls them. The Commun-Nazi, the Illuminati, these are all different sides of the same coin, the coin of global Illuminism, the the coin of global Luciferianism. Anthony Hilder claims that Hitler wrote a second book that was called The New World Order, The New World Order, that I've been trying to find in libraries. Hitler was talking about the 1,000-year Reich. George Bush has been talking about 1,000 points of light, and so is President Clinton. Are we talking about the same thing? About 1,000 years of Luciferian rule about to descend on the planet? There are very deep underlying connections between all these isms of the last 1 century, and they are very clearly explained in these books. Unfortunately, they are not to be found in university libraries. Very few of the city libraries carry them. They are not on the databases or computers. They are out of the reach of American education system or American academia. Bush pursues Adolf Hitler's New World Order. The skull and bones symbol of the 322 is the same symbol that is used on satanic rituals. I found an introductory book on Satanism. And interestingly enough, the table for the ritual with all the knives and scalpels and fine cutting instruments was adorned with a skull, real human skull with bones, and they were in the very same shape. In the very same, I wouldn't be amazed, this is just a personal hunch of mine, but I wouldn't be amazed if the Skull and Bones Society is the Hitlerjugend, the youth organization on the campus of Yale University, of a secretive, not only Illuminati, but satanic cult. Students that broke into the tomb, the edifice of the Skull and Bones on Yale property, on Yale campus, discovered a whole room with Nazi flags and SS uniforms and paraphernalia. The Skull and Bones have been secretly admiring and maybe even masterminding through their German branch the rise of the Nazis to power. Also, students heard strange noises coming from this edifice. The initiation ceremony of the Skull and Boners, is to lie naked in a coffin with a red ribbon tied around their lightning rod, symbolizing ritual castration in the adepts of the past, in joining the order of the chosen one. This is a very Luciferian initiation ceremony. I mean, it's very fashionable these days to lie in the sarcophagi of pyramids, to lie in coffins, but all these ceremonies can be traced deep into the Luciferian Politburo that tries to manage the planet their way. The Holy Book of Adolf Hitler, Origins of the New World Order, another book that connects the New World Order with the German Third Reich, the 1,000-year Reich that the Germans were about to build. The Committee of 300, I've turned around, and the table that gives the Trilateral Commission members and the, what is the other one? Council and the CFR members on key positions of American politics, media, trade unions, academia, the military, you name it, they're there. Basically, these are the semi-secretive outfits of the secret Illuminati party. The Communist Party was patterned on the Illuminati. The birthday of the Illuminati, May 1st, 1776, has been celebrated the world over in Eastern Europe as the day of the International Worker Solidarity and the day of the Communist Movement. What a better giveaway, a dead giveaway, than this simple item that the Communist Movement had as its birthday, the birthday of the Illuminati Party. The Communist Party, as a secret, underground, subversive organization, is built and patterned on the Illuminati Party. The bicentennial that was celebrated in this country recently was also the bicentennial, actually it was the bicentennial of the Illuminati Party. And it happened to be also the American bicentennial. And few of the American population knew exactly what they were celebrating, as few of the Eastern European populations knew what really they were marching for on May 1st, when they were giving this May Day parade on the Red Square, on all the red squares of Eastern Europe, even the French Communist Party parading on May 1st down, what is it, where do they do their parades? Under the Arc de Triomphe, Champs-Élysées, and whatever. The Illuminati papers, the Illuminati, and the American Secret Establishment, another important conspiratorial books. I'm showing these books to acquaint visually the viewers with their images. Once in their databases, in their visual databases, it will be easier for them to find them. Coming again to the Illuminati conspiracy, all the emblems of pyramids and all-seeing eyes are dead giveaway that a certain publishing house or a music company or any other company doing any other business is an Illuminati outfit. It's a sure sign. America West Publishers has this very same symbol, as do many other UFO publishing houses.
In Stan Deo's cover, he's got using the Rosicrucian symbol on the top of his the rose.
That happens also to be an organization probably on the illuminated side. That's a deep philosophical discussion. I knew very little of them, but the major comparable points that I know, for example, if we compare the Rosicrucian, what was the name of that guy, the Max Help?
Count Sanctuary.
There is a major volume on the Rosicrucians, but by Max, not Helbron, I forgot the name, Max Handel, about the Rosicrucian order. If you compare that volume, I know from very good Rosicrucians that this is the best introduction into the Rosicrucians. If you compare that volume with, let's say, the Urantia book, the Revelation of the Trinity, you see that every factor that they revere is not mentioned in the Urantia book and vice versa. So obviously they get their revelations from management structures that are different from the Trinitarian management structure, to put it in the modern lingo of management science. So basically, we've been quietly working up philosophically to this bottom line slide. This is the, how should I say, the crowning glory of my many years of philosophical search, trying to figure out the seemingly contradicting philosophies and religions on the planet. At the beginning, I studied the Pleiadian message about our whole universe, and even the next door neighbor universe, the Timor race from the Tao universe, which happens to be their spiritual and religious tutors. And I was astonished at the magnitude, the depth of perception. Basically, it's literally like climbing on the shoulders of giants. Then, being interested into neighboring universes, into parallel universes, I got into the Urantia book with its chapters on the central and super universes and the local universe. And I said, gee, what a better book to read about the universes. Little did I know that I was straying by mistake into the hierarchical pyramid of another management structure. The Pleiadians do not believe in the Trinity, and the Urantia book doesn't believe in the creation that the Pleiadians believe in. According to the Pleiadians, Jesus was no special guy, just somebody who was having dreams and channeling something from somewhere, but basically everybody channels on the planet, so what? There's no Trinity, and there is no creator in the center of all things with personality. The personality business is the biggest divider line between the Trinitarian viewpoint of reality and the Luciferian viewpoint of reality. In the Urantia book, they have 3 brilliant papers on the Lucifer rebellion that happened 250,000 years ago, 250,000 years ago. And they give the Lucifer political manifesto, the Lucifer manifesto, a page and a half. Probably the most important page of any information that exists on the planet, simply because knowing what the program of the illuminated party is, one is able to understand so many things. If you know what goes on at the top of the pyramid, if you know what the generals talk about in the general staff, he would know immediately what millions of soldiers in the trenches would be doing 3 months or half a year down the road. So, the Lucifer Manifesto claims that the first paragraph of the Lucifer Manifesto is about the personality of the Father. It claims that there is no universal Father, and that this Father has no personality. The personality business is the most important linchpin between the two schools of thought, the Lucifer school, the Luciferian school, and the Trinitarian school. By claiming that the Creator has no personality, it means that you cannot sit on a couch with the Creator and you cannot be cracking jokes with Him, or you cannot be getting enlightenment into the workings of the universe. Just think, let me finish with this. By removing the personality trait from the Creator, they actually remove the tutorial possibility, the possibility to get wisdom directly from the big mainframe in the center of all things. So basically, a very careful reading of the Pleiadian Chronicles, the Billy Meyer Chronicles, between the lines, and comparing them with the Lucifer Manifesto in the Urantia book, one realizes that basically the Pleiadians, despite being extremely advanced ethically, morally, and spiritually, being peaceful race for the last 50,000 years, they've had no wars, they still share a philosophical religious outlook of the universe that coincides with the Luciferian outlook. This is another little example of the Luciferian empire basically giving us planet Earth a choice of 2 races. The little grays that are officially in diplomatic agreement with the government and are peddled to us as the politically correct alien race that we will soon establish open relation. I mean, they've had diplomatic relations with them, according to the party line, for almost half a century now, since the early 50s. And soon these will be revealed to the media and to the large masses. At the same time, officially, the Pleiadians are debunked by MUFON and the other major ufologists in this country. Bud Hopkins, Stanton Friedman, Bruce Maccabee, and Bill Moore, first of all. Jacques Vallée, without being aware, without having read all the books. At home I have this many books on the Pleiadians and this many videos. The next best of these critics that I've talked about has about this many. I don't know whether they have even read them, but regardless. Anyway, so I've tried here on this National Geographic Charter of the universe, of the known universe as we know it. Let's go over the chart. The universe according to modern astronomy. Planet Earth is the third planet around our sun, which is, together with several suns in this constellation, a tiny little chunk of real estate in our galaxy. Our galaxy has 150 billion suns, maybe twice as much, but anyway in the hundreds of billions, with 10 times as many planets. I heard from alien sources that 7.5 billion races exist in our galaxy alone. Maybe much more, if we take into consideration other races so much more different from us than that we have hard time comprehending even how this can be a thinking race. But anyway, and this is our galaxy. Our galaxy, together with a dozen other galaxies, forms a local group. A local group which, together with many other local groups, unfortunately they are covered here behind this book, forms the supercluster. This supercluster. This supercluster is one of zillions of other superclusters. Basically, the universe is so big that as many as there are stars in our galaxy, there are as many other galaxies, 150 billion galaxies, that our astronomers have discovered. Maybe if we go to bigger telescopes, I heard the story that the Illuminati had an underground 5 miles long telescope buried somewhere. They would open the hatch, have a look at the topless beaches on other planets, and then close the hatch quickly, you know. Anyway, so there are 150 billion stars in our galaxy. There are 150 billion galaxies that our primitive astronomy has discovered. Still, we don't even know how big our universe is. Even the Pleiadians had problems figuring out the real size of our universe, so they had to get help from there to the race of the Timor race from the Dow universe. And then, this is just one universe, one egg in the bigger basket. Billy Meier was told by his tutors that actually they have discovered about 10 to the power of 740,000, which means 1 with 740,000 zeros behind it, other universes in a bigger something that's called the eggs in the basket. There are 1 with 740,000 zeros of eggs in a bigger basket. You can imagine the diversity of planets, races, management hierarchies. Few of them are absolutely the same carbon copies of each other. On the contrary, diversity is the name of the game in the microcosm and in the macrocosm. So back to the philosophical diversity on our planet. The WASPI Bible claims to be the revelation of the Jehovian Empire, and this is a spiritual progression university system, a soul progression system that is centered around planet Earth and exists in higher dimensional, higher vibratory, higher frequency worlds around our planet Earth. Planet Earth becomes the inner Earth for these higher spheres of existence. It's all in the WASPI book. There's even an abridged version of the WASPI book. This is the Jehovian universe. There's nothing about the Pleiadian stuff in WASPI, nothing about the Trinitarian stuff, nothing about many other philosophers. This is a spiritual progression, a spiritual university system centered around planet Earth. The secret doctrine by Blavatsky, Helena Petrovna Blavatsky published a magazine called Lucifer and established the Lucifer Trust, which, for too obvious a name, was later changed to the Lucis Trust, which became the publishing outfit of the United Nations these days. I have heard rumors that Blavatsky's theosophy is groomed to become the New World Order religion, the New World Order Marxism-Leninism. So we would soon have to buy the Blavatsky's Red Book and have it at home and read it dutifully, as did billions of Chinese with the Mao's Red Book, or millions of Eastern Europeans with Lenin's and Marx's books. Anyway, we can safely assume that Blavatsky's revelations are basically the revelation of the Luciferian management system for the planet. According to the Urantia book, the Lucifer rebellion happened in the local group of about several hundred stars, which is but a tiny little chunk of our galaxy. So we can safely assume that the Luciferian doctrine and philosophy comes from the local group of planets around our sun, which is a very little chunk of our galaxy. Even the empire of Christ Michael, or Michael of Nebadon. Nebadon is the name of our local universe according to the Urantia book, which is a piece of the Milky Way galaxy.
Just a piece of the Milky Way?
The local universe, according to the Urantia book, has 10 million inhabited planets. So it's about maybe 1 million suns, maybe several million suns, which is a very small chunk of the Milky Way. So basically, the domain of Michael, Christ Michael, or Michael of Nebadon, the name of our local universe is Nebadon in the Urantia nomenclature, is just a very small part of our Milky Way galaxy. If you read very carefully the Urantia book between the lines, we realize that the 7 super universes that orbit the central super universe around Paradise are possibly these 12 bigger and smaller galaxies of our local group of a dozen galaxies that are administratively grouped into 7 super universes. So if we read the Urantia book as a revelation of the Trinity, it comes out that possibly there is a black hole in the center of this galactic group, as there is another black hole in the center of each galaxy, keeping all the stars together. We need to have something to anchor the planets. A sun anchors the planets around itself, a black hole anchors the suns in a galaxy, there's probably another something that anchors several galaxies in a cluster, and so on. There's something bigger in a supercluster. Anyway, the Urantia book is the revelation of the Trinity that is sitting in judgment and in architectural planning somewhere in the center of this local group. Still, this leaves billions of galaxies in our universe alone. The Pleiadian revelation talks about, basically the Pleiades are just down the block 500 light years, which is just next door neighbors in our galaxy of 150,000 light years. 500 light years is just next door neighbor. So the Pleiades are just down the block from us, but basically their revelation concerns our whole universe, or most of it. Still, we are short of one with 740,000 zeros of other universes that exist. How then can we claim that any one of these revelations is all the truth, nothing but the truth, and how was it, and everything of the truth? These are just partial glimpses, like the partial cross-sections that we did earlier on of these complex phenomena that we investigated. The elephant in the blinds examining it, the gasoline internal combustion engine, or the nuclear power plant, or the universe. These are just partial cutouts, partial cross-sections, partial limited viewpoints or philosophies. The universe is way more complex, way more tremendous. A tiny little paragraph buried deep in the Urantia book shocked me probably most of all. They say that the language of the capital of our super universe, the capital of our galaxy, the Trinitarian capital of our galaxy, Uversa, has a vocabulary of 1.5 billion root words. If we make the ratio of that vocabulary to our limited English language Oxford dictionary vocabulary of 250,000 words, that ratio is as unfavorable to us as the ratio between the Oxford dictionary and the 100 or so sign words of Coco the gorilla that we saw in that film Gorillas in the Mist, where, what was the name of the lady, Jean Goodall? Taught them the sign language. Obviously the gorillas have the capacity to understand several hundred words and to actively use them. I totally believe everything she does, but if we try to explain to Coco the gorilla using only 100 words and not a single word more, the complex topics we are talking about, explain anti-gravity, explain secret societies, explain terrestrial education systems and so on, it's just impossible. In the same way it is impossible for the beings that sit in the capitals of the galaxy or further up in the universe to explain to us with our limited language, as much as our language is ahead of the language of Coco the gorilla, as much the language of the beings here is ahead of ours. How would they explain complex ideas that we don't even have the word of? We have 250,000 words, they have 1.5 billion words. We are talking about a totally different ballgame here. It's a much different league. And this is just the center of our galaxy. Probably on Paradise they have a language that has hundreds of billions, maybe trillions of words. And this is still a group of, the local group of a dozen galaxies. How about bigger management structures that take care of the whole universe and so on? According to Billy Meyer, there are many progression levels in the universe. How many schooling levels are there? He says 1 to the 49th power, 10 to the 49th power, which means 1 with 49 zeros. These are the schooling levels, the schooling years that we have to progress in the universe, slowly, level by level, going up, until we reach the highest levels of existence. With this slide, I would like to make a point that possibly all of these revelations are true, despite their great diversity, despite their visual, almost total diversity. Still, I think that there exists a much more complex reality that can accommodate all of them without having to throw out a single word or even a comma. I tend to take everything for granted, and instead of discarding something because it contradicts with other things, I tend to invent a more complex reality that would accommodate for everything. And in the long run, I've turned, the practice has taught me that in the case of anti-gravity, or in the case of secret German anti-gravity research, or in the case of even bigger global level Illuminati research, that reality greatly outpaces our ability to comprehend it. That reality is way more crazier and way more schizophrenic and way more tabloid than the craziest of the tabloid sources. The tabloids are just a gross understatement of the actual variety and diversity in the universe. Enough about conspiratology, back to underground construction. In 1955 Look magazine, we have the idea of an underground saucer base, invulnerable to nuclear strikes and to punitive, how should they call them, vengeance, lightning bolts from the Trinitarian judgment courts, if such a judgment comes on the planet. One of the major reasons for the Luciferian empire digging deep underground is the same as when they did in Lemurian and Atlantean and other previous times. All of these antediluvian civilizations left remnants, small pocket civilizations underground that survive to these days. The underground pocket civilizations under the Gobi Desert, the blue-skinned people under India that Billy Meyer talked to, and that probably caused a lot of the Indian religious traditions, all these blue-skinned gods that they have in their mythology. The underground civilization under Mount Shasta, underground colonies under some of the South American mountains and so on. Many of these remain from antediluvian civilizations that perished in nuclear holocaust. So the alternative truth scenario is working. The Luciferian Empire is busily digging deep underground, preparing for whatever may come. A nuclear holocaust, a judgment day, or anything else. The slide is inverted, but this is a publication of the Underground Developers Association of the city of Kansas. There's a revolution in business and industry, in brackets, right under your feet, meaning that you know nothing about. Let's see what do they have in this glossy brochure. Contemporary space, prehistoric integrity, the Geospace Executive Park. This is underground office space complex that you can rent office for your company. Or a publication of the Underground Developers Association in the city of Kansas here. We see a semi-truck entering the entrance of the complex. We see a beautifully decorated, either a shopping mall or an exhibition area, and another entrance of the complex with some cars driving in. It was very difficult for me to get the better of these slides, but we have a railroad train station underground, industrial area, 3 semis parked in parallel, showing the magnitude of the galleries, office spaces, hotel spaces, retailing areas, all underground. Nothing is secret. Somebody called the radio station the number that they gave, talked to a professor of underground construction, and they gave them the Developers Association. They called them and they got the brochure. They said, we're interested in leasing space in your complexes. These are limestone mines that were excavated in such a way, with such a foresight, to make office available for future use. A publication again of the Underground Developers Association. In the city of Kansas alone, we find 10 member sites, which means that there are many non-member sites which are privately owned and we know nothing about. And if you read carefully the name of these member sites, there is a site that has university in its name, 2 sites that have industrial in its name, a site that have commercial in its name, a site with zoo in its name. What else? Basically, if you think about it, the names of these 10 sites are about the 10 basic, most important industries that would be needed to get going an underground life, totally independent from the surface life, especially if they are connected with underground tube shuttles and trains. This was the Achilles heel of the German underground system. They didn't have any underground connection. They had to haul all the supplies by railroad, by train, and this is where the Allies got them. They couldn't move the gasoline to the tanks, they couldn't move the shells to the artillery and so on. So basically, under every major city, there is a complex of underground, I can safely extrapolate from here, there is a complex of underground construction that is specified in such a way that you can continue with life even if the life ceases on the surface of the planet. This is the alternative truth scenario from the Alternative 3 book. The card-carrying party members of the Illuminati, the gold card members of the Illuminati, have their secret access code, so in case of anything that happens on the planet, nuclear holocaust, polar shift, or whatever, they have a safe place to go on. There have been science fiction films about such colony, people from such colony emerging way into the future when everything was destroyed on the surface. And they realized that still life on the surface was much lovelier and nicer than life in this regimented fascist community, where when you reach a certain age, you're killed by the computer to make space for the newly coming individuals. Again, to some tabloids, who's killing off the Star Wars scientists? Are these people really dying in these freak accidents, or is it just a way of removing them from this society and making them to go black, to use the jargon, to start working in the underground research facilities or the facilities beyond this planet?
Those are actual deaths, not disappearances.
These are actual deaths, but Helga is here to tell us about the actual death of her father, where she pulled the hair from his head and it turned out to be a toupee on probably a wax head. And her father came to her a month after he was actually buried in an actual death. He continued working for a German university and even published papers from a Göttingen university. The underground openings of one of the 3 underground complexes around Los Angeles, a photograph came from Norio Hayakawa, shot from a private plane. No restrictions over the airspace. This is a private facility, but you can fly over.
Is that the anthill facility?
One of the 3. The Northrop has them, the Lockheed, and what was the other one? The Rockwell International, or Douglas, one of the 3. I mean, this is a massive facility. This roof probably moves here, exposing some entry. Very interesting facility. Another facility here. On the pylon, we see a UFO-shaped object being tested for radar reflection or some other beam weapons test that they do. There are many books that talk about strange things happening on the moon. We saw alien bases on the moon, but Fred Steckling shows giant motherships hovering low over the moon's surface. Secrets of Our Spaceship Moon, Our Mysterious Spaceship Moon by John Wilson, and The Moon Gate by William Bryant talk about massive fraud perpetrated upon humanity by NASA. Fraud number 1, there's air on the moon, and 9 out of the 10 flags of Apollo wave and flutter in the wind, some of them very violently. This is another waving flag here. What is the mysterious force that keeps the flag from drooping down and following the force of gravity, other than the wind blowing at it? Or if the flag is made out of sheet metal as a statue exactly in this form?
They do have a wire that holds it out.
Yeah,
it's
but
still flopping in the breeze, though.
Still, because the wire doesn't come to the end. This is the first generation flag where the wire was going midways. Then they fixed that in the first generation flag, the plank or the wire goes halfway, 2/3. In the second generation flag, it goes all the way. The NASA ID numbers are, this is 20 shots later and several hours later because the shades are longer here. And in the third generation flag, they glued the whole flag to a sheet metal, and it was behaving like a piece of cardboard flying in the wind. Because of the wind, and I would show you the flag going like crazy, full left to full right all over the screen in a minute. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. A small life for NASA, a big life for all mankind. This is the title of my upcoming super production. In many astronomical books about the moon, my focus is bad, and I will provide a better slide. If you look carefully, just don't miss any of the older books on astronomy with moonshots in the 60s and 70s. They didn't know what they were releasing. Now it's impossible to get the same shot. If you look with magnifying glass, you will find strange rectangular things, some observation domes in the middle of the craters, roads going on, many strange things. Here, for example, there is a rectangular structure. There is another structure, and this whole thing is either a shade from a tall something. I mean, very careful observation would find many things that should not be there. The Moon Observer's Handbook or Exploring Space with a Camera, especially this book. Fred Steckling discovered lakes on the Moon. If the light is not reflecting into the camera, it is marble black, pitch black. If the light reflects and hits the camera, it shines as if a lake of quicksilver, which he verified by getting Californian lakes from his private plane. Very same reflectance as the lakes on the Moon. There were huge, giant mining machines. This is the smaller reconnaissance vehicle, and this is the bigger mining machine combined that leaves a 15-meter wide track, which is 45 feet wide track, probably mining rare metals on the Moon's surface. Party line lies that these are boulders that roll down the hill, but you see the machine going up and down and up and down the hills. The magical boulder, the cousin of the magical bullet. We see the Moon covered in strange greenish coloration. Many of the shots, they say there's vegetation on the Moon like in the Arizonian desert. Another greenish coloration here. Can we lift up the... Yep. Another slight greenish coloration here, like a sparse Arizonian desert vegetation. And another one in green. This comes from a Apollo 8 photograph. Slight green, especially on the more covered inner walls of the craters. All reddish in autumn, when the vegetation is shedding its leaves. Rare Apollo 8 photograph. Why did they use black and white film? To save money in a $300 billion project, or to cover it up from us? They said, well, high resolution ability. Sure, but it hides up the vegetation. Nazis water skiing on the Moon. I have given about 50 radio interviews all over the country, including a presentation at the prestigious and first royal venue in England, the Royal Wembley Arena, about water skiing on the Moon. I heard a rumor by a major radio personality in this country that saw a private 8mm film shot with a private amateur camera on the Moon, one of the astronauts, water skiing there on the lake in bathing trunks, which means that there's atmosphere, they don't need any suits. At a government or private resort station there, probably as a token of gratitude and as a reward for the guys keeping their mouths shut of what they saw on their Apollo flights. So, until I have this guy on tape, on videotape, I will not reveal his name, but I did a little research on my own, and here is something that looks like a lake to me. Very suspiciously looks like a lake, and some other lakes in the vicinity. This is the Tsiolkovsky crater. Now, this crater from another altitude reveals some roads, some sightseeing roads. This is one of the major attractions there, obviously. And some interesting rectangular buildings and round buildings. And you can come and have a look for yourself. A round building, another round building, a rectangular building here. And the road, basically, it's very clearly visible here. The road circling the lake.
He's on the far side of the Moon, right?
This is on all sides of the Moon. And here, I have a full-color photograph, 8 by 11 photograph, of this giant lake. The water is so transparent you could see the craters on the bottom of the lake through the water. Small islands here, some kind of a little archipelago here. Could it be the moon Gulago? Nobody knows. And other lakes here in the far. Something is definitely going on the moon. We discovered wind, atmosphere, vegetation. There have been many photographs of cloud formations over the moon, moving over the craters. Today they are here, tomorrow they are there. Let's consult our favorite tabloid press about some revelations. A World War II bomber was spotted in one crater and then it was gone. Wiki World News. Or a human skeleton photographed by Apollo astronauts on the moon. Some jeans or remnants of a belt here. A human barefoot footprint on the moon photograph. Obviously they want to tell us something. They want to prepare us for some future revelations, for some shocking admission that they probably didn't tell us everything about the moon. In a more glossy revelation by Ben Bova, the editor of Omni magazine, he talks about welcome to the moon base, and I wouldn't be amazed that this is probably exactly how the moon base looks like. Here he talks about an underground base, still assuming that there is no atmosphere. Maybe this was the first base that they built there in the 50s. The Russians and Americans jointly landed on the moon in the late 40s or early 50s and spent the first few nights there, guests of honor at the already existing German underground space station there, the ex-Nazi colony on the moon. This is how they excavated the trench, did the additional trench here for the hotel rooms that were blasted with some plasma cutters. It was covered with a frame construction and covered with dirt. Exactly the same as the German underground airfield, the U fields. This is a U base on the moon. I wouldn't be amazed that this was the original German construction that they did probably in the late 40s. Here Ben Bova is trying to pull another hoax on us that you need such a deep sea diving suit in this vacuum atmosphere when actually on that water skiing film the astronauts were water skiing in bathing trunks. This is how the moon base looks inside. We see an anti-gravity assist ballet performance here because the ballet dancers are flying high in the air, several stories tall. One of the UFO researchers, Bob Axler, was actually shown an experimental NASA facility where if you drop a 10-cent coin, it slowly falls down as if in slow speed motion because it probably has 10% or 5% of the G, just barely enough to keep you glued to the floor. They use these for training of the astronauts because the Vomit Comet is too expensive and too messy when they go into this parabolic flight. So this is probably how the government colony on the moon looks like. I've heard rumors that in the 70s they had a 40,000 man strong colony as big as the UCLA campus. Or other rumors subsequently that they have one hotel that's 30 stories tall and 6 kilometers long or something like that. Giant construction on the moon. Where have all the missing children gone? Somebody told me that 400,000 children were missing from this country a year. I said, nah, impossible, maybe 4,000. So I called this milk carton number. The lady was very puzzled. They never had any statistics, any studies, any journal articles about overall statistics. But finally he made a guess, an educated guess, being there 6-7 years. I was just my first call and only call ever. And she said 200,000. I was expecting 10, 20, 30,000. So basically she verified most of the rumors. I don't think that all of these are children stolen by divorced parents, or that all of them end up in the dissection tables of satanic cults, which are very numerous in the country. Still, this is an insignificant number. Most of the children end up in the underground academies of the New World Order, the boys from Brazil type of academies that were run on the surface 50 years ago, as the boys of Brazil experiment in the Brazilian jungle farms were. Now they are running the underground Frankensteinian factories for genetic human research, and on the lunar, Martian, and other evacuation and survival colonies that were built by the government. This is where the missing children end up. The supermensch of the New World Order. Life magazine tells us that they will be going to Mars in 2025. However, the Alternative 3 book and film claim that Russians and Americans secretly social landed on the moon, on Mars, on May 22nd, 1952. 62, they say in the film, to cover it up as a rocket engine landing by a rocket craft. I have a feeling that it's an anti-gravity landing, and we have a 2-hour film with a lecture. I mean, actually the full-length Alternative 3 film with an hour lecture at the end. Why do I think that this is an anti-gravity social landing that happened earlier than what they claim in the film? At the same time, with all this conspiracy going on, in the Close Encounters of the Sleazy type, party line spin controllers, pants for hire and souls for hire. In a book like Out There, Mr. Bloom claims that the government started investigating in earnest UFOs from 1989, and they created a secret committee to study the possibility of alien existence. And there was nothing before that. According to Mr. Bloom, all conspiracies on the planet started in 1989. Close Encounters of the Sleazy kind. 14 times, Supernatural Spielberg. Close Encounters of the... this is another interesting lecture on the slave labor on Mars. Probably a lot of the abducted people in the 50s were taken, in 60s were taken as slave labor on Mars. Remember all these UFO stories of missing crews of whole ships that disappeared, missing trains, missing groups of hitchhikers or cyclists, or whole camping sites were emptied of people. They urgently needed somebody to do the job, so they would just go down and abduct anybody that comes in view. This is a government craft photographed in Area 54 by Gary Schultz, produced by GE 20 years ago, in the back of one of the UFO contactee books. Bill Hamilton, in his book, Cosmic Top Secret, shows a UFO that has a US Air Force insignia on it, and there is certain literature that claims this to be a Fokker, the German aircraft manufacturer Fokker produced this in the 60s as a bomber saucer with some bombs attached. My biggest suspicion is that the Star Trek scenario, being a lovely science fiction for all the children and even adults on the planet, has been a 9-to-5 working business day reality for a small elite number of military and Illuminati scientists and officers. All of these projects are privately owned and controlled. They are way above and beyond the reach of government. The president, even the president, doesn't have high enough security clearance to go into these bases. These are private underground bases. You can't even trespass. It's the laws observing the rights of privacy in this country. They have private militias, whatever, private police forces. Billy Meyer mentioned that in '75 there was a terrestrial force that was government that was building 150-meter diameter, 450, about 500 feet diameter nuclear-powered craft that fit quite well the Star Trek first-generation craft. I examined in great detail the main propulsion unit description from a Starfleet technical manual, which astonished me with its great engineering detail. I said, who the hell would spend so much time doing such a detailed engineering description of a film, basically of a fictional film, if these were not simplified drawings of real engineering creations. And the astonishing thing was that this engine works exactly in the same way as the engine of an interstellar alien craft that is described in the metaphysical work Tales of Beelzebub to His Grandson, written by Gurdjieff. The first volume of his, the second volume of his trilogy, Meetings with Remarkable Men. In this book, Beelzebub, a real character and a member of the Lucifer Rebellion, comes to the planet on inspection, and he talks to his grandson, explaining how the drives of the craft work. Basically the same principle as the drives of the Star Trek fleet. The names of the Star Trek fleet carry a lot of symbology, a lot of names from the Luciferian Empire. Not a strange coincidence either. The new generation, much more advanced Star Trek ships are probably the ships that were built in the 80s and 90s around the orbits of Saturn and Jupiter, way out of reach of our terrestrial astronomy, by the Rockefeller Foundation. I was told that the Rockefeller Foundation donated some of these ships to the government, to the poor boys of the government, because all the money is with the private bankers anyway. And as a token of gratitude, the moon base was christened the Rockefeller base. How touching indeed. I'm deeply convinced that what we see on Star Trek is and has been a reality for half a century. Star Trek, the technical manual. The search for real ETs, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, and the Puzzle Palace, the NSA. The rumor is that the NSA, the National Security Agency, was created to snoop on extraterrestrial communication trunk lines that run on gravity waves. And they have been doing that for half a century. Not only they have discovered aliens, not only they've been in contact with aliens for more than several centuries, but they have been snooping their communications. Still, for the public, they would like to spend $200 million for the new SETI project to discover a faint bleep coming from probably another Starfleet, Star Trek ship, somewhere in orbit around Jupiter or something. Another of the big hoax is going on. Close encounters of the sleazy kind, close encounters of the politically correct kind. The Galbraith's contactee case, in my opinion, is the preparation for the American public for the upcoming contact with the little grays that develops pretty much along the scenario of the Billy Meyer contact as it developed through time. But unlike the Pleiadians that the government officially doesn't like, although we said earlier that philosophically they are on the same side of the divider line, on the Luciferian side of the divider line, but still the thesis and the antithesis fighting each other, and regardless of the fact whoever wins, they both would serve the same master. Anyway, the little grays are prepared to be probably the rays that would establish the first official media contact with photo opportunities for the world press, and the Gulf Breeze encounters have been a preparation for that. The New World Order and the coming evacuation of many people on the planet have been widely discussed in the literature. Back to the tabloid literature, not only space flights, but time experiments, travel in time, have been on the agenda of the Illuminati for half a century. According to Al Bielek, all the nuclear-powered carriers of the American fleet have the Philadelphia time travel technology, and so do even small aircrafts. So no wonder that an aircraft can easily, with a flip of a switch, end up flying over the battlefields of the Civil War or back in time. Space aliens are stealing our kids. Is it the space aliens, or is it somebody else behind them? Patient vanishes into thin air, or is it the beginning of a teleportation process? The Philadelphia experiment tells us that the government had this technology since the working on it since the 1930s and developed it to perfection in the early 50s. Teleportation, abduction, time travel. Geniuses like Tesla developed most of the things that were the Philadelphia technology. Helga Morrow, with the story of her life story of her father, confirms everything Albilik has been claiming, that the government has the capability to teleport its operatives to other planets. They can even bypass the saucer travel capabilities of the Star Trek command and directly teleport the most important officials. Why would they waste their time shipping them by saucers when they can teleport them directly? In the Montauk project, Preston Nichols, the author, claims that they were teleported to the moon, to the inside of moon, to Mars, and to the inside of Mars, together with Albilik. And so claims Helga Morrow about her father. He was also teleported on secret government work to the underground projects of Mars. The Time Machine novel by H.G. Wells is probably a revelation of a secret Illuminati and the first Illuminati time machine project that was run in the early 20th century. Much later it was repeated in Nazi Germany or in Tesla's America in the 30s and 40s. Creation of artificial diseases, AIDS, and many other strains of biological weapons for population control has been one on the government agenda. Many interesting books on biological warfare over the unsuspecting population in this country. What we are taught in school, in the public moralizing and debilitating schooling system of America, has nothing to do with the secret schools of the Illuminati, where in ratio of 1 student to 1 teacher, they study the secret sciences of chemistry, which for them is a repeatable, predictable science, walking through walls, paranormology, telepathy, and all the other things that are viciously and vigorously debunked by the Illuminati-controlled physical and other scientific royal societies, to the Illuminati-controlled academia and media. Mind control, they probably have more than 100 different technologies of accessing your hard drive and manipulating the files on it any way they want. Deleting, adding, changing, updating, and so on. But it is not saucer travel through anti-gravity. It is not interplanetary travel through teleportation. It is not interstellar travel through the time tunnel as depicted in the Montauk Project book by Preston Nichols. This is not the most important Illuminati research and development program. Human genetic engineering and the creation of a new race is the highest priority of the Illuminati and the Luciferian Empire. This is the only field of competition that they have not surpassed the Trinitarian Empire yet. And back to the tabloid sources, plenty of genetic engineering goes on the planet. Monkeys are joined with fish, people are joined with fish. Population is prepared for the idea that we can manipulate genetics in the same way as manipulate electronic signals on the oscilloscope. Hitler had a very extensive genetic research program which culminated with the creation of walking, living, breeding hybrids between humans and animals. And nothing of it has come out of the press. His unenerved genetic research program is played down as a simple selective breeding program of the right German maidens mating with the politically correct SS men to produce the new super race. The baby is born, the baby are taken care of in SS kindergartens, the assembly line marriages, and so on. The genetic experiments in the concentration camps were a lot more than the little innocent pilot survival experiments that they were doing on inmates. I shot a 23-pound grasshopper. Somebody's definitely playing with the genes on this planet. And this is what they want to teach the public about. This was not a tabloid photograph. This is a bird with the fangs and the mouth of a snake that was captured in Puerto Rico, and the government agent snatched it and nobody saw the bird or the agent again. A bird with genetically manipulated snake fangs on it. Bird with wings that would fly. In the Alien Harvest, Linda Moulton Howe talks about the cattle mutilations being done by aliens. I have a feeling that most of them are done by the government. The cattle are a perfect walking, licking vacuum cleaner that picks up the radiation, and by mutilating them, they measure the remaining radiation after the above ground and underground nuclear blasts, which have tremendously contaminated the country. If they start going with the Geiger counters and doing that in public, they will be sued for compensation by everybody in the states around the nuclear test site. So they've chosen a very innocent way of doing it. Space alien doctors sneak into hospitals to experiment on human patients. Some really do, but most of them are, or UFO alien makes girls 8, 9 pregnant. Tabloid accounts, but very soon the official UFO literature is full with dozens of books on alien abductions with the purpose of horizontal experimentation and a sexual crossbreeding between terrestrial and alien representatives for the creation of a new super race. Creation of a new super race doesn't come alone. You have to start much earlier. Robotics was developed to perfection in the secret projects. Tennis playing robots, cops, robocops, or robots that test army gear have probably been developed in the early 50s. The Men in Black were the most advanced mechanical and the first crude biological robots that were developed in the 60s by the government and were widely used through teleportation to beam down and to harass UFO contactees. Men in Black, products of the first biological robot programs of the government. Mr. Data is probably the advanced cousin of the Men in Black serving in the interstellar fleet of the Illuminati. The Men in Black were the more primitive, earlier versions of Mr. Data. The little grays, according to some researchers, are nothing but biologically cloned and produced in the test tube, biological robots or cyborgs given to the government by aliens, maybe jointly produced, and used by the government conveniently for purposes that no other medical or government personnel can perform. Can you imagine the public outcry if doctors or military personnel start abducting little children and not returning them, or doing everything to the children as the aliens do? I mean, they couldn't have come with a better idea. Is it the little grays cloning us, or is it the government cloning them, or is it through them the government cloning us into a brave new world of super beings? I have a feeling that it is mostly the last of the three possibilities. The Men in Black and the little grays. An inevitable development of this line of creation of artificial life. Very high on the Luciferian agenda. This is the only thing that they have not been able to master so far. Artificial intelligence, not only in the tabloid sources, but basically they have created artificial intelligence computers that talk the way Mr. Data talks. Some doomsday science, some end-time prophecies. Somebody told me that creating a fear in an individual is like a metal rod that short circuits his battery for paranormal abilities. If an individual is under fear, he can be easily abducted. He cannot telepathically transmit messages from higher races. Basically, his paranormal ability is effectively switched off. So there's no shortage of doomsday prophecies coming from the government spin control. A comet is about to crash soon onto planet Earth. The ozone hole is a total scare. The alien threat is a sister threat of the ecological threat. And the book, The Holes in the Ozone Scare, or The Hole in the Ozone Hole, reveals why it is a physical impossibility for an ozone hole to be. It is not the ozone that stops the ultraviolet light. It's the other way around. When the ultraviolet light hits the atmosphere, it creates ozone. You can prove that with a little high school experiment. Buy an ultraviolet light for bugs, bug-killing ultraviolet light, hide it in your closet, close the door and let it run for 2-3 hours. When you open the door, the closet would reek of ozone. The ultraviolet light creates ozone when it hits the air. And that's exactly what happens on the whole planet. Why there are holes on the pole? Very simple, because 6 months of the year there is no sunshine. And then it picks up again. 6 months here, 6 months on the other pole. It has nothing to do with the chlorofluorocarbons, but hitting the refrigeration chain on the planet, they will bring another hundreds of millions of excess deaths, basically helping the AIDS initiative to reduce the population on the planet. The aliens, the alien threat, the cometary threat, the ecological threat, these are all sister threats coming from the Illuminati, disinformation and spin controllers. A report from the Iron Mountain, the most important book for anyone who is into the ecological movement. It explains how the whole policy of purposeful ecological degradation was sought by the government 25 years ago, just in time when the Russian threat would be eliminated, when there would be no more Russian bear threat. So then this totalitarian government here would be desperately in need of a new threat, a new replacement threat. All the Noriegas, the Saddam Husseins, and the Muammar Gaddafis are small-time interim replacement threats that can last for a few months or a year. The American government desperately needs a new major threat. The ecological threat, according to the Iron Mountain, is a major candidate for such a threat. But the coming alien threat is probably the biggest candidate. Star Wars is not to fight the Russians, but to fight the incoming aliens. The film The V was shown even in Eastern Europe. Even Eastern European publications published the giant alien hostile ships hovering low over Los Angeles. The alien threat, the new long-term replacement threat after the collapse of the Russian bear, the sister threat of the ecological threat, manufactured by the Illuminati for the continuation of their grip, of their stranglehold on society. The New World Order, with the upcoming concentration camps patterned on the concentration camps for the Japanese nationals during the Second World War, and some possible developments where everybody would have to have the ID number, the barcode number, laser imprinted on his forehead for continuous identification, the mark of the beast. What can we do in this chaotic universe? Solzhenitsyn gave us an example. A small, unknown mathematics teacher in a faraway Siberian village with no right to depart from this village, wrote a little book that was picked up by the Novy Mir magazine, literary magazine, and made a national sensation and a bestseller in Russia. 10 years later, he published the Gulag Archipelago, which helped to demolish the Russian Empire like nothing else. There was not the communists left believing in these ideals after they read the Gulag Archipelago. And on this photograph, we have a similar example. The rumor is that this Chinese youth was found and killed by the authorities. But still, he gave a very powerful image, a very powerful message for the whole world to pursue. It is possible to take a stand. It is possible, even by praying each day for the better outcome of the world around us, even by projecting positive energies. I am more for the Gandhiesque approach. Just shine the light on the dark empire, and everybody would realize that the emperor wears no clothes. Just all we have to do is shine the light on them. The light would defeat the evil. You don't have to shoot, you don't have to kill. Just shine the light on them. Name the things with their true names. And this would help the collapse of the illuminated empire like nothing else has done. Back to the big slide with the magnitude of the universe and the really small scale problems that we have on this planet. For these of us that believe that there is only life on this planet and nowhere else in the universe, obviously these are life and death struggles. Should we overcome? Should the New World Order overcome? And so on. But if we go to levels above that, and the higher we go, the more we realize the Buddhist principle that it's all an illusion, it's all a performance, a stage play for our, that is running for our enjoyment, for our education, for our perfection. It's all a divine comedy, an universal comedy. And all of these problems that we depicted here are very tiny, infinitesimally small and unimportant problems. If one has made the choice inside himself and has found a pathway for his spiritual progression, has found the university where he's going to enroll his soul when he moves out of this present reality. If this is done, the rest is just a little divine comedy that unfolds around us for our amusement. Thank you very much for your attention. And we can go to just 2-3 questions, if there are any.
Well, first of all, how did Cemiyetler get this book published and win the Nobel Prize when the Illuminati has such a vast control over publishing and, in fact, over the Nobel Prize agency itself?
Good question. Give me a call at home and I'll talk to you for an hour about that. It's a very good question, but they probably decided that they have to stop with the concentration camps because they went too far and it was counterproductive, even for them. And so they used Solzhenitsyn as a vehicle to launder this dirty linen to the public.
Did they foresee the changes that it would bring in the Soviet Union?
The Illuminati?
Yes.
They planned them
Okay.
30 years earlier. I think it was not David Ben-Gurion, but another Israeli prime minister who did a speech in the 60s, in the 70s, that 20 years from now the East European Empire will be dismantled and Russia will be no more. He probably had some insight straight from the source.
Okay, now the Pleiadian star system, is that one of the systems that joined in the Luciferic rebellion?
I don't know that, but they seem to be a non-Trinitarian society if you compare their life with the way the Urantia, the Trinitarian structure, manages their planets.
I heard that the Palladians are one of the groups that contacted the Nazis and helped them give them some of that technology.
Yeah, that's what we claim in this film on the occult national shamanism.
Well, I'm investigating this quite a bit because of the Vladimir case. And
I would like to talk to you. Give me a call. You have my phone number. We have to sprint out of here now, but are there any other questions?
I like his questions.
One more question.
okay, now I've studied the Urantia book pretty thoroughly, and our local universe of Nevadon. How can you come to the conclusion that it just contains a section of our galaxy?
Very good question. I asked this question to a channeling session on their new epochal revelation inauguration session in Los Angeles, but through simple calculation, in one instance they mentioned that the Milky Way galaxy is a superuniverse. They equate the galaxy with a superuniverse. Otherwise they use the word nebula, and the nebula in the 30s was a fuzzy name which was used for a gaseous nebula, which is a small chunk of a galaxy or a big galaxy. But in one place they say that the Milky Way is a superuniverse. Then if you calculate the planets in a superuniverse, they have 1 trillion planets. So this is, and we know that there are 150 billion stars. By 10 planets each come to about 1.5 trillion. Maybe less than 10 planets per star if you have some stars without planets. So just about right. Probably the planets around all the planets in one galaxy come about the size of the planets in one superuniverse.
Well, Christ is going to return.
I think that there is no doubt about that. It's an extremely important, according to the Urantia book, the Earth is, how should I say, Christ did his PhD dissertation thesis on the planet. His incarnation here was, I'm using our language for that, his dissertation thesis, his graduation thesis. If the Lucifer rebellion succeeds here on the planet, it would be a big sign for the whole local universe of 10 million other inhabited planets that the boss of this local universe, because Christ after graduation here became the autonomous, independent boss of the local universe of 10 million planets. Before that, the paradise ambassadors were the universe rulers. So if you prove to the boss of a universe that the planet that is his graduation thesis is mismanaged and cannot be managed with his philosophy of love and love thy neighbor and thy brother, then you prove a point that he's not fit to manage the whole universe. If you cannot manage a small, insignificant planet in that whole 10 million planet strong local universe, chunk of our Milky Way galaxy, how the hell can he manage the whole thing? And this is the pinnacle point of the Lucifer rebellion. That basically, according to the Urantia book, I have not been to these levels. I know nothing about them. And we're about to enter into a very big discussion, but we have to get out of here. Any other questions on the more mundane topics?
Why did Martin Sheen make the movie about the astronaut from Alternative 3? You know that movie? How much connection
The
did
Alternative
Martin
3
Sheen
movie?
have? Yeah. What was the Gorman? What's his name? I don't remember. The Alternative 3 astronaut who originally went to
Bob
the moon.
Grodin.
Bob Grodin.
But
Okay.
there's no such real astronaut.
Yeah,
Probably it's a play of
Really?
words on Buzz Aldrin. Buzz Aldrin is probably
okay.
Bob Grodin.
Right. Okay. Why did Martin Sheen make the movie then?
Which
You
movie
heard-
did he make?
What's it called? I'll have to think of it.
Never heard about this.
Yeah, it's a really a B kind of rated movie, but it's
Hangar
very
18? No?
No, something like The Bright Stars or something.
What is the movie about?
It's about an astronaut who goes to the moon and finds an object which is really a sort of a crystal, and realizes that it's all a dupe. In other words, that there was civilization there already.
Well, this is the 2001 film by Kubrick. They discovered this monolith on moon.
I think it was
There's a British film where the Apollo astronauts
I've
discovered
seen that same movie. I just
flag,
don't remember
the Union Jack flag on the moon. Thank you very much for your attention. It was an extreme pleasure for us. And we'll see you on the next, meeting. Thanks a lot. Oh.
Good deal. Good job, Vlad.
I think Richards intimates basically my
We ran I began to be a nuisance to him, and I said, close the door.
I'm so glad you came all the way out here.
I'm down here. Stuck here.
I wish I had your ride home. I don't think I'm here.
He summers anywhere else.
Quite lacking.
I haven't made it to high yet.
Christ as we know it from
Indiana, I'm heading back. 2 weeks.
Yeah, you were going back that time.
I moved up here.
Got
2 weeks
snowy,
ago.
didn't it?